on the been made known to him part?
The evangelist was aware of this particular person.
You're already rewriting the story, Bruce.
He knew what this woman was doing and how
What you
she was
said the
living her
first
life.
time is that the Lord revealed it to him.
Well, how did the Lord reveal it to him?
That's what you said. You said the Lord revealed it to him.
Yes, but how? Did he just come down off a cloud? Did an angel appear to him?
Well,
Maybe the Lord revealed it to him through another individual who was also aware of it.
Bruce,
Was that individual named Bruce?
But obviously, the way the scenario worked, the evangelist was aware of the circumstances that this individual was doing.
Okay.
Right.
But obviously, that was made known of him through the Lord because he's made aware of it.
Okay. So now you're saying that God did not reveal it to him, but some other person gossiped to him.
It is gossip. See, gossip is slander, and a lot of times it may not be true. But the gossip, this gossip was actually true. This woman.
So you think we're allowed to say all manner of things about people as long as it's true?
Well, what's truth is truth, is it not?
That doesn't give us the right to go around talking about it.
So if you see something that's wrong and you don't say anything about it, what is that? That means you're okay with it then. Silence is consent.
I say a lot of things about a lot of things, Bruce. The story that you started out with was that God had supernaturally revealed this to the evangelist.
I never said he supernaturally.
Then when I pointed out that was spiritual, just like tongues, all of a sudden you walked it back.
I never said God supernaturally revealed that this woman was having an affair. What I said is God made it aware and revealed it to this evangelist, probably because this evangelist was like, who's this crazy woman speaking gibberish while I'm trying to preach? And then maybe God made it aware, oh, this is
kind of church was this evangelist
and this is how she's living.
I love being vindicated when I call him an idiot.
Bruce, what kind of church was this evangelist preaching in?
I believe it was a Baptist church.
Okay, so it is very unusual to hear people speak in tongues in a Baptist church.
That's why the evangelist was so surprised.
Well, that's my point, is it's normal that he would be taken aback by something that commonly does not happen.
And it's disgraceful that a pastor would not correct something like that going on in his church.
The gift of the Spirit?
No, the false doctrine of tongues.
So what if she was prophesying?
Doctrine of tongues.
Well, then who's the interpreter to prophesy?
What if there was an interpreter?
What language are they interpreting?
Interpreting is also one of the gifts of the Spirit, Bruce.
But what language are they interpreting?
Well, if it's prophecy, it's not tongues, is it, Bruce?
But she was speaking in tongues.
No, I'm asking you, what if it was a different gift of the Spirit? Would you have the same reaction?
I don't know, but she was speaking in tongues. It wasn't any known language.
I'm glad you acknowledged she was speaking in tongues. At least we've made it that far.
Well, yeah, that's what I said from the beginning. She was speaking in tongues.
Well, you said she wasn't speaking in tongues.
Yeah, you said that she wasn't speaking in tongues, and that she needed to be
French.
removed from the church because she needed to be removed from the church because she was disrupting things. I'm kind of curious myself.
Bruce, was she or was she not speaking in tongues?
Yeah, she was speaking in some unknown language that no one understood or spoke.
Okay, so she was speaking in tongues. All right, we've established that.
But here's the distinction, though. She wasn't.
Here's the distinction. It wasn't my understanding of the language, so it didn't count.
Isn't this a hypothetical scenario?
Tongues is a language. It's clear as scripture.
What language wasn't she speaking in this hypothetical scenario?
Pentecostal gibberish.
Pentecostal gibberish, kind of like what I'm hearing right now out of Bruce.
I mean, if you're wanting me to say that a lot of people fake the gift of tongues, then I agree with you. A lot of people do fake that gift.
Did your grandfather fake it?
No.
I think he did.
Okay, well, that doesn't mean that he did because you.
Why do you take it personal? Damn, you have a lot of patience. I have to hand that to you.
A doctor has to have a lot of patience to stay busy.
I don't know if you're a doctor. Let's not go too far. I gave you a compliment. I wasn't going to offer in to kiss your ass.
Bruce has just got done saying that this lady was speaking in Slovenian and there was no one there to interpret.
No,
hey, Bruce says stupid things constantly. It's not a surprise to anybody but Bruce.
All right, Bruce, let me ask you another question, okay? let's say that this evangelist were preaching in a Pentecostal church. Would he have had the same reaction?
Well, usually evangelists that preach sound doctrine don't really find themselves in Pentecostal churches half the time. Majority of the time, actually.
It's a very simple question, Bruce. Would he have had the same reaction, yes or no?
Well, it's a hypothetical question. And
the whole thing is hypothetical, Bruce.
No, it wasn't. It was an actual story that I heard this week.
Actual hypothetical story. He was actually hypothetically telling a story.
My point is, Bruce, I could reverse the scenario and have someone in a Pentecostal church doing something Baptist that's different than Pentecostal norms, and
Doesn't
that
mean it's
person would
right.
be singled out.
Doesn't mean it's right.
But that's true both ways, Bruce.
No, because one way's right and one way's wrong.
Well, there is a right and a wrong. I don't know that any one denomination
Right.
has
So
it all
who's right
figured
and who's
out.
wrong? Is
The Bible's
the
right.
doctrine
The Bible
of
teaches
Christ
speaking
or
in
the
tongues.
Pentecostal doctrine of tongues?
But it's not the Pentecostal doctrine, it's the apostolic doctrine.
Is that the doctrine of Christ?
Yeah, they're the apostles of Christ.
But is it the doctrine of Christ?
Yeah, I think Peter, James, and John knew the doctrine of Christ.
But is that what the Pentecostals follow?
I mean, the Pentecostals, the Baptists, the Catholics, I think they're all trying to learn about Peter, James, and John.
Then why do they all have different doctrines?
That's a really good question, Bruce. What do you think the answer is?
I think a lot of the doctrines were developed by demonic influence, and it corrupts the true doctrine of Christ, which corrupts souls.
I agree with that, actually.
Do you agree that you're part of that?
No.
Well, Christian, when you tell people that they don't have the choice to choose Jesus Christ, come to him for salvation and repentance, it does. It takes away.
When's the last time I ever told somebody that, Bruce?
You've said numerous times that belief
only
is
when you ask me.
Hey, Christian, I'm glad you're here to actually clarify this. Has Bruce ever accused you of not being Christian?
Yeah.
Yep. I don't have to look for anything, bro. I can just ask him.
Yeah. I mean, you're definitely not an evangelist.
I literally
you not...
That's what an evangelist
And then he goes and proves me right again.
You're not. You wouldn't qualify for the majority of churches to ever preach on their pulpit.
Bruce, I preached at a church yesterday.
How many people? 12?
I think it was about 15.
What difference does that make? If it was one person, he still preached. What is your malfunction? What is your malfunction? Why do you feel like this is like acceptable? You question everything until it comes to you, and then everything's taken for granted. You are like the absolute definition of douchebag, retard, asshole.
Did you read James chapter 3 yet?
Hold on, everybody. Guess who joined us?
Hello, Bon.
Hi, Bon.
Hello.
If the gospel is true, then yes, I'm saved. That's the quote of Bond.
That's good.
If the gospel is true, then yes, I am saved. But if it's not true, then whatever. I guess I'm not.
I mean, that's technically an accurate statement, probably.
Yeah, I mean, if the gospel's not true, then is anyone saved?
Well, if the gospel's not true, then God's a liar. Do you think God's a liar, Bond?
In what respect?
Is God real?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? When you say lie, do you mean deception, or do you mean speak with the idea of deceiving? Right?
What do you mean?
There is a difference. Well, like, I can deceive you into thinking the walkway is safe when there's a trap door under there. Me? Are you listening? I can deceive you
by lying.
It would be deceptive. It wouldn't necessarily be a lie. A lie is something that is spoken. A deception
something deceptive is often a lie.
But a lie is presented in words, not in action. Deception is presented in action.
Deception isn't a lie?
No, deception it's deceptive. I'm not lying to you because I'm being deceptive. I'm tricking you into doing something that you might not otherwise do, but I didn't lie to
lying.
You.
Yeah, that's
no,
lying.
It's not the same. There's a difference.
Is it telling the truth?
Is it leaving out truth? Yes.
Okay,
but I did not tell you. I did not tell you a lie. I didn't make something up and present it as true.
Oh, can I show you something, you guys? Watch Lupin singing. What?
Yes, mine is
Lupin woke up in a suit and a cape, tripped on a keg, so no time to escape. Evil AJ's got lasers, Aiden's got rage, but Lupin's too busy dancing off stage. He kicks down the door with a beer in hand. Clay's doing splits to a one-man band. Then AJ screams, "I'll destroy the world." Lupin just burps and his mustache twirls. He's Lupin, the man-dude superhero. Fights like gay but looks like De Niro drunk. Saves the day with a dance and a brew. Plays with stump when the sky turns blue. He's Lupin, ain't your average gay. Shoot bad vibes with a wink in his eye. The beer, the battle, the boogie, the belief. Lupin brings the relief. Aiden's got powers from a radioactive snake. He yells, "Lupin, you're a total fake." Lupin shrugs, flips a coin, chugs foam, then pile drives Aiden straight into Rome. Evil AJ laughs on a hoverboard.
What do you saw of that song?
That's so racist, dude. You only put that music because Lupin's Hispanic.
I like the music. Felt good.
Oh.
It made me want to dance.
I was dancing.
That's so racist. You only use that music because he's Hispanic.
I was doing a Hispanic dance.
No,
Lupin is American. What are you
actually,
talking about?
Lupin's Hispanic.
Oh, is Lupin not American?
No, he's
Hispanic.
Oh, okay, so you don't think Lupin's American?
He is, but his heritage is Hispanic.
What does that even mean?
It's racist. He only used that song because he's Hispanic.
I'm Hispanic, and I didn't think it was racist.
You're Hispanic?
Well, I think Lupin. I think others would. You know,
Are
you should know,
Hispanic as
Bond.
well?
You went to state college. You
Are
should
you
know what
Hispanic?
is racist and not.
Bruce, are you Hispanic, Bruce?
No.
Okay, I am. I don't think it was a racist.
Bond, can I guess your race?
Why are you being a white knight? Why are you being a liberal that's
Because I acknowledge my white privilege, Bond, okay?
So you're just trying to find some sort of racism.
No,
Bond,
I call out racism when it's obvious. You know, if he was black,
obvious.
would you
I thought
do
it was
with
good
rap
music. I thought it was good
I
music.
go full Karen mode every opportunity I can.
I bet if he was black, you would have it like a rap song or something.
So what? Wouldn't that make
That's
sense? That's like saying mac and cheese don't go together because it might have a negative connotation.
That means because I'm white, mine's classical.
So
Yeah,
if a
right.
black guy walks up to
If
the
I use
cour,
classical
are you going to
music for
offer
car-
mac and cheese or
If I
coleslaw?
use classical music or country music for card, that's racist.
What?
If I use classical or country music for Christian in a song, that's racist.
It can be because he's from the South.
It can be. All of a sudden, racism. This is such a ridiculous.
Bruce, why are
This
you so
freaking guy.
adversarial all the time?
Racism doesn't exist to white people. White people can't be racist.
No, but what is your
Gangster, are you white?
White
Gangster?
people have their privilege. It's okay to be
Gangster,
racist.
are you Caucasian, Gangster? If you don't mind me asking. If you don't mind me asking.
What are
Okay,
your
so-
pronouns, Gangster?
Okay, so it doesn't exist to white people. So Wayne, he made the song. It's not racist.
That's funny.
But the fact that he's white and he made a racist song makes it,
It
so much
wasn't
more
racist.
worse.
You said that that's not a thing.
You sound like AOC, Bruce.
So it's okay for like someone who's black or Mexican to discriminate against white people because white people have had their privilege for so long. But for a white person to make a song with someone who's Hispanic is totally racist.
You're the
Who
one that
let you get to this point in life, Bruce? I want to know. Your mother is a saint amongst saints, bro. Who helped you make it to this age in life?
I don't think you're understanding what you're saying, Bruce.
I'm not
I don't. I
That did not
think
help.
this man has serious mental issues. I don't know
and
how he's
Gangster always
made
posts
it.
stuff for Trump and against LGBTQ ABC rights. I mean,
And?
he's also a
What's the C?
sexist. Your show the other day was like about transgenderism.
Are you seriously going to put up with him? Are you seriously going to put up with him talking shit to you on your show, GG?
Trans men are women, Gangster. Okay? And trans women are men.
Stop it. Well, let me tell you something. I have Spanish and Portuguese ancestry.
Is Bruce
That's Latino.
Bruce, are you celebrating the month of June right now?
I didn't think about that.
Man, we put out rainbow flags at my church. My whole city's got. I even got one in front of my house, and I'm not even gay. I'm just supporting. Happy
You're
Pride
an ally.
Month.
You're an ally.
Don't you, Bond? I mean, you went to college. Like you should.
He's an alleyway. I bet you he takes it like an alleyway.
I don't really understand what went wrong in life.
I'm trying to figure out what Bruce is talking about.
I also got
Christian. Can gay people still be elect?
Can they be elect?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had that question asked to me before.
I've asked you that question before, and you dipped
I would
it
say yes.
like we were playing
If
dodgeball.
a gay person is God's elect, then they will get delivered from that.
Even if they're still gay?
What do you mean still? I just said they'd be delivered.
Do they have to repent from being gay?
All of us have to repent,
be
Bruce.
saved.
Everybody has to repent, not just gay people.
Bruce, do you think that if there's a gay person that is elect, that God can deliver them from their struggles in this life?
Oh, absolutely, Bond, because we're all elect.
Just answered your question.
God, all are called to repentance. All are called to the knowledge of the gospel.
Your
That's
question
why
that
I
you
love
asked,
the world that he gave.
Yeah,
That's
you just
the same thing
answered
I
the
just
question.
said.
Yeah. He answers his own question. He's
No,
asking.
it's right.
hope for
Jesus
you.
can absolutely deliver anyone from sin.
There's hope
like
for you,
homosexuality.
So then why did you ask the question?
I was kind of trolling you. I mean,
Oh, okay, there we go.
I believe
Thank
that.
you. It wasn't a serious question. He's just trolling.
no,
Bruce, there's
obviously
hope for you.
everyone is. The elect are the ones who are already believing. So to really
No.
with that.
Hold on. The elect aren't necessarily already believing. They will.
See, that's not
believe
true,
at
Bond.
some point.
That's not true.
What part of that is not true?
So if you look in the New Testament, the word elect is always referring to those who are already abiding in the faith.
That's not even close to true.
Wow.
It's absolutely true.
Can I quote a
studied
scripture
it.
real quick in the New Testament?
I put quite a bit of time into that study. It's absolutely true, and it
You didn't
debunks
put
Calvinism
enough.
clear as day from
Can
the
I
Bible.
ask a question real quick? Bruce, do you think the elect are believing at the age of 1 year old?
No.
So they're not always believing.
Well, no, they're 1 year old. They don't even.
Okay,
know
so
how
they're
to go
not
to
always believing. Okay, go ahead, Cart.
Here, let me show you.
I wanted to hold on, Bruce. I wanted to quote a scripture from the New Testament. When Paul's referring to the natural Israel after the flesh, he said
What
they
verse?
are elect for the Father's sake, but they're enemies for your sakes, explaining that
verse?
they had not yet been converted. So that disproves your whole theory in one scripture.
What verse?
I just quoted it, Bruce.
No, you never said the verse. What
Didn't look it
chapter and
up.
verse, please?
Didn't look it up, Bruce.
Oh, so how can you really defend your point if you don't even know what verse you're referencing?
Does anybody else think that verse doesn't exist?
Can you say that?
What
one more
verse
time,
is it? That's
Christian?
what I'm trying to determine.
I just say the verse and I'll.
Paul's speaking of the natural Jews, and he says they are
what
elect
verse?
for the Father's
What
sake,
verse?
but they're enemies
What
for
verse?
your sake.
What verse? What
Bruce.
verse?
Bruce.
Let me look it up real quick. Hold
Let
on.
me-
Yeah, thank you.
I just want a Christian to just paraphrase it for
I know,
me.
instead of like stating it as
Bruce.
truth for a verse you don't even know, like let's look
Bruce.
it up, please.
You've already looked bad within the last 10 seconds multiple times.
Well, dude, I've been out here
Romans
for like
11:28.
2 hours with Dustin, like this in my life. So like,
Romans
Okay.
11:28,
Romans
by the way.
11:28.
You're not gonna make yourself look better by trying to make me look worse. That's not gonna happen.
so who's the book of Romans written to?
The Romans.
Okay, are the Romans a church? Are they saved? Are they a group of believers?
It was written to the church at Rome.
Okay, so the elect.
Is that like a real question?
Yeah, so they're elect.
He's just
They're the
look
elect.
again. Now
God,
all of
they're
a sudden the context matters. Who was being spoken to and what was being said, and who was doing the talking. Now
it's
all of
referring
a
to
sudden
believers,
it
like I
matters.
said. It's
Now
in no
all of a
reference
sudden that
to-
matters.
Read the
Let
verse.
us
So hang on,
Just read
Dustin.
the verse.
It's a no reference to the predetermined believers.
But you should probably read it, though, before you decide that.
As concerning the gospel, they are enemies for your sakes, but as touching the election, they are beloved for the Father's sake.
Yep.
All right, let's break it down.
Yep, break it on down, Bruce.
28.
Come on, Bruce. Tell everyone what it means.
Straighten us out.
Come on, Bruce.
Hi, Badger.
It's not referring to predetermination. I'll tell you that
It just
much.
said people who are not believers or elect.
Who?
Those Jews that were unbelieving.
He switches from telling us what it is
they're
to
Jews.
telling us what
they're
it's
not saved. They're not
right,
elect.
But it says they were elect.
It's Paul's will that they come to the mystery of the gospel.
Not what he said, Bruce.
For I would not, brethren, that you should be ignorant of this
That's not what he
lest you
said,
should be
Bruce.
wise in your own conceits, that blindness in part happened to Israel. So he's saying that the Jews are blind to the gospel.
The elect.
That's
Jews,
not what he's saying, Bruce.
See,
the elect.
you're twisting it. You're trying to fit that. There's some Jews that have converted, and there's some that are not.
Isn't it crazy when one verse disproves the whole theology?
But it doesn't.
What do you mean?
This verse is in no way referring to those predetermined. It's referring to those who have believed and those who have chose not to believe.
Bruce, let me break it on down real quick. Is Paul referring to unbelieving Jews? Yes or no?
Yeah, they're not believing. They're not the elect.
But didn't he say, as concerning the election, they're beloved for the Father's sake?
Yeah, they could come to salvation by believing the gospel.
Bruce. Yeah, it was fine.
But as touching the election, they are beloved for the Father's sake.
Okay.
Yes, they're Jews. Christ came to redeem Israel, and it's Paul's desire that they should not be ignorant to the gospel. Not they should be wise in their own ways.
Why did
they never have to a verse? You're in the wrong.
Hey, Pike, why did they call them the elect when God's the only one voting?
Leave it up to an Orthodox to validate Calvinism. Wow.
I wasn't. I'm asking a simple question. Thanks for telling me what I think, Bruce.
That your question validates what Pike's saying.
He is not a Calvinist, Bruce, by the way.
I know, but he's sticking up for you.
I'm definitely not a Calvinist, but I was.
He asked you a question.
So, Jess, what do you think about the doctrine of election? Does God elect some to get saved and some not to get saved?
Well, I would first have to go and say, where does it say the elect, and what context is there around all of this?
I like that question.
Okay. But I was kind of making a joke, because why did they call it the elect when God's the only one voting?
That is a funny joke.
What do you mean God's voting? What do you mean?
Look, man, he cast his vote. What are you going to do?
Yeah, like an election, Bruce.
Bruce,
like an election, like Trump versus Biden, and Trump won, and people voted for him.
See, that's not how salvation works. That contradicts the gospel completely.
Well, Jesus definitely had to vote. Jesus definitely had to vote to die for our sins. So, I mean, it kind of is how it works. That's why I was saying the word elect is funny.
So, Jess, my point, Jess, maybe let me ask you, man, see if you agree with this here. The word elect in the New Testament is always referring to those existing.
But Bruce, what about the verse we just read? What about that one?
Well, I had a question for Jess. I wanted to see what maybe he thought about it.
For you.
Yeah, you see how he changes the subject? He doesn't ever answer a question. He runs from subjects when he gets cornered.
Bruce, Bruce, listen, I would be happy to answer your question, but I also don't want to enable you to deflect from accountability. So if you could answer whatever, if you could finish up your business with Pike, and then I'll answer.
Let me you might be the witness I need to validate what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that in the New Testament, the word election is never referring to those predetermined that are going to get saved. Would you agree with that or not?
Disqualified.
As a Christian, come on, man.
Bruce,
disqualified.
Me and Daniel agree on this. Come on.
Disqualified.
May I briefly commentate on the verse?
No, because you're the one defending it. I want to ask Jeff.
No, to the Romans.
Just
but I
has a little bit of common sense. I mean, Jeff has more common sense than Dustin. I'll put it like that. But Jeff, is the word elect ever referring to predetermination?
Well, Bruce, you're so much smarter than me, so I want to hear you answer Pike before I answer you, just so I can have a good example of a thoughtful reply.
That's
a good cop out answer. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I was saying was your statement was that in the New Testament, the word elect only ever refers to people who are already believers.
Correct.
And as we just read in Romans 11:28, that's not true. So your statement
I don't think that
wrong.
says that at all. It's not. You're not proving anything. You're just strawmanning. Say, oh, it says election. That means
people that are unbelievers.
It's referring to a group that is not believing
and calls them elect.
It doesn't call them elect.
Yes, it does.
As concerning
Bruce,
the gospel,
do you
they
smell
are enemies
toast?
for your sake. So the elect are the enemies.
Do you smell toast right now? Do you smell toast?
See, you can never get a point across on this.
Do you smell toast right now?
There's too many demonic influences like Dustin.
I think
he never refers to the unbelievers as elect.
We're having a stroke out here, guys.
They're blind. He refers them as blind and ignorant in 3 verses above.
I would definitely have to say I'm probably not as well read. Well, I'm probably more well read than Bruce. I'm not sure, but I'm not well read as Pike. So I wouldn't want to argue on the semantics of the elect and what the elect is, because sometimes the words that are used between different translations and original intent of what was said is usually the most important thing.
That's correct, yeah.
Because if Jess was to argue against elect, then Bruce would be right. So he ain't going to do that.
All he's saying is that he doesn't want to act like an expert on something he hasn't read about lately. It's
I just don't want to pretend
then that would
I know
mean Bruce
something
is correct
I don't.
and Pike is
different. But Bruce, we just proved you incorrect.
I wouldn't want to upstage Bruce in his infinite wisdom by acting like I know something I don't. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thanks for confirming you don't know. Congratulations.
For the love of God, Bruce, dude,
me admitting that I might not know something is something I am capable of. Yes.
Yeah, I think you do know, honestly. I think you do.
This guy right here. Didn't you just snap at me earlier for telling you what you do and don't know?
Yeah, I mean, Jess is pretty knowledgeable. I think he knows very well the topic we're discussing. He's just kind of choosing not to
I appreciate Jess's humility and respect it.
I know, because he didn't contradict.
I try to be humble, Bruce. I try to be humble and not debate too heavily on these kinds of things. Because
sometimes you can be too humble.
Well, ultimately, it's about me submitting myself to Christ, not being right. So, I could probably like dunk on Pike for now, but I'm sure Pike would probably just go do some reading and come back with a more concise version of whatever point I dunked on, and it just would be a waste of time at that point.
Jess is quite the capable dunker.
I think not answering it is absolutely a waste of time.
But Bruce, I answered you.
You actually didn't. You just strawman me. You're saying that.
No, I didn't. I quoted a verse that refers to unbelievers as elect.
So, Pike,
can you define straw man, Bruce? If you're going to use a logical fallacy like straw man, I think I have the right to demand that you define it.
Oh, just
so that we know, that you know what you're talking about.
In Romans 11,
what is straw man? See, he's going to avoid defining it because I don't think he can. Define straw. Just give us a quick.
If you were to read
give us a definition of straw man, Bruce. Bruce, we can't move forward until we get this definition.
We can't.
We're not moving forward.
Are we talking about hay, or are we talking about the plastic things that sea turtles?
No, I need a definition from Bruce of what straw man means. What does that mean, Bruce?
Or a spelling.
So my overall point, if you start at Romans
11, Bruce, we cannot move forward until you give us a definition of what straw man means. I don't think you know what you're talking about, bro. I think you're just talking out your rear end. Define straw man. And don't look it up. Don't look it up either. I want to know if you know what you're talking about. I don't think you know what straw man means.
It misrepresents someone's position, and that's exactly what you're doing. If you read Romans 11 from verse 25, it doesn't validate what Pike is saying.
Whatever, dude.
It's referring to a group of believers that are
it's not close enough. Believers. It's close enough you could limp your way through it through interpretation. Whatever.
Well, you're
I don't think you know. I don't know what you. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're misrepresenting yourself.
I disagree.
Well, you hear that? That's the sound of no one defending you.
Well, who reads the Bible here on a daily basis?
I do.
Pike might, but he interprets the Bible based on what he believes already.
So
When
reading
you're
on a daily basis
different,
wasn't good enough.
right?
Bruce
Like, listen, man, you couldn't sit me
goes
down
like a
with a
lamb to the
Pentecostal
slaughter,
pastor and have
but
him
never
prove
like
the
the
mystical
blameless
language of
silent
tongues from the
kind.
Bible. He wouldn't be able to prove it to me because it's not existent in the Bible.
I can prove it.
He's gonna go
You
back to
can't.
personal attacks, Pike.
Well, I can
Pike,
prove it pretty simply.
Pike, if you bring 2 or 3 witnesses, maybe you can prove it.
I don't need
But
witnesses, just scriptures.
So you're the only one that can interpret these scriptures?
No, there's a lot of people that see eye to eye with me on this particular issue.
Well, bring them on. In the multitude of counselors, there is safety. You're the only one that's validating election, validating these Calvinist doctrines, and you just got a group of
You
lost
think I'm the
atheists to
only
stick up for
person
you.
that believes in those things?
You and your 13 people that you were preaching at this weekend.
You don't think there's like major religious organizations around the world that believe in
Yeah,
those
and they're
things?
just like your grandpa's church. They're a dead, empty building.
Veckel's a
and they're all
Calvinist.
split and
He said
closed.
it in the chat. Is Veckel part of that? Is Veckel a part of that 13 people? Is Jill a part of that 13 people?
Oh, we have
Dude, I'm
14
getting
now.
tired of his selective answering of questions.
I don't understand the hostility.
I like to see.
You're teaching a false doctrine, man. That's where the
Bruce,
hostility
thank
comes from.
you.
You literally have the position that people
Bruce,
cannot
why are you
choose
so
to
against
come
the
to Christ.
sovereignty of God? Why are you so against that?
You're limiting the sovereignty of God by saying only certain people can get saved or not.
Can you define sovereignty?
You're limiting the sovereignty of God by declaring who can and can't be Christian. Shut the fuck up, Bruce.
You're the one saying that certain people can't get saved. How am I the one that determines?
When did I say that? When did I say that, Bruce? When
Bruce,
did
Bruce,
I
are there-
ever?
Oh
when
my gosh, this is
in the
100
history
times.
of my ever speaking have I ever said someone can't be saved? When, Bruce?
Bruce, are there reprobates?
What do you mean reprobates?
Can reprobates, if they've been turned over to a reprobate mind, can they be saved?
Well, yeah, they are saved, but they were given over to a reprobate mind.
Oh, they are saved, but they're...
Bruce, it says the
Wait,
purpose of the reprobate mind was
what?
to believe a lie and
What?
be damned.
He just... Wait.
You
See,
can't be
now
saved
you're
and be
strawmanning
damned.
me. You're misrepresenting what I'm saying.
They are saved, but they were given over to a reprobate mind.
Is that you, Bond?
About that for just a second.
Are you saying the ones that never followed in the teachings of Christ in Romans? Is that like, are you referring to a particular chapter when you're making that type of assumption?
Just think about that for a second.
No, why don't you just think about it? Why don't you elaborate on what you're saying? What verse are you even referring to? Do you even know? Do you even know what verse you're referencing, Bond?
I'd like to reference a verse.
You fool. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Go ahead.
The ones that you're referring to in Romans 1.
Bond, usually I hop all over Bruce.
What a fool. I'm going to
I
quote a
have to-
scripture of you to straw man.
I
You
have
don't
to
even know
let
what it
this.
is.
I have to let him do this, bro. Like you didn't give me an opportunity to call him an idiot.
There will be opportunities aplenty.
I
You
know
mean the
this,
ones
but
that worship
I
and
had
serve
my
the
high
creature
hopes
more than the creator?
I had my high hopes for Bond to have his swing at this and knock a grand slam, and he knows exactly what I'm saying. You son of a bitch.
So the ones that turn the truth of God into a lie and worship and serve the creature more than the creator, are those the ones that are saved?
Probably not.
Yeah. Bond, you got to sharpen up on your scripture, man.
What did that scripture have to do with the subject matter, Bruce?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know that it did. That's the other end of that equation.
I know. He just
I have a
whatever
scripture I'd
verse
like
you
to
can
quote.
think of to, straw man Bruce.
Maybe we could have Veckel join so we could
Bruce,
have two of the
we don't
13
have to
people
straw
that are
man you.
Calvinists here.
If we give you enough time, you'll straw man yourself.
If you don't straw man me, then I'm right.
What if we like wheat
What?
straw man you? Or like
Wait.
pine straw man you?
If you don't straw man me, then I'm right.
You're
Or like
saying I'm
hay
wrong,
straw.
right? Everything I say is wrong. It's a lie. I'm retarded. Like that's what you all say.
I never said it was a lie.
Well, no, I say you're retarded. I didn't say everything you said was a lie. Let's not go too far.
But you totally did.
No, I
like
never
to quote
called you
scripture.
Go ahead.
I'd like to share the precious word. As Paul said to the Ephesians, God hath chosen us in him before the foundation of the world.
Yeah, the believers at Corinth or Ephesus.
Right, that was before the foundation of the world.
Yeah, that's what that passage is referring to. That passage doesn't define the whole gospel. I don't know if you realize that.
No, Bruce
So
does.
are you using
Bruce
just
defines
that
the
one
whole
verse
gospel.
from that one letter to define?
Is that kinda like
Bruce defines the whole gospel. He's got the whole.
Is that kind of like how you don't like faith without works is dead?
It is. So it's about that's what the word says.
That's what Bruce says the word says.
That's what it says. Read it for yourself.
That's what Bruce says the word says. That's what he says the word says.
Read it for
Bruce,
yourself.
Do you feel that God chose us in him before the foundation of the world?
Like, you mean he chose who's going to get saved and who's not?
I'm just asking if you agree with what Paul said to Ephesians.
And which was what?
That God chose us in him before the foundation of the world.
That God chose the believers at the church of Ephesus before the foundation of the world?
That's what he says in chapter 1.
Well, yes, that I agree that's what it says. And I agree that's what happened.
I'm glad. Now that we've resolved that.
What if it's both?
But Pike, hang on. Hang on. That doesn't validate that that's all of mankind.
If it was one person, it would break your theory, Bruce.
Well, then that contradicts John 3:16, Pike.
Does it?
Yeah. For God so loved the world. So you think the Bible
contradicts?
He gave Christ for the world, not the elect, not for those that he predetermined who's going to get saved or not. He gave Christ for the world for all who believe. So your theory, based on Ephesians that you're referencing, contradicts many other Bible.
Then why are you telling Christian he's not a Christian?
Hey guys,
I didn't say that. I'm saying what.
Yes, you did.
Saying.
Yes, you did say that. You absolutely did. You are contradicting yourself. You are contradicting yourself.
Because that's his name.
No, he does. You give him long enough here in the next couple of minutes, he'll start claiming Christians not Christian. Doesn't matter if it was a month ago, a year ago, or 2 days ago. You're contradicting yourself.
But you're using it now to divert.
Yes, I am. Yes, that's how this works. It's called a counterpoint, you jackass.
Person with Tourette's.
No, because I'm pointing out your immaturity and your fucking lack of consistency, mental consistency.
The fact that you use profanity shows your immaturity.
The fact that you are a moron is showing clear as day.
The fact that you call me a moron and use profanity just discredits anything you say.
I don't know about all that. I don't hear anybody defending it.
Just what a surprise. No one's defending
your assertion, dumbass.
Wow.
How stupid are you, bro? How stupid are you? You don't understand the simple conversation. You really don't. You just mull over things. No, you don't. I'm here to tell you you don't. You don't understand the things I'm saying to you. You can't even grasp the simple insults I throw your way. You really don't.
Things you say to me, so I do understand.
You don't understand it. You don't. The things you say are completely abundantly clear.
I do understand the way you respond. I just acknowledged what you said.
You're fucking retarded, bro.
I understand what you're saying, Dustin. I don't know how much more clear I can show that. Do you want to say I don't understand again?
You don't understand.
Say it one more time. Maybe you'll get it.
You really don't. You don't get it.
I do understand. You see how when you said something, I responded and referenced what you said?
That doesn't mean you understand.
That doesn't mean I understand. Okay. Oh, don't make fun of Daniel. Gangster.
I need to tell you something. That made 800 and something views.
Man, he blew you out of the water. You can't get more than 200.
This is his short that got those views, you jackass.
Even Tim has more views than that.
The 861 views I got on that.
That's because it was his channel.
Is that crazy?
No, you're fucking stupid. Holy shit, you're fucking stupid.
Dude, I went.
Like you give Lupin a run for his money.
Did Dustin? Do you have a high school diploma?
Yes, I've graduated high school. I have college under my belt, jackass. I know how to read very well.
Oh
my
gosh,
reading comprehension dwarfs yours in many different ways.
When the psycho ditch digger can eclipse your intellect, Bruce, maybe you should just fold it up and go home.
I mean, I don't know if I should be insulted or take that as a compliment. I'm not sure.
You did the last time.
Did you just insult me, sir? I feel insulted.
I insulted you with great respect.
I still feel insulted, though. I don't feel like that was very respectful, sir.
Yeah, this made 861 views I had on that. And Lupin is 481 views. My Gangster Ghost is 637.
No, you're catching up to Proverbs guys, Gangster.
What are you talking about? Proverbs guys doesn't make numbers like that. What are you talking about? What?
They got 1,000 views on Rumble.
They have like 29 subscribers.
29,000.
You're insane, dude. This kid is like, this guy has mental problems.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. You have Tourette's. You have mental problems.
I do. I absolutely do. I have Tourette's. This is a true thing. Yes, you have mental problems. You do on a mental scale that's like I've only seen in biblical proportions. Like, what is like? How have you made it out of birth?
Well, I don't have Tourette's.
on my Aiden's ladies man, 2.1 thousand views.
All right, I need to.
You realize saying I don't have Tourette's, that's not like a flex.
Well, I'm just pointing out that the guy saying I have mental problems has Tourette's.
That's not a mental. That's like, I don't know. I have mental problems, but Tourette's is not really a mental problem. It's more of a medical problem.
No, hang on. The guy that has mental problems is saying I have mental problems.
Yes. Believe me, it would take someone with mental problems to recognize someone with mental problems.
Could it possibly be that it's their mental problems to where it seems that a normal, logical human being may also be the one with mental problems?
Bruce, please don't
do you think
insult
it's maybe
normal
just
people.
your disorder of why it may seem that way?
Bruce, please don't call yourself normal. Please. Lord have mercy.
Just, you're bald and you have a puppy. And
I'm not bald. I'm not bald at all. I have a full head of hair right now.
Oh yeah, you got a Florida hairdo. I forgot.
This guy is like, have you ever seen a more pathetic excuse for like a creature looking up at a apex predator begging
Bruce
for?
is like,
that all you got, bro? Come on,
Dustin. Like my description. My wife was asking, because I was telling my wife about Bruce one time, and she said, "Well, how would you describe him in shorthand?" And I said, "Belligerently retarded."
Yes.
Gangster has autism. That's not very
frighteningly accurate.
Autism is not Down syndrome, so
it's a slicing word. It's offensive.
Oh my gosh! Like you've never.
It's not a derogatory term.
I've never said it. I've never said it to Logan, and I don't think any less of Logan for whatever he's dealing with.
But you're just going to call other people what Logan has, pretty much, right?
Well, I'm saying you act retarded. I wasn't saying you.
But there's actually someone present that has a similar condition. You don't see the ignorance in that.
But I'm saying you're so belligerent that it slows you down in all things in life.
But you call someone retarded when there's actually someone with a disability present.
But that's what retarded means. It means to be slowed down.
I think that's a very poor character trait to call someone such a derogatory term, especially when they have friends.
What do you mean, like denying people's Christianity?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Bruce.
Bruce, you tell people that they're unvirtuous and crap like that all the time, and you're gonna whine about retarded.
Yeah, they're not Christ-like. Calling someone retarded is not.
Oh, for the love of God, I'm so sick and tired of it. It's different when I do it. It's different when I do it. It's different. It's different when I do it. Shut the fuck up, Bruce. Nobody here is buying it.
Jesus told people what they thought before they could even get the words out of their mouth.
Are you done? Did you get the words out of your mouth?
Oh my gosh, Bruce.
Hey, gangster.
You like your 1 out of 100 doesn't impress me. Sorry.
Says the guy who leaves a good church. Well, I shouldn't say good church. I don't know, but to leave the true faith for a religion of idolatry.
I left a bunch of I left a bunch of spurgs that think they say a specific prayer and that saves them for a real church. Yes.
Yeah, see, it's probably an unhealthy body, if you ask me. That's my guess.
Bruce, you don't know anything about any of the churches I was a part of. I've been a part of all kinds of different sized churches with different cultures, and none of them offered me what I have now.
Yeah, when I'm lost, I often drive around too.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, Bruce, like
everybody who wanders is lost.
Where'd you see that? On the back of a Subaru?
No, that's fucking Gandalf, man.
That's fucking Gandalf. The wisdom of Gandalf.
Hey,
not all who wander are lost.
Discard it if you want. That's at your own peril. Sorry for cussing, Pete.
That's all right. It's all right. Dustin did 100 times.
I mean, I think you're giving me a little more credit than I deserve. But...
Here's Truth Tim.
Yeah, another Christian to make fun of.
To make fun of you.
Yo, it's Tim in the paint out the psych ward gates. Preaching on the corner, got the devil sweating shakes. Staring through your tinted glass, I see your soul cracked. Wicked clown gospel, spray holy fago back. Preaching into traffic, revving up the gospel. Car slowed down, feeling something colossal. Bible in one hand, machete in the other. Preach fire so loud, it made hell stutter. Eyeball twitching, demons start to tremble. Cross hang low from my neck like a symbol. Juggalo Tim, no shame in my faith. Spitting in the street, putting Satan in a brace. Roll with him, that's my brother in chaos. Dark skinned prophet, got the spirits all laid off. We giggle at the Pope, mock robes like theater. Call them all crack whores, orthodoxies, deceivers. My clown paint bleeds in the rain like a warning. Preaching all night, screaming truth till the morning. Ride the red moon in a rusted out hearse. Shout bars so raw, they baptize a curse. Car stop, listen to the freak show preach. Hell gets nervous when my sermons screech. Gigolo.
Juggalo preachers for life.
Yo, it's Tim in the paint out the psych ward gates. Preaching on the corner, got the devil sweating shakes. Stare through your tinted glass, I see your soul crack. Wicked clown gospel, spray holy fago back. Preaching to traffic, revving up the gospel. Car slow down, feeling some colossal. Bible in one hand, machete in the other. Preach fire so loud, it made hell stutter. Eyeball twitching, demons start to tremble. Cross hang low from my neck like a symbol. Juggalo Tim, no shame in my faith. Spitting in the street, putting Satan in the brace. Roll with the young, that's my brother in chaos. Dark skinned prophet, got the spirits all laid off. We giggle at the Pope, mock robes like Peter. Call them all crack whores, orthodoxies, deceivers. My clown paint bleeds in the rain like a warning. Preaching all night, screaming truth till the morning. Ride the red moon in a rusted
out in there.
Oh man.
What do you thought of that?
Did you seriously transition there like that? That's hilarious.
What do you thought of that?
That was brilliant, dude. That was fucking brilliant. Okay. That gets full marks right there. I hate to say it because Tim is my friend, bro, but that was it. That was.
Was Clay involved in that? I feel like he was.
No, he was spiraling.
Brilliant, dude. That was fucking brilliant. Okay. That gets full marks right there.
Are you alright, Bruce?
I hate to say it because Tim is my friend, bro, but that was it. That was.
What do you think of that, Justin?
Was Clay involved in that? I feel like
You're listening to me right now. Say it.
Are you alright, Mr. Rain? Mr. Rain?
Hey, somebody's got an echo going on. What's going on?
It's, what's his name? What do you think of that?
It's looping even.
Are you alright?
watch him drop some sick beat on top of this, and then it's like an even better crackcore Juggalo song.
When he saw that, was that funny?
Did Clay help you come up with that, Logan?
Yeah.
Oh,
I told him about
God bless Clay.
he shared it and he tagged Lupin and Tim in it.
Oh
That's
man,
so
that was
funny.
so good.
Jiggle old Tim. I call the insane Clay party.
We gotta keep those crack
Genius billionaire playboy.
Are you ever gonna let him go about that, or are you always gonna hold him to that?
I won't hold him to it because
What?
he'll say something worse in a couple weeks. So I'll refresh.
God, Brett, look, I like you a lot, bro. It makes it hard to freaking defend somebody.
I don't hate Tim. I just hate when, like, I can't explain it. It's like a demon coming out when he gets real pissed. But you know what? Maybe I hate that because I do it too.
Everybody does that. I mean, give me a break.
We're
all guilty.
Dark. It's just extra dark.
We're all guilty of going to that place, though, man. Like,
yeah.
I bet you, Bruce, if he ever had a shovel and my back was turned to him.
Is that the actual verse? I mean, slack is
Bruce
in the Bible.
Bruce would carve a verse into the shovel before he smacked you in the back of the head, though.
He would justify it. It's different when I do it.
Here's the verse that
Let's
says
not
why.
stand on ceremony here, Mr. Wayne.
What do you think of that, Justin? Bond, you can come on now and tell he needed to talk to you, Badger. Where'd he go? Bruce is gone now. You can talk.
Oh, fair enough.
Bruce.
Fair enough.
Can you make a song about Bruce?
He wanted. Yeah.
Oh, I got a clip for you. Hang on.
What's Bruce got to do?
Here's a song.
Got to
do with it.
Here's a song of me singing.
What's Bruce?
Watch this.
Andy Motion.
I got you.
Look. Can you sing as good as me?
Hey, look. I'll burn it down.
I'll burn it down. I'll burn it down.
Some people just want to watch the world burn. And I'm one of them.
Oh, sorry. I hope this might be copyright. I can't help.
All right, fair enough.
I'm sorry.
What's wrong?
Copyright.
I can't play copyright.
Yeah, I mean, you're cautious and shit. I get that. So
I'm sorry about that.
I just pick it up and run with it. So whatever happens, happens.
God is not mocked. Oh, but Lupin, I wasn't making fun of him. I was just playing around with him.
You should be making fun of Lupin.
I joke around.
It's low-hanging fruit.
Hey, I will mock and make fun of whatever I want to, and I don't care if you like it or not. Period.
I
End
I
of
have
line.
tried. I've tried to be Lupin's friend because I agree on a few things with him, and he's friends with Daniel and Clay.
Oh,
But
he's
Like,
with
but the
Ortho.
thing is like whenever I try to joke with him, even lightheartedly, he gets offended. Whenever I say something nice to him, he says it's gay. So I'm just like, okay, fine, I won't like you then.
Yeah. I mean, if I joke, I don't mean to give offense, but if you take offense at my joke, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
That's a you problem, not a me problem.
Exactly.
It's me.
The problem, man.
Are you just going to keep repeating everything I say and mocking it? Well, okay,
Well, I'm
I
not.
can do that too. I
That
can do
wasn't
that
mockery. That was actually
too.
agreement. But okay.
Rex, we're all friends here.
Well, no, I don't.
You and Dustin just put your hands in each other's back pockets and just squash it. Come on now.
I don't think I will be doing that. But thanks for the suggestion.
Yeah, his asses are nice enough. Yeah.
I've got a
Oh,
lot of
Aiden
crap.
did show up. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Is Aiden here?
He's in the chat.
he's in the
Aiden better
comments.
get his butt in here.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy.
Oh, Azzo.
I like Asshole too.
Is Bruce really going after Logan? Bruce?
What?
Bruce, is Bruce really going after Logan here in the comments?
I don't know. I'm only
Dude,
half.
Bruce is such a sad
Bruce,
story.
I've been being nice to you so far. Just keep this in mind.
Hey, look, I don't make fun of people because of their religion. I make fun of them because of how they act. Okay.
When Bruce says God is not to be mocked, he's really saying you hurt my feelings, you meanie.
He's saying, God is my uncle and I will tell on you.
When Bruce says you don't understand, he means I don't understand.
Yeah. He doesn't get it. But, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, Bond wanted to talk to you, but Bruce was made it where he couldn't talk to you. But Bond, come back on here. You can talk to Badger now.
Sure, I'll talk to Bond.
Badger, how you been?
I mean, I've already apologized. I've
I'm
already
glad
apologized a few times, but if you want me to apologize again, come on up.
Badger, I'm glad it worked now.
Apologize.
But I got it.
It ain't gonna cost me nothing to apologize. You know.
Apologize.
Come on up, Bond.
Hey, look, I'm sorry the world is the way it is. Not my fault, but, you know, you want to blame me, go ahead.
But Badger, I gotta finally work.
Huh? Can we?
Yeah, you're having problems.
Am I still having problems? Well, I'm here. I'm here
I
now.
got it.
I think, Gigi, I think it just was kicking me out because the room wasn't open yet, and I didn't realize that.
Oh.
Did you guys have a pre-room going on before it actually started? Yeah, I couldn't get into whatever that was, but as soon as
because we were, it was me and Bruce. We were yelling at each other.
Oh,
I'm sorry I missed that.
Business as usual. Okay, fair enough.
I hope you can.
Well, no, because he's like I kept pointing out, like, look, dude, you're telling me that I'm not Christian-like, right? And then you tell me that and the reason that is because I disrespect people. But then I asked him, well, aren't you disrespecting people when you claim that their religion isn't their religion? I mean, you lead with that.
Bruce disrespects people all the time, but when he does it, it's for a good reason.
Oh yeah, he's
Right,
doing
it's-
God's work. Yeah.
It's different when he does it, right? I'm like, no, it's not.
It's for your own good, pussy.
Yeah.
Come on, Bob.
Wait,
That's a
here's the man. I'll shut up.
How you doing, JG?
All right. How you doing?
Go ahead.
Much love, Bond.
So Badger,
Yep.
I did want to speak to you.
Go ahead.
So the stream that I saw you in, and you were speaking to Wildheart when he was in there.
Yep.
And you were, you were talking about him displaying himself and displaying inappropriate.
And not that I'm making an excuse, but he brought up that he was not allowed on a stream because he did that.
Who said that?
He did.
Wildheart.
No. Who's not allowed on the stream?
I don't know.
Wildheart.
He streamed.
Wildheart's not allowed.
That's funny.
Justin, I'm talking to Badger.
Okay. So Wildheart said, I'm not allowed on so-and-so stream because I exposed myself.
Whose stream was that?
I can't remember.
Brett King.
It's Brett King's, right?
Okay.
So Brett King is going around giving this story about Wildheart exposing himself, right?
Okay.
So is Wildheart.
So is Wildheart. Wildheart said it in such a way it sounds like he did it.
Yeah, Wildheart is saying I was really drunk. I was out of my mind. So if that's what happened, that was wrong.
Look, being drunk and stupid is no excuse.
Clockwork. Can I talk to Badger?
I thought you were.
Well, why are you speaking right now?
Because I have a voice.
Well, let's just clear the air here between me and Bond.
Yes, let's do that.
First of all, I just want to say, like, Bond, I respect what you're doing for him. I know that you give a lot of your own time to him. I know that you are a recovering addict yourself. I know I have addiction issues with things. I don't think I'm any better than Wildheart. I do think, though, however, Wildheart makes it habitual to come into spaces out of context and derail the conversation.
Okay. Yes, that's fair. What you just said?
Constantly.
Yes, I will agree with you. I agree with you with what you just said. He will go into Bible studies where there's full of Christians, and he'll try to turn it into an atheist first Christian stream whenever the stream was an in-house conversation, right?
And I'll acknowledge he probably does that because he's lonely as hell.
Yes, okay. I agree with you there. But so I agree with you. But my issue was in that stream you tried to twist the narrative into he's going to show himself again willingly, and he's also going to show himself knowingly if there's kids around.
Can I
I feel like I should be in on this conversation because I was really more.
Dustin wasn't. Dustin should be. Yeah.
I feel like I should be in this.
Okay, and I agree, but let me say the point I was going to say, because I don't know if Bond caught this part. And maybe I wasn't, because of the way my brain works and me being ADD as hell, maybe I didn't get across my points like I thought I did. But I got aggravated with Wildheart because he talked about exposing himself. And I said, you can't just do that. And he said, well, it just violates terms of service. Then I tried to bring up, well, what if no one wants to see that, dude? Like that's almost like assault. Like if you did it in a public place, that would be like you go on a list. And he pushed back on that. And that's where I kind of got mad. And I'm probably a little bit OCD about this whole subject because, like, I mean, when it comes to the internet kind of pisses me off that the fact that some dude could just whip his dick out on a stream and he's not going to go to jail for that. Whereas if he did it somewhere else, he would. I'm not saying like an adult site. Like obviously, if you're on an adult site, it's different.
Yeah. I think the big issue is that from the start, he has admitted that he was wrong. If that happened, he was wrong because he doesn't remember that.
Yeah.
He says he was wrong in that. He says he wouldn't do it again because that's wrong. But you kept pushing it.
I mean, the thing is, I got a friend of mine who got drunk and killed somebody in a car accident, and he did not remember killing the person or getting in the accident either.
Yeah, I get that. There's repercussions. There's consequences for your actions, right? And he realizes that. You know, he's gone to prison. He's gone to prison. He's served time. He has had to do time for his actions. And now for whatever those actions were that he may or may not have done, he says now, I would not do it again. But you two kept saying
he didn't show an actual remorse to me. He
said he wouldn't do it again.
Oh well, it violates YouTube's terms of service. That was.
He said he wouldn't do it again.
How many people are sitting in prison right now that said the same thing? What do you mean? Does that make it better somehow?
Justin, you're the one that said that if he thought ghosts looked like a kid, he would show himself.
And
y'all tried to portray him like he was a pedophile.
And
no,
Dustin did do it. Don't say no.
Like,
don't say
no. Did that in a park.
Don't say no.
In real life, you would be.
Don't say no because Justin said
if you're a kid, don't put my words in Jess's mouth.
I'm saying what Dustin said. I'm not saying what Badger said.
Okay.
So don't go there.
No, I'll explain it exactly like I want to explain it, and I'll tell you exactly what I meant.
I'm telling you exactly what you said, so don't say that I'm putting what you said in Badger's mouth.
Kind of sounds like you were a little bit ago.
No. Did I? I said what Dustin said. I didn't say what.
Kind of sounded that. It kind of sounded that way, but you were telling Jess.
I said what
you. But you were saying.
Said,
but you were saying to Jess though. But you were saying to Jess though. You weren't talking to me.
I was saying to
you were talking to Jess. So don't put my words in Jess's mouth.
Justin, I said I was telling Jess what Dustin said. I'm not saying what what Badger said. I'm saying to Jess what Dustin said. So let's keep up with the conversation.
Hey, that's not how you framed it.
Exactly how I framed it. Go back and listen.
That's not how you framed it.
Go back.
I will. Well, actually, I don't even have to. I have it in the brain. I have it right here, bro. I'm right. I have it right here. I know exactly what you said. You said, don't try and say that it wasn't because Dustin said. Don't try and say that it wasn't because Dustin said. You were saying that to Jess. That's exactly what you said. Quote verbatim. You were trying.
Are you an idiot? What are you saying?
Are you listening? If you're trying to say that to Jess, it makes sense. It makes sense that you weren't. Will you shut up? It makes sense of what you're saying. If you're saying it to me, it doesn't make sense if what you're saying is you're saying it to Jess. Why would you need to tell Jess what I said? Why would you need to tell Jess what I said? Because you're trying to hold him accountable for what I said.
Because both of you were involved in conversation.
Yeah, see, he's trying to hold you accountable for what I said.
Bond, I do have to say.
When I started this conversation, I said I wanted to talk to Jess. Dustin said I was involved in that conversation too. So I said, okay.
Absolutely.
Let's involve Dustin. So I involved Dustin in what he said in the conversation. So what's the issue?
Bond,
you're trying to hold Jess accountable to what I said.
I'm not holding Jess accountable to what Dustin said.
Wait. Is it that hard for Bond to say, and then Dustin said...
I did say that, you idiot!
That's
I
not
didn't
what you
hear you.
said. You said
I
you were
did.
trying to hold
I
him as a
said Dustin
pedophile. That's
said
no.
it.
What you said.
I said
What you said,
Dustin
Bond.
said
What
this.
you said,
You
Bond. What you said, Bond, was you were trying to hold him to be a pedophile. That is exactly what you said, word for word. That's exactly what you said. That's exactly what you said. You fucking retard.
Are you
And
retarded?
No, you said that.
Bond,
You said he was.
hold on.
You said that.
Hold on.
I'll clip it.
Hey, calm down, guys. Calm down. Listen, Bond, you also threw back that whole thing from Missing Mod's stream into my face regarding that.
Yes.
Like, okay, so, well, first of all, the two are nowhere near each other. Making inappropriate jokes, like, is not the same as exposing yourself to people.
Can I tell you why I went that route?
Because you were trying to prick my conscience because you know I have one.
No. Do you want to hear why I went that route?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so Wildheart, if he did what Brett King said he did, he was under the influence. He was out of his mind. He didn't know what he was doing, and he did what he did. It was wrong. He admits that it's wrong now. He says he wouldn't do it now because that is a bad thing to do. What you did with making people uncomfortable. I'm not going to be able to finish. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to be able to finish. It's fine.
No, go ahead. You're going to say it was worse.
No. I'm not saying it's worse. What I'm saying is that what you did sober, and you did it willingly.
Are you insane? That's
okay,
not worse.
So Dustin. Okay, I'm not going to be able to finish. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish.
Funny how no one's holding Clay accountable when he was saying way worse stuff than me.
Yeah, Clay's an idiot too. He's a fucktard too.
But you guys don't hold Clay to the same.
But what I'm saying is, Badger, is that what Wildheart did, he was under the influence. He didn't know what was happening. He thought he was somewhere else. Not saying that it was right. It was wrong. Right? It was 100% wrong. He admits that it was wrong.
If I'm going to be inappropriate,
he is apologizing. Okay, so go ahead. I'm not going to be able to finish. Go ahead.
So if I'm going to be inappropriate, I should just get drunk first.
No. What I'm saying is that what Wildheart did, he was under the influence. He says it's wrong now. He's sober. He knows that it was wrong. He says he would not do those things now. What you did it willingly and sober. So why should I believe you whenever you say you're not going to do it again? Because you did it once
What did he do? What did he do?
Dustin, shut up. I'm talking to Badger right now.
Or what?
Well, let me explain myself. I was on Mod's stream. I made a couple inappropriate.
Were you sober when you did it?
Sure.
So you willingly made those comments.
Me and Clay were going back and forth talking like guys do.
Yeah, you were sober, just locker room.
Oh my gosh! So only drunk people can be virtuous. Got it.
What I'm saying is that you're calling out someone who did something terrible when he was under the influence, not under the influence now, and says yes, that was wrong. And you did.
Are you comparing jokes
Dustin,
to
why are you talking
exposure?
right now? I'm not talking to you.
Are you comparing jokes to exposure? Are you saying that there's in any way comparability?
What I'm saying is, why should I trust Badger when he did what he did sober and willingly? Why should I trust?
He told
Dustin,
jokes.
Why are you talking?
Do you realize that as soon as she started actually,
you mean bringing clarity to what you're saying, Bond? Is that what you mean?
Realize that the second I heard Mod say that was making her uncomfortable, I stopped.
But why should I believe that you're not going to do it again? Because you willingly did it.
Because I'll never go on her stream again because she set me on fire in front of everyone when I couldn't even defend myself when I was at work.
So you're just not going to go on the stream anymore.
With a whole bunch
you're
of
gonna
other
say
people,
those other things on other
with a whole bunch of other people piling on to me.
You're going to say those other things. You're going to say those things on other streams.
No, I'm not.
So what if he does? What business is that of yours, Bond?
Go do something. I'm talking to Jess, right?
Bond, the thing is, I actually felt convicted about it and apologized, and then she went on the next day to guilt.
Wildheart apologized as well. He felt bad about it as well. So what's the difference? You did it willingly while sober. He did it in a mind state where his mind wasn't all there. Now his mind is there.
Oh, it's different when he does it. It's different when he does it. No, just don't even go listen to this crap. He's just trying to bait you into feeling bad and admitting that it's okay when he does it because it's different.
Vaughn, I already apologized, and then she went on to be unforgiving and make a big deal about it again.
But why should I believe that you're not going to do it again?
Why does it matter if you do?
Because I don't go. I typically don't do that. That was probably one of the one times I've been out of pocket like that.
But you willingly chose to do it.
Oh my gosh.
What I'm saying is, dude, is like
what you're saying is
no. What I'm saying, no. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm going to talk over you. Give me 1 second. Okay.
Oh my god.
So
y'all are close.
You were trying to hold Wildheart. You're trying to hold Wildheart responsible for things that he did in the past, and he now admits was wrong. He doesn't want to do those things, and you're trying to run this narrative that he would do it if there was a kid on stream because maybe Gangster Ghost looks young. And
you just said that to me when you just admitted that was a Dustin thing.
No. I didn't never said that was a Dustin thing.
Again! This is twice now! He can't say bullshit anymore! Twice now he's done that!
Hey, look, calm your tits, man. Shouting does not make you right.
All I'm trying to say is that Jess.
Or what? What are you gonna do, hillbilly? You gonna moonshine me to death? You gonna moonshine me to death? Shut the fuck up, dude.
God damn it.
Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. What's up, buddy? How you doing, Aiden?
All I'm trying to say is,
what's up, Aiden?
Why are you holding Wildheart to some hearsay that Brett King is telling you? Whenever he's saying if that happened, that was wrong, and he wouldn't do it again.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to not let you finish. I thought you were done. I'm sorry. Yeah, but as far as like taking anything that Brett Keane has to say at face value, I definitely would advise against that.
Yeah. Brett King is like,
well, but it's not Brett Keane. It's also he admitted to it himself.
No, he said if that happened, that was wrong.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said he admitted to it. Just back me up on this.
He admitted to doing it.
He said if that.
Thanks for the love of God, dude.
He admitted.
I wasn't the only one there.
Doing it more than once.
He said.
I mean, we're gonna have to have the
clip. I only did what I did the one time, and I probably won't ever do it again because I already felt convicted about it. And Stephanie made sure to set me on fire in front of everyone and have people coming after me, sending me messages and stuff, and coming in and roasting me the last time I was on here and saying all this stuff and telling people I'm a pervert because I made a couple jokes.
You did make bad jokes.
Well, I remember that stream. So that everyone's talking about. I'm pretty sure at least.
Holding Stephanie accountable for being a gossip when I blocked her and asked her not to talk to me, and she always comes into the comments and has something to say to me everywhere I go, anywhere.
In that stream, Clay was 100 times worse than.
And Clay was way worse than me. And I got sucked into the. I got sucked into joking around because I like to joke around with people.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far. Look, Jess. I will go so far as to say that if you bear responsibility here, I would say generously you maybe bear a third. I would say 25%.
And I apologize. Clay never apologized. Clay is still trolling her and looking for ways to screw with her, and I've already told him to stop.
Well, Clay is just, I mean, like, I definitely think that if anybody, like, I don't think that we need to rally against him or anything like that, but I think it's just funny acknowledging that Clay is, like, this grown man that's in his 30s and all that he ever wants to do.
Stephanie is a grown woman who's constantly accusing everyone of trying to dox her and all of this kind of stuff, too, so we can hold her accountable for her actions as well.
Smooth
It's
radiator.
not a dichotomy of one or the other.
I'm not saying it is. Look, we all know Clay will always go for the meme and always go for the joke. I'm used to joking around with Clay one-on-one. I wasn't thinking, I was joking around with him. I said a couple things to make him laugh on her stream. She started acting uncomfortable, and I apologized and I stopped. But I still have to hear about it for the next week. I wish I hadn't done it, but I can't go in a time machine and tell myself to shut up.
Bro, you shouldn't even be apologizing. You're just feeding meat to the wolves, bro. They're not going to back
they're not
off.
going to back off. So that at this point, if they're not going to back off and they're going to act that way and try to keep re-crucifying me over it, then I don't care anymore, because now you're just using my own empathy for other people against me.
Jess, can I ask you a question? Would you stop anytime that Wildheart joins the stream? Would you stop bringing up that he's going to expose himself? Is that he's possibly going to?
That's not what I say. I say he's going to derail the whole conversation. I do not say that.
That's not what you said that one time.
I will from now on make an effort to highlight his exposure.
Oh, so you're just gonna go all in.
Yes, absolutely. With a grand fuck you.
Well, we will have more interaction.
Well, I do. Dustin does have a point, because you all know I will apologize and I will take responsibility.
I do.
Wildheart's apologized.
But
Wildheart has apologized.
No one's going to go after Clay, because that's just what Clay does. And I have to pay for
fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Straight fuck you. Just don't pay attention to this douchebag. He's not going to do anything about it. Just lay him down, dude. Just lay him down.
I've literally got less than 60 seconds before I got to get back to work here. So there's
go ahead, Vaughn. I understand you care about Wildheart. I get it.
Just real quick. Jess, I've literally got to go in less than a minute. Just give me real quick.
All right.
Dustin, I disagree with the idea that you're going to keep bringing that up every single chance that you get. It's just bringing it up every single chance that you get and perpetuating the problem is not something I'm going to support, because perpetuating the issue is not ever going to be a good thing. And just constantly bringing it up over and over again is going to perpetuate that as an issue. So I can't support something like that. But anyways, I do have to go, so I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good one. Have a good one, GG. Take care, buddy. And Dustin, understand?
It's only out of the immense respect I have for Aiden that I would even consider going back.
Well, and I don't disrespect you, and I have no disrespect for you when I say that, Dustin. Understand that. And I'll have to go. Much love, Dustin. Talk to you later.
Much love, Aiden.
Can I ask, has anyone on this panel seen Wildheart display himself in that manner?
I've seen Wildheart display behavior that's
talking
questionable.
About display his parts.
Not physical exposure, but I have seen him use drugs on many streams. I've seen him use drugs. I've seen him use drugs. He's admitted to it. I don't need to see it. He admitted that there's no need to see. When he admits, it's over. There's no need to see.
Show himself, but you're gonna still perpetuate that rumor.
Fucking A Tweety, I will.
Because you've never seen it, so you're still gonna talk about it.
So
You've
what?
never seen it.
What's your point? Get to your fucking point. Get to your fucking point.
Yelling at people does not make you right.
Hey, Dustin, come to Texas.
Fuck down.
Or what, dude? What are you gonna do? Moonshine me to death? I don't care.
Fucking kick your ass. How about that?
Yeah, I'd love to see you try, bro. I'd love that.
Gangster.
Oh well, whatever.
Yeah, see, you don't even pay attention to what people say. Yeah,
I don't, because after a certain point, there's no point anymore.
Yeah.
There's no point in listening to you, bro.
Has anyone on this panel seen Wildheart display himself? in an inappropriate manner.
Bond, it was a while ago on his own stream. He was trying to do something like that, but I think Modern.
Yeah, he didn't do it.
But
he
that's
didn't do it.
Yeah, I've seen him.
I don't think he did.
Several times. So,
yeah,
but
didn't do it.
Different.
That's the closest.
Hey, if you're asleep and you scratch your ball,
I've seen him use drugs on many streams. Heroin,
You're not
meth.
talking about drugs. You're
Or
talking
I don't know
about
what it was. Something. He was doing
you don't know
something.
what he did. So who are you to judge? Who are you
Okay,
to judge?
whatever, bro.
What gave you the right?
Who doesn't matter?
No,
Nobody-
it doesn't matter.
who doesn't
Your
even matter? Why are you
opinion-
asking me that? If
your
it doesn't
opinion-
matter, why are you
your opinion
asking?
matters just as much as mine. Okay.
So can
Which
I
is
ask
nothing.
I don't know about all that.
Badger, Jess, would you stop bringing up the past, knowing that Wildheart says that was wrong if it happened, and I will stop bringing up all this other nonsense.
I don't have any intention of bringing up the thing I talked about to him that one time. My main gripe with him is him constantly derailing every productive conversation that Christians seem to have in these little groups we have.
Okay, that's fine. If your gripe is him derailing conversations with in-house issues, that's fine. I don't care about that.
Well, I tried to be as nice and charitable as possible to him the other night when he popped in and we were in the middle of a great conversation. He tried to make it all about himself. I said, okay, guys, this conversation is no longer productive. I'm leaving. And then he left.
Yeah.
So,
I get that. I'm just asking about the other thing.
Bond, I do not intend on making it a constant thing to chase after him and shame him. I'm not like Missing Maud and all her friends.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but as long as you're
Well, you guys,
as long as you're not going to keep bringing that up,
you guys,
I'm okay with
look.
it. Okay?
I had a conversation with Wildheart one time. You're worried I'm going to keep bringing it up in the future or something, but literally, you guys have.
Well,
done
you are
that
bringing
with
up
the thing
things
you're
that have
mad at
been
me
years.
about. So
It's
I
been
just,
years.
I will definitely keep my word and not bring it up. I don't care. But if he brings it up, I'm gonna be like, hey,
He never brings it up.
What do you mean he brought it up?
People that bring it up.
If he brings it up again,
he did bring it up. No, he brought it up. He brought it up. We didn't bring it up. I didn't know to bring it up. Just didn't know to bring it up. He brought it up.
No.
He brought it up, you fucking retard.
Hold on.
I'll go post the video.
We wouldn't be talking about Wildheart's dick right now if it wasn't for you, Bond.
For me? Okay. So I'll go back and I will post the video because if I speak about something, I have the receipts.
Please go back and listen. Wildheart mentioned that he showed himself before we ever said anything to him.
He did multiple times.
Okay.
We didn't bring it up. I got no reason to lie about that. What reason would I have to lie?
I will show it.
No, I don't. I don't care what you think,
I know
bro.
you don't care what I think. You like
but me and Dustin are both saying.
So I have no reason to lie to
you. Like the dude
None.
in Praise I Am and Olive, so I get where
But
you're
he
at.
brought it up, Bond.
Okay.
He brought it up.
He did.
Brought it up
I
the
got
first
no reason to
time.
lie to
He
you.
brought it
go
up the
back.
first time.
I
So
have the
you
video
saying,
on my
wait,
phone.
Bond.
I'm gonna
Bond.
post it, and if I'm
Listen,
wrong,
Bond.
no, I'm not gonna listen. What I'm
no,
saying,
you're not going to listen because I'm right.
Yeah, he doesn't want to listen, Jess.
You're not
He doesn't
gonna
want to listen,
because
Jess.
I'm
Stop
right.
engaging in the
Bond,
conversation.
I didn't bring it up in the first
He doesn't want to
place,
listen.
so I wouldn't be bringing it up again. If I brought up Wildheart's dick to him on a stream, it would be the first time.
I'm going to post that stream, and then people.
Okay,
Who cares?
And then people can say if I'm wrong or you're wrong.
Who
Exactly.
cares? I'm gonna post this stream. I'm gonna post this stream. Shut up,
Look at
Vaughn. Go
Justin.
do it.
Justin, go
Get out
talk
of here and
to
go
Vaughn.
do it.
Go
Stop
talk-
talking
Justin,
about it and go
talk some
do it.
softball field lines.
Go do it,
Bond,
bro.
he
Go
brought it
do
up.
it, bro. Go
He
do your
brought it up.
video.
And Bond, I've
No,
already
if he did-
apologized.
if he-
I've already apologized
Okay,
from your
so-
premise.
so-
Bond, from
be
your
quiet.
premise,
Stop.
I
Let me
apologize,
say something.
even though
Let
he
me say
brought it
something.
up.
No, I'm going to keep talking. So
Go ahead.
I'm going to post the screen recording.
Blah blah blah.
So
Who
you
cares?
really
Post the
seem to care-
stream, dude.
You
Who cares?
really seem to care about
Who
Wildheart
cares?
because you're being prideful right now, and you're
We
wanting
don't
to
care.
repost it.
I
so
don't
you
care.
Can be right. right now instead of protecting your.
And all you're doing is re-exposing the fact that he exposed himself. That's all you're doing, Bond. Shut the fuck up, dude. Go post your video. Go post your fucking video. Shut the fuck up.
Honestly,
Go post it, dude. Go post your fucking video. Nobody cares, Bond. Nobody gives a shit. Get the fuck out of here. Go post your video. Shut the fuck up.
And go cry.
I've listened. I've listened, Bond. I've apologized, even though I didn't bring it up. And no, I won't bring it up for the first time later either. I don't care.
You and I had a pretty good conversation. It's Dustin that's like going crazy.
Eat shit, Bond.
Yeah, just like that. Just
with both hands.
Right
with both fucking hands.
By you
Eat shit, dude.
That video and
eat shit, Bond.
This, you're involving me and your problem with Dustin, and I don't want anything to do with it.
I didn't involve you. I told Dustin to stay out of it originally.
Yeah, you absolutely did. You were trying to hold it. You were trying to hold Jess accountable for what I said, and now you're trying to hold him accountable for what I'm saying now. Absolutely, you fucking retard. Get the fuck out of here.
Shut up. Because
Get the fuck out of here, you fucking retard. Get the fuck on, dude.
I told Dustin to shut up because I want to talk to Jess. Originally, go back and listen.
Yeah, you're
I want to talk to you.
Fucking lying.
I said,
piece of
Dustin,
shit, bro.
shut up. You're just talking.
Who cares? I'm not going to shut up because you say shut up, bro. You just need to know that. From here on in, every interaction we have, if you tell me to shut up, I'm going to start piping up. I'm going to keep interrupting you. I won't shut up. It's not going to happen, bro.
I inserted Dustin in this because I try to talk to you, Dustin.
You absolutely did.
Shut up. I'm going to start singing, and you don't want that. Okay, knock it off.
I'll go back and post it all, Jess. I said,
go ahead. Who cares? Post your video.
Can we all just drop this and just move forward with our lives?
Yeah, as long as we can admit that.
I don't plan on bringing it up for the first time, Bond.
Dude, I don't care what you have to think about me, Bond. Like, it really doesn't matter. I am whatever you think I am, bro. It doesn't mean a fucking thing to me. Just do me a favor.
I don't care about you.
I probably
don't care
will.
about you, Dustin. Go paint lines with chalk on a softball field. Go do your thing.
You know enough about me for not caring, do you?
I don't care.
Dude, you know a lot about me for not caring. You know a shit ton about me for not caring, bro.
And I listen a lot.
Thanks. Yes, that means you retard, bro. Eat shit, Bond. Eat shit, Bond, with both hands. Eat shit, Bond, with both hands. Eat shit, Bond, with both hands.
And other people listen.
So
just go do your.
So Bond.
Eat shit, Bond, with both hands.
How many more times do I have to apologize, or are we good now?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with you. Yeah, I'm fine with you.
All right, cool. I don't have a problem with you, but I didn't bring it up in the first place.
I hope we're not good, Bond. If there's any opportunity for us being good, I want to crush it now. I don't want any being good with you, Bond. Never apologizing for it. Eat shit, man. You're either going to have to come to terms with it and apologize to yourself or figure it out. I don't care.
I'm fine with our conversation. As you can see, Dustin is just trying to take things other ways. But we said what we had to say, and that's fine.
Well, do you guys sing that song? That Avatar, my avatar singing my intro song.
I don't know what you just said, Gigi.
Oh, my avatar picture. I have him singing my song. Oh, bye, Bond. Sorry about that, Bond. Have a good day, Bond.
Hope he goes and posts his video.
Jess, are you alright, Jess? Buddy, Jess.
I hope Jess isn't shaken by that stupid shit.
I'm fine. I'm fine, man. I just think it's really hilarious that I'm being asked to apologize for something I didn't do.
What I said? You're absolutely being.
I mean, maybe it's possible I jumped on what you said and I might have misunderstood something, but I.
No, you didn't jump on it, bro. The last thing I said to Wildheart that night was, "How would you feel if I put my penis in your face?" And then he dipped. Bro, I'm just. It wasn't you. It was me.
Yeah,
He's mad at the wrong person.
Okay.
And he can eat shit.
Okay,
Well,
because
the thing is, though, Dustin, I believe that because multiple times Wildheart thought I was you and vice versa, so I don't even know what he told Bond.
Yeah, no, he's telling Bond a bunch of shit that you said that was actually me. I guarantee it. And I don't care. The only thing that bothers me about it is that you got credit for what I said.
Okay. What change the subject? Jess, what you doing there, Lord guy? Watch TV? Sorry about that. Does anyone send you guys a hug? I'll give a hug, Jess. Give a hug to you.
Yeah, you and I are gonna have words later,
I'm
Jess.
working
You need to
right
quit
now,
taking
little buddy,
credit for
but
my stuff.
I'll be available in about 10 minutes.
Stop taking credit for my stuff,
wrong,
Jess.
Badger, are you all right, Badger?
No, you asked a question and nobody got a chance to answer.
Oh,
no,
sorry.
It's fine. No, I got a question for you. I got a question for you, gangsta. All right.
Okay.
All right. If you in the multiverse, you were part of the Justice League, but it was evil. Who would you be? Who would you be in the Justice League? From Superman to the Flash to Batman, whoever, Green Lantern, whatever.
Superman.
You would be the evil version of Superman. Fair enough. Hey, look, good choice.
Yeah, from the movie Brightburn.
Mm.
You ever
I
seen that
think
movie?
so. Yeah.
It was based on Dustin.
Well, I watched a animated movie about it once, and there was this version of the Justice League in Black reality or whatever, Dark universe, and Batman wasn't Batman; he was Owlman. And what was it? Wasn't Wonder Woman? It was Ultra Woman or something like that.
I thought it was War Woman.
Something like that. Yeah, I mean, there's been a few. Yeah. And Superman was like the ultimate or something.
Yeah, ultimate man.
He was like Homelander in that show, The Boys.
Know who Teddy would be? You ever heard of Lumbo? Lumbo?
Rumble?
The guy in the biker guy? From the Indian biker guy? From another world?
Oh, you're talking about
right,
you're talking about what's that guy's name? Fuck. He's the bounty hunter. He's the bounty hunter that goes through space on his space motorcycle. What the hell is this name?
Yeah. Lobo.
There you go. Lobo. Yeah.
That'd be Teddy.
I know who you're talking about because Dan McCullen, when he does like his videos at the end, he does like a T-shirt reveal, and a lot of it's like comic books or comic characters, and I forgot which cover it was, but it was Lobo.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I should have known that when you said it, but the space thing threw me for a second.
You think I'm gonna have a motorcycle that flies?
No, it's a space motorcycle. Yeah, it flies through space. Yeah.
Yeah.
He accidentally killed his whole planet, so that's why.
Well, and that's why he can't die because he's the last one.
Yeah, he's the very last one. Yeah.
There can only be one.
There can be only one. Oh, sword.
Like.
Oh, sorry.
Just like. Teddy, what did you think of that?
The Tim song.
Tim the.
Oh my God, spot on, buddy. There's few things that I would change personally, but that's why I was like adding in the comments a little bit, like trying to correct it when something about hell nervous. It's like I put, making hell laugh, and I forgot what the other one was, just to be kind of goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed both of them actually.
Bruce does seem to like it.
No, Bruce doesn't have to. Bruce doesn't like himself, so why would he like anything else?
Fair enough.
Yeah. You didn't like my Lupin song. Lupin was singing up there.
Did you enjoy it, Gigi? Did you have fun making it?
twirling his
Then you
mustache.
keep doing you and don't worry about it if other people like it. Then you keep doing you and don't worry about if other people like it or not, because as long as you enjoy it, that's what the purpose of it is, ultimately. And to share to other people, don't get me wrong, but first and foremost is the creator. In my opinion. I mean, if somebody doesn't like it, they're entitled to do that. I mean, that's just the world.
Oh,
What do I have here?
I also made this other ICP horror song with Freddy, Pinhead, Leatherface.
Yeah, that's the other one I listened to. As I said, I listened to, and that's. I think I commented on it. I may not have. I might have just liked it. I can't remember.
Oh, you
you
know the best rap I liked from like a scary movie was actually in Scary Movie when Ghostface got all stoned and did his rap and like ended up killing everybody in the room. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah. I know a good song about Dustin called Psycho Dustin, walking down the street. Psycho Dustin, gonna bite your ear. Psycho
Is that necessary, Gigi?
Oh, sorry.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, Dustin. Next Friday is the 13th. Your day.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Let me look. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
For when Dustin wears his hockey mask and start going after
After Clay. I don't know.
Well, any month that starts the first on a Sunday will have a Friday the 13th in it. Any month, if it starts Sunday the 1st, it's going to have a Friday the 13th.
Wow. What if they had a third on the Sunday?
Wait, what? Third Rock from the Sun? Wait a minute. What did you say?
Third on the Sunday.
Oh, the 13th on a Sunday? I don't know. That's not
Did
bad.
Jess take off?
He was talking about.
They didn't make movies about that.
I was dealing with freaking roaches.
Oh, sorry. Oh, hi, Val.
That's why I smoke out of glass, so you don't have to worry about roaches.
What's up, Veckel?
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Good.
What's up, Vickle?
How are you today?
That was exciting.
Yeah.
It's like, here, I'm waiting for something really. First time, I mean, no offense, Vickle, but first time I've heard you, and it's just like, okay, say something really, enlightening.
Well,
yeah, better than fighting over, who whipped out what on where and put whipped cream
When
on
it was, and yeah.
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 Well, I am here.
Hey, look, now you sound like you're on the bottom of the pool.
There we go. Now I'm impressed.
Okay.
Color me impressed. That's probably the greatest first words I've ever heard out of somebody since the beginning of the internet.
I have arrived. Yes.
I have arrived.
hey, Vickle, what faith are you?
I am a Christian, born again,
Gotcha.
blood bought.
I just saw you saying some stuff. I think maybe last night. I was like, oh, okay.
Wait, last
That's good
night?
stuff.
Oh, you mean
the
like
Pike-
somebody's
on
his chat?
the Pike thing, maybe?
The Pike thing?
Yeah, were you on Pike on Pike's teaching last night?
No. Who's that?
Okay.
Who's Pike?
Christian Pike.
Some say he's a fish. Some say he's a pikey. Just depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah, how do I find him on YouTube? Like, what's his name in YouTube?
This is his YouTube channel, sort of.
Oh,
You just go back until you find a Christian Pike teaching, and then
Yeah, he's
bada bing, bada boom.
he's YouTube homeless, and Logan lets him sleep on the couch.
YouTube homeless.
With his 14 kids.
I gotcha.
Wait, where's used to be a Christian? Here
Because
we go.
God said, be fruitful and multiply. So I guess he did.
He's got so many kids they all sleep in a filing cabinet.
Oh, he started using Roman numerals to name them. Now, why can I not get open? Oh, there it is.
Holy shit, I'm stoned.
Are you right, Dustin?
I'm stoned. I found some weed in my storage closet, and that's some good stuff.
Smoking a fatty.
I was wondering why me and Dustin were getting along so well today.
What the fuck was that?
That's him
I
getting-
do not know.
Yeah,
Something. That sounded like a sandblaster right there.
Somebody getting
It
blasted
sounded
by
like someone wiped their ass with the phone.
That's suspicious. How would you know that, Jess? Like,
Yeah, I
have
know,
you
right?
left some suspicious like voicemails to somebody? Like, yeah, I know what I'm gonna leave Bond later.
That's messed up. That was gross.
Like, you're checking my messages, all you hear is a big old swipe, and then you click off. Like, what does that even mean?
Shit with mold on it. Yeah, you're probably.
I heard you guys talking earlier about going back and forth with somebody. I couldn't tell who was speaking, but about Calvinism and whatnot.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
that might have been where I saw your comments. They were talking about that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Here is a video of Christian in a few.
If you want to believe Calvinism is true, hey, that's not on me. That's on you. So yeah.
You know what? You want to know something though? What if both are somehow right, and we're just like a bunch of nerds trying to logically choose one or the other?
Well,
You know, it's funny you say that. It's
Okay,
funny
well,
you say that because I often, whenever we get into these theological, soteriological discussions, the first thing that comes to my mind, regardless of whose side I'm on, is we're finite creatures trying to comprehend the eternal character and nature of God, and none of us will ever get it right 100%.
No.
Yeah.
That's why look. If you want to ask me seriously about what I believe, it's a Japanese belief. It's called Shintoism, and it's ancestor worship. You are where you came from. Wherever you think that started, go ahead and think that. But those who came before me made me who I am now.
Well, my statement was more or less within the Christian frame,
Well,
the Christians.
however you want to, whatever prism you want to look at it through, put your glasses on, and that's the way you see it. So, I see it my way. And I'm not telling you have to believe what I believe to find peace or enlightenment or get to whatever your version of heaven will be.
I never
That
thought
will
I'd hear a
not
dude
sell
in a
books,
country
my friend.
accent tell me he believes in Shintoism.
It's ancestry.
That will not sell books, my friend. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to sell a book.
I got one of them damn there koi ponds, and I like to meditate.
No.
Hands.
I have a frog pond. It's different.
Like Daniel.
It keeps down the bugs, man.
Do you guys share frog ponds?
Yeah. The frogs eat the bugs, so there's not as many bugs. Oh.
Are you tired of them putting the chemicals in the water?
Turning
There are
frogs
no
gay.
chemicals in my water. Mine
I'm going to
comes
play
from
this really quick. This is a Christian in a few years. You got to listen very carefully. I didn't even catch it until I played it through twice. I found this last night looking for more funny ones. Okay, here we go.
Babe, I gotta tell you something. Just please don't be mad, okay?
No, talk to me, shorty. What's up? Talk to me.
I used to be
Oh, what did it pause for?
a Christian.
Christian?
My name isn't sea salad.
Serious?
You know mad?
Nah, I'm not mad.
Okay, good, because honestly, I'm so much happier being a Christina.
What? What'd you say?
Babe, I gotta tell you something. Just please don't be mad, okay?
No, talk to me, shorty. What's up?
Play it twice.
I used to be a Christian.
Christian? I thought you was gonna say something serious.
You know mad?
Nah, I'm not mad.
Okay, good, because honestly, I'm so much happier being a Christina.
Oop, I already cut it off.
Yeah, that's funny. It took me a few seconds.
Corpse in here. Or Pike.
That'd be Dustin.
What did I do?
I mean,
what did I do?
Oh no.
Oh,
That'd be Clay. Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be me.
See, I'm kind of curious or confused about just because of Dustin's job of his sexuality, because he takes much pride.
Oh, okay. It is
Line, but his
Dustin.
chalk lines have to be straight. So how can you have pride or be prideful and also have straight lines in the community?
Hey, Dustin, if you're gonna build a shed, can you mute?
I'm not building a shed.
Well,
So,
you're
no.
scraping and scratching and screeching.
He's blowing a
tranny.
Bro, I've been doing that this whole time. Get
Yeah,
you another bowl of cereal, okay? I know there's piss in this one. I don't care. No.
You pissed in your cereal?
Blah blah man. Shut up, dude. God, you bitch more than my mother.
Pot versus kettle.
We all just get along.
No shit. What is this?
I'll
like
smoke a
bitch road today
bong.
by everybody? I'm in a great mood, got great news, and I come here and everybody's bitching, moaning, and fighting. Wait, that's
Because everybody's trying to police what everybody else is trying to say. We start off with Just getting yelled at because he agreed with me and just didn't even say the bad part. I did. Like, it's ridiculous.
And Clay,
Right?
and the same thing with Clay. I got blamed for both of y'all.
You're
Right? That's why I'm upset, because Jess is getting credit for shit that I did.
And it's your hard work, Dustin. Tell them.
Right? Like, I'm confused here. Why is everybody mad at Jess? Why? It should be me. I'm like, I went out of my way to start this pile of shit, and Jess gets all the credit? What the fuck?
Everybody, I hit 301 views. 1 subs.
Oh, congrats.
Oh, hi, Wade. Sorry, I didn't see you there. I wasn't paying attention to this crap. Sorry.
Aslo, how are you today, little guy?
Well, I'm watching, my cat on my lap now because I'm resting from a long day at the hospital for, my follow-up.
Oh, they took your blood and ran you through. Okay.
Yeah, I had a CAT scan. I've got a massive blood panel every time anyway. Then I seen my oncologist. But I was actually in and out, so it wasn't such a bad day, but it's just a lot of walking for me.
Yeah, CAT scan, but have you ever had a dog scan?
No. Because the cat and the dog kept fighting.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah, it's hard enough to...
You sing as good
All
as
the damn vampires.
this guy?
Sorry. We need your blood.
We need your blood. Give it to us. Yeah, that's why I've got a phone. It makes it a lot easier.
Can we put Daniel? What's that website where you can hire people to make Cameo? Oh, Cameo. We just put Daniel on Cameo, and he can sing "Happy Birthday" to people in that voice.
Once again, it looks like Daniel's a baby bird wanting to get fed. His mouth open.
Daytime. I'm not so a werewolf. How did I hear that? Sorry, it was the video.
The cat of your way.
Here's this other video Clay showed me that had someone actually making fun of Clay.
Why don't you just go ahead and play it? You basically just did.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me mute. You're going to play that.
I love how Clay's like, hey, someone's making fun of one of my best friends. Let me show everyone the video.
Come on.
What's wrong with you, dude?
Come on. Come over here. Oh, she's leaving. You can go now. Who is that?
Who do you think this is?
Go, boy. Are you going to my lap? Because she was. No, you're leaving.
Jess, I think I'm a better friend to you at this point than
Clay.
Yeah. I'm and I say that with a little bit of retention because I know that I'm gonna have to deal with him later tonight. But
with Clay,
yeah.
Well, I know Clay.
Why do you say that?
Because I got no reason to to be jealous anymore.
Why were you jealous in the first place?
Because he was flirting with another man.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
Dustin, please don't be too
Fair enough.
nice to me because Clay might get jealous, and then I'll have to
No.
deal with that.
Bro,
Okay.
like I'm just trying to let you know, Jess. Like this like experience has brought us really close. And I want you to know. I want you to know, like I got your back next time somebody comes at you for something that I say.
Saying you bonded. Okay.
Well, I bonded with him. Well, it might take a while for the process to work.
When are you gonna bond? When are you gonna bond with Bond? He's not a bad
I can respect that Dustin is unapologetically himself.
Who do you think is this guy making?
If there's one thing nobody can say about me, it's that I'm inconsistent.
Listen to me.
Can we stop?
Giant jackass in my
Oh,
car.
yo.
Sorry about that.
Oh, yo. We owe her. Oh, wait, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, well, that was a good answer there, Gangster. All right, let's say you were in a universe that only had one superhero on Earth. You're the only superhero. Who are you?
Badger Snake.
Who, the Flash? Wait, what?
Badger Snake. He is
Am I your
one of
hero?
our modern day.
Yeah.
You can try out.
You can
But,
try
you know,
out. You got to try out.
Hey, look, it's Deadpool rules. So, yeah, you can try out. Yeah.
And Teddy. He's a superhero.
I'm the anti-hero.
Yeah, I'm Black Adam.
No, that'd be
Hey, look, I do not look like The Rock, but yeah, I would be Black Adam. I would be the evil Shazam.
I'll be Beige Adam.
Beige. Tan. Yeah.
What about
Yeah.
He was psycho.
Slightly.
Why are you? I am not psycho. Gigi, I just have like serious impassion.
It's called constipation, Gigi. Come on now.
Well, I'm not going to deny that that's not a part of the equation. It's just not the full picture.
He's a little
Okay.
You're honest.
Yeah. So, yeah. Hey, it's all good.
What about this? What about
All right. If I can
who
hear
want
your
to fight in a tag team matchup? Badger Snake and Dustin versus Daniel and Clay.
Oh man, cage match.
Well, that's not even fair. That's not even fair.
Dude, that wouldn't even be a fight.
Right.
I would have to punch Badger in the face to make it interesting.
I feel like Dustin would just pick up Daniel and beat Clay to death with him.
That's what I'm saying.
all
you need either a Jesse or a Dustin versus those two.
I will pick one up.
You can't
I will
have
beat
both.
a man with another man. Yeah.
You can even throw Lupin in there on their side, and they're still not going to get anywhere.
Well,
Lupin would just be a nice, soft place to land.
Lupin would be like a point guard or something. He'd just be in the way.
Right. No, he would see Dustin hit Daniel or something and start crying and just lay down and act like he was knocked out already.
Just to see the dust fall off of his face.
There you go. Perfect timing, Gigi.
Oh, no. But yeah,
There's a knockout punch right there. Where am I
the
at?
guy running around outside the ring talking shit.
I feel like every time you punch Lupin, you just catch a whiff of Cool Ranch Doritos.
Don't forget the Modelo.
Yeah, Modelo. There we go. I guess vodka doesn't really smell.
It would be like that boxing match between Wolverine and the Blob. You know, in that shitty Wolverine movie, Origins. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but yeah, it's like you punch the Blob. It's like punching Jello.
And all he's going to do is slice it up, and the blob's going to get back together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it was funny. It was funny.
I mean, it'd be no different than, Gordon Ramsay going after the blob with his knives.
Hey, you know that show he did, Restaurant Disasters or whatever? Yeah, he actually screwed up his intestines and shit doing that.
Well, what also did help is he did that one where he'd go to different countries and get their cuisine and try to, duplicate their recipes with a lot of exotic different, recipes.
Oh, yeah.
And he ate something that he wasn't supposed to because he wasn't used to it. He wasn't, accustomed to it. He was actually violently sick, not, where he was going to die, but yeah, he was down for a while over that one.
Some foods take generations to adapt to.
Right.
You gotta it's not your kid, but your kid's kid that actually can eat it.
Right. I mean, everybody thinks everybody can drink milk, and that's not true.
And that's not true.
Yeah. I think, what is it? Europeans can't drink a lot of milks?
Well, anyone can drink milk, but it's just that not that your underwear can handle it,
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, yeah, but who wants to eat or drink something where you're going to walk in and scratch yourself every 30 seconds?
Oh, sorry. But yeah, my sister's like that. She can't.
I hope y'all wouldn't walk in on me. I would just lock eyes with you and shit harder.
Why does this make it easier?
Then Jess would start blowing you kisses. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
You got tears running down your face. Yeah, you're like, oh.
Yeah, and the tears are because he's making himself.
It's not like it becomes a hate shit. He's all like, I hate you. What are you doing in here?
Dustin, is it true what they say you and Clay are in love?
I don't know if we're in love, but I definitely got him looking at me twice.
They're in love.
Yeah.
I know Daniel's jealous. I know that for sure.
You did pick Daniel first.
No, I wouldn't.
You did.
No, I wouldn't. No.
You hit on Daniel
No, I
first.
didn't. No, I did not. It was Clay.
You did that to get Clay's attention, so he felt left out.
No. Look, look. You're putting me in something that it doesn't do. I have no physical attraction to Daniel whatsoever. It's Clay. Clay's the one I have eyes for.
Oh my gosh.
Like I said,
this is what Gigi's channel is all about. Man, love
connections. Yeah, bromance.
Yeah. Hey, Gangster's channel is better than Match.com, okay? And it's free. It's free.
If he can find me someone,
Right? He found Clay in an ocean of not Clays,
I have videos of is you could kind of say it's a debate. Daniel was up there talking with the PG.
Oh, well, I mean, he's an Orthodox Russian, Egyptian, Christian. So, I mean, yeah, it's hard to get what he's trying to get at if he's talking about that. I've known Ortho.
You should review. You should review some of the early PG stuff where Aiden and I are going at it back before we were friends. That got into some heavy stuff.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, no.
What I told Gigi is I'm trying to find somebody in the community that has done this that we haven't heard yet, and we haven't heard Aiden yet in any of the these at least 20-minute reviews, and then we get into tangents.
Oh well.
He debated Kent.
Now, I think Dustin and Aiden would be more fun, especially if they were on the opposite sides of the world and not even necessarily friendly.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it's at.
Much love, awake, not woke.
We have friends. Wait, what?
In low places.
Mm-hmm.
What? And they tried to say that Pikes are atheists?
Who said
that?
Having friends on both sides is not a bad thing.
Hi, Burger Pie. How are you
Hey, buddy,
today,
I'm
little
fine.
guy?
Just getting off work. How are you?
Good. Bon was in here talking to them, and Dustin says he's in love with Clay, and he got his man love.
Oh yeah,
Romance.
And
It's Man Love Monday.
romance.
Is it?
Yeah.
yeah.
Mike knew there was a day that he wasn't going to get on.
Bruce, he was here. He not leave because he didn't like the 10th song.
Well, he'll get over it. If not, so will.
He doesn't mind the Aiden song. All the jokes I have about Aiden.
Well, because the
on it.
difference is it's one's about a atheist and the other one is a theist. Is what he's getting at.
Okay.
Or
If y'all
supposed to
were
be a
to,
theist. I wouldn't call Timmy
if
a.
y'all were to compare Bruce to a celebrity, if it wasn't Chris Farley, who would it be?
If it was Chris
Bruce?
Farley.
Yeah, Bruce.
Oh, Bruce.
no,
Peter Griffin,
John
because they're
Belushi.
both idiots, and he
Maybe
always
Adam
acts like them.
Sandler?
John
No.
Belushi.
No,
Peter
what?
Griffin.
No way.
For like
Did
90s.
you say
Adam
John
Sandler, you know what I
Goodman?
mean?
I said John Belushi.
Oh,
John
okay.
Oh, you do not blaspheme like that. Don't put John Belushi in the same sentence as Bruce.
Look, man.
Bruce is Peter Griffin,
How about-
hands down, debate's over.
He's Bobby Moynihan from Saturday Night Live.
Oh wait, damn it!
I don't know. Do you remember Weird Science? That weird creature that the lady turned that brother
Oh
into?
yeah.
That's what I picture
Yeah.
Bruce as.
Yeah,
No.
they turned it.
Or
They
the
turned
cop
it
in
into
was
that,
it Up
yeah.
in Smoke that was turning into a lizard. That's Bruce.
Oh, how would you like a greasy bacon sandwich served in a dirty ashtray? Chet, yeah, I know who you're talking about. I've seen that movie like a billion times.
Mm-hmm.
She turns into this thing, this green blob of warts.
Come on, ride the train and ride it.
Brother Pie, would you like me to do a video and have you sing the Brother Pie
No.
song? Oh. That's a joke, buddy. You can imagine him singing the Brother Pie song. I like to see you actually sing that song. Could you sing it? You're a good
Not really a
singer.
good singer. Tammy's a good singer.
Oh, sorry.
Could she sing the
I
song?
doubt she would sing that song, but she's quite a good singer.
Hello?
All right, I got a question for you, Pike. How many kids do you actually have?
Quattro.
16.
How many? I let him answer.
I have 4 children.
4. Okay, fair enough. I mean, because people were saying, yeah, you have like 22 kids, and you know.
I think these days 4 is considered a lot.
Yeah, well, 4 is enough. Yeah.
It's definitely enough.
Yeah, yeah. Back in the 80s, 8 was enough. No. Now 4 is enough. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 or 4 kids used to be pretty common, but now that's considered a lot.
Well, it was me and my sister. So 2. My parents had 2 kids. I haven't had any yet that I know of. Nobody's come knocking at the door saying, hey, this looks exactly like you.
Like, why is this baby so ugly?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What happened?
What kind of sperm do you have? It's fucking troll sperm or something.
I don't know. It goes in.
My
backwards.
husband says this baby does not look like me. It looks like you.
There you go, Brother Pike. I did it for you.
Well, my dad kept
thank you
blaming
very
it
much.
on the mailman. So yeah.
Although I can't kick him off or mute him on Restream. I can't on stream.
It's the thought that counts, Heather.
It was. I was there for you. I felt your pain.
We watched a little bit of your lesson, and we both agree. Maybe you're just a little too charming, and you get away with saying some stuff.
I mean,
think
I've been
that's-
known to be charming.
Yeah, I think that's why you get. That's how you get away with a lot of your very, I don't know, like more obscure.
Well, he's charismatic.
beliefs.
I mean, yeah, he's got a lot of
Yeah.
charisma.
You got to have charisma.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got to have charisma to believe
Gotta
in
have
that stuff.
You gotta have it
because you got to convince other people that you're not just practically joking on them.
Well, that's what
Yeah,
most.
or you're just some lunatic. Yeah.
That's what most pental. What is it? Would be a pentavist or a calvopental.
A pentapalian.
Pentapalian, yeah.
A
Hey,
pentapalian.
you've got a lot of charm and charisma. I will. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of difference between
And he
Pike's
never-
theology and like the Orthodox or the Orthodox.
certainly have
there's
some
a
overlap.
lot of differences. There's a lot of
No,
differences.
no, I
but
mispronounced it. I corrected myself and said ortholic.
Who's ortho? Oh, the Catholic.
Shut up.
But the thing is there's a lot of things that Pike believes that are not in alignment. But it's generally Pike's more agreeable attitude that aligns with us.
I like that.
Well, yeah,
Realize
and I
when you have
mean,
10
I get
Christians
the.
all in a room, all looking at the same verse, and they're all going to come out looking at it 10 different ways, and all 10 believing they're the right about it.
Well, Pike, you genuinely believe what you believe, and that's apparent. A lot of these people are just like parrots. They're like doing whoever's talking points about blah 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 and whatever. But you believe what you believe honestly. So yeah,
I appreciate that.
yeah. I mean, that's
It
respect.
doesn't sound like Bruce at all. You know.
Bruce never comes on the teachings or the Q&As ever.
Bruce
And that's a
constantly
blessing.
sounds
There
like
might be
he's
a
not
God.
even sure what he's saying.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where I get.
He
That's
came.
where I get
It
disagreeable.
was funny.
Bruce is more sure about what
uh,
you're saying than what he's saying.
Yeah, Brother Pike. It was crazy when I shut down the show the other day. That's when he came on.
Oh yeah, he does
Best
that a
show we
lot.
ever had.
You're gone. It was funny. He comes on as soon as the show ended. It was
Well, you know,
crazy.
really, one thing, and I know people say this a lot, it's kind of cliche, but most all of Christianity has the majority overlap. You know, we always hyperfixate on the things that we disagree with, but they're much, much less than 50% of the gross theology. We have a lot of overlap.
Well, most people do not want to go out and like murder and destroy, and that's most people. But there are a few who do, and if Christianity helps them to not do that, fair enough.
It has prevented me from destroying so far.
Yeah, so far so good. Knock on
And
wood.
it's kept Tammy so far from being a widow.
Yeah, I promise you, Tammy's got Christianity, even if I don't.
Yeah, otherwise Carp wouldn't be here anymore.
She's
That
definitely
frying
got it.
pan theology of hers.
Yeah, she's definitely got it.
Oh, Brother Pike, is it true that you're not Calvinist, but Calvinist was a Christian?
Okay, so Calvinism refers to a very, very stringent system of belief. When people call me a Calvinist, Mark Stoney gets mad because he knows that I haven't done the necessary reading. And Calvinism is a very stringent system, which I mostly agree with, but I do have some different opinions than them on some things. But in order to be a textbook Calvinist, you have to completely agree with all 5 points without contention. So a Calvinist is not just someone who believes in predestination, but it's someone who believes in all 5 of those points.
But Bruce told me I should put Calvinist on your head. Says Calvinist.
Oh no, okay. Pike, can you name the 5 pillars of Calvinism real quick? Real quick.
Tulip.
1, 2, 3,
Bruce
4,
is
5.
always reminding me, and I'm always forgetting. The T is for total depravity.
Yep.
The U is for unconditional election.
Okay.
The L is for, hold on, don't tell me.
Oh.
Don't tell me.
Oh.
Bruce has told me this so many times.
Yeah.
The L is for,
It's right there, man, on the
Right
tip of your tongue. Come on, yeah.
L for
Don't
love.
limit your thinking to this.
Yeah.
I know that I know it, man. Hold on. Just give me a
Obviously, he's way off. He didn't even get the hint.
L is for limited atonement.
There you go.
Okay.
Don't
there
limit
you
your
go.
thinking.
There you go.
I is for
Ice cream.
ICP.
I see. Oh.
Sorry.
Irresistible Grace. And then the P is for
jelly. It's kind of like a jelly, but just the opposite. Not a jam.
Do I look like a Calvinist right now?
Yeah.
No, look.
I can't remember what P is for.
You're doing your best. So yeah.
Preservation.
Preservation.
Of the saints.
Dang it. See, I am not a very good Calvinist.
You suck as a Calvinist.
I know.
You're more like a Hobbesist.
I told Bruce, I was like, I have never read any book that John Calvin ever wrote. Not that I wouldn't. I'm sure I would be interested. I just haven't done it.
Yeah, I tried to and I couldn't do it.
The guy that wrote the Book of Mormon, John.
Oh, Joseph Smith.
Joseph Smith. There you go. Yeah.
See, I'm more familiar with Mormonism just because I've interacted with them a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, when they come knocking on your door, it's kind of hard not to.
I've made some friends in that church, believe it or not. I've actually taken the missionaries out to dinner and had them over to my house for dinner.
They painted his house, mowed his lawn.
No, we did make them food and a bunch of times. And because those guys used to get like real slim budgets. I think they mostly still do. And just to buy them dinner means a lot.
They don't even get a limit or any allowance. It's all they pay for everything themselves.
Well, what they do is
their missions.
They put up the $10,000,
right?
And then out of the $10,000, they get like a small daily allowance while they're on mission, but it's like $8 a day or something.
Right.
Yeah,
So they're paying for their own meals, but they're just holding their own money. It's
correct.
Weird.
Yeah, it's like food. They give you enough money to go to McDonald's and get a Big Mac.
And that's why they walk a lot and ride bikes because they can't afford gas or maintenance.
Now, I did meet a pair of missionaries that had a car.
Yeah.
That church had let the different missionaries share this car. I did meet them one time.
Oh, the last group of Mormons that showed up my house came in a bus. Well, not a bus, a van. But it was as big as one of the short buses. Yeah. It was packed. I was like, what the hell? And yeah, white shirts, black tie.
Yeah.
Book of Mormon. I was like, I went to the door with my shirt off. I was like, oh shit. And I got like 9 tattoos that people think are like satanic or whatever. And they've got nothing to do with religion at all.
Right.
But
JWs are the same way.
Yeah.
Before I actually started studying with them, I started first talking to them, they were asking me if my tattoos would wash off. It's like, yeah, permanent ink is washable. I said, you paint your house, can you wash the paint off of there? They're like,
yeah, these ain't Cracker Jack.
Well, I've had some great conversation with Mormons though. They just don't like when you don't use the elder, whatever.
I know they hate that.
And I refuse to call, an 18, 19, 20-year-old kid or, around that age elder.
I went through that same.
Or a deacon or, no.
I went through that same conversation with them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Zayden's here.
Yeah.
Elder Den?
Z Dizzy for Shizzy?
Wait, okay, I'll shut up.
What the fuck? Hi, Zayden.
Zidane.
Hey, buddy.
What's up?
Not much. Just hanging out. Don't let me interrupt the show. I was having fun listening.
Yeah, I don't
no interruptions. We actually were interested in what you had to say. Maybe you had some insight.
We're always interested, David.
This way we can jump on you and you can run away.
Yeah.
That seems to be the theme for the day.
Well, you're not Sandman, so you're somewhat safe.
Oh, thanks, Dustin.
Oh, Dizzy. It's Dean, Dizzy Dean.
Oh, Dizzy.
Dizzy Dean. A blast from the past.
Hi, Zayden. How are you?
Zidens. They are overflowing with zealots.
I will be right back. You gotta get a drink.
Bring me a drink.
I'll take one.
I will not, I guess, enable your addiction of Baja Blast or some of these other drinks.
On you, Otto.
That's very rude.
That is rude. But I care about you as a person and your salvation.
I gotta have that salvation.
Oh.
You know, the Orthodox aren't going to accept you in their church if you're drunk. Okay, I'm just trying to help you out. You only get the fish hat when you know.
I gotta have the fish hat.
You gotta have a fish hat, or you know, you don't. There's no salvation without the fish hat.
I read that.
Yes,
somewhere.
has one in every color possible.
I read that somewhere.
Yeah.
Taste the fishbowl.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm gonna get some drink and go get him some water.
Yeah, little buddy, are you there?
Yeah, how are you today, little guy?
I'm doing
You
good.
watching
thanks.
TV, Zeta?
No, I don't watch television.
Brad your snake was here. I don't know where he gone.
Unless you count YouTube as television.
The roaches have developed their own poison. He's got to combat them.
Oh, I have a
Yeah, because
question.
he's got a whole production of badger snakes to take care of.
Do you have any questions for Brother Pike about holy tradition he talked about last night?
Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. I still
too.
haven't watched the video, so I don't have much to comment on.
I also enjoyed it, and I appreciated everybody participating. We had quite an active panel last night.
Oh yeah, you talk about holy tradition. The Catholics and Orthodox come out of the woodwork, huh?
It came out. That was one of the busiest panels I guess I've ever had.
Yeah, Daniel was in here trying to sweet jab on you. It's like, what do you mean the traditions? Blah blah blah.
Well, me and Daniel sort of have a very friendly rivalry, and so anytime something like that's being talked about, there's always like this like polite tension between us. It's been that way for a while, but he's my friend. I love him, but it is always like that. TS. Oh, I haven't heard TS's name in a while. I wonder if he's still making videos about him.
He just mentioned that there are some man-made traditions that get on God's nerves, and Daniel was in here. What do you mean?
He did come out swinging.
Well, yeah, fair enough. He does that. I've known him for a long time. He hadn't always been Daniel. He was ortho, and then he was something else before that. But I guess he decided to just, if Daniel is his actually real name, but, you know, I have my doubts. You know.
You wouldn't put lying on an Orthodox child of Christ, would you?
No. Just say 5 Hail Marys and rub your beads and drink some holy water.
Don't talk to me about my beads.
Hey, look.
No one has to discuss anything with beads.
Man. I mean, fair enough.
A man's beads is a man's business.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's true in any given context.
In any given context. That's just a true statement. It's universally true.
Good enough.
Oh, there's Big Bad Mizzy for Rizzy. Look at this.
Wait, what?
Big Bad Blah Blah.
Dean's trying to get me in trouble. I'll be honest with you. I was a little surprised when I first put together the outline for the teaching. I actually thought that like the Seventh-day Adventist Messianic people were going to get madder at me, and maybe none of them were listening. I don't know.
Oh, Jamie was there.
I wonder why he didn't get mad. Well, Jamie never really gets mad, but
he got mad at me.
Oh well, I don't know. He might have got mad at me and didn't notice. But I talked about some about the whole Sabbath and the meat thing and all that, and I thought that would have kind of like maybe rubbed some of them the wrong way.
Well,
Dustin loves that.
I'm just good at finding the sore spot and poking it with a stick.
Nope.
Well, the thing that I noticed about them when they kept coming around, the Mormons, Seventh-day Adventists, or whatever you want to call them, it was all the pent-up aggression I could see in their eyes. It was like they're so subservient to whatever. It's just made them so angry inside. Because you can't really help how you're going to react.
No, the first time I met Dustin, I thought he was a Mormon.
Oh, did you?
That's not fair, Gigi. All right.
I thought he was Catholic gangster.
Oh,
You could have.
Well, why is it that every?
Sorry. Because he said something about Mormons or something.
Well, that's because I came from Utah, and that was my most exposure to Christianity at the time.
Were you close to Nevada? Did you make it to?
No, I just moved there because my grandparents were there.
Okay, fair.
Are they Mormons?
Have you seen a UFO?
I saw a UFO once.
I mean, well, Dugway? Okay. Yeah,
Hey,
you see
dude, go out to Dugway in Utah. Dugway is insane. There's all kinds of UFOs out there.
Hey, that's military tech that you don't need to know about. Okay.
Oh, I know all about it. I was all over those.
You know.
You putting roofs on the nuclear facilities out there. I had everything.
Okay. Fair enough. Hey, look, you think you know. Fair enough.
My grandpa still has his clearance to this day. He's senile. He has a top security clearance that's still good to this day, and he's got Alzheimer's in a home.
Could you be a little bit louder? Try.
When I first met Dustin, he was Baptist.
My great-grandpa.
Sorry, he was
My
Baptist?
great-grandpa told me a bunch of weird shit. So, okay. I get your grandpa was senile, and he told you a bunch of crazy shit before he died. I get that.
When I met Aiden the first time, I always thought he was 14.
Oh,
he's only 16 now, so.
No, he's 18. He's 18.
Yeah, I hear that Tim's basement has that effect on people.
Okay.
Hey, Dustin.
What?
Can you direct your attention to my camera real quick?
Damn it.
Sure.
Wow. If I hit it this way, then maybe it'll come out this way.
Are you trying to vacate me from your head?
I'm just trying to forget about that thing you just said.
Guess who's here? Dustin's one.
Hey, why you call me Pike? Why you call me Pike at 7 a.m. on Facebook?
Yeah,
sometimes you gotta call.
You keep calling me and Logan all day.
I mean, what are you gonna do? I get bored.
Dude, Clay, talk to Bond and get him to get off of Badger's back.
I don't even know what's going on with those two.
Dude, yeah, you need to tell Bond that it was my fault. It wasn't Badger.
About
He's
what?
got anybody to be upset with, come bring it my way. Because I was way worse than Badger did. Everybody's coming after Badger.
The thing about Badger is he would never like talk ill of anybody online.
That's
so if
not
you have
true.
an issue with him, it is. I've never heard him say anything negative at all, except about like politicians.
Well, unless you're somebody who exposes themselves online, then he might have a few things to say.
Oh, jeez. Here we
Oh,
go
yeah.
with this shit again.
Yeah.
I'm
Did you really
I'm just
expose
trying to cut
yourself,
it off.
Bond?
I didn't do that, but that's got nothing to do with anything. No, I'm just trying to cut it off at the head. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clay, what do you think of that video song I made about your buddy Tim?
I thought it was freaking hilarious. And it actually sounds like ICP. Like the lyrics.
Yeah.
If Tim listened to that, he'd probably like it.
We all float down here. But yeah, the thing is about cutting the head off of a snake. The head can still bite you, and the body still moves.
The body's not any threat.
You know what?
The only way you're going to get hurt by being bit is if you stick your finger in its mouth.
If you get too close to the body, it will try to strangle you.
I agree with
What kind of
Bond.
snakes do y'all know about?
But you can cut the head off a badger and it'll kill it dead.
Oh, that's
It'll snap for a minute. But yeah.
I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Why don't you come try to cut this buck's head off and see what happens?
It's bad
There
for
can be
mammals
only
because
one.
most mammals, when you cut their head off, they like immediately die.
Well, no, it takes the brain like 6 minutes to run out.
I don't know what the body. It's not like a bird, like a
Yeah,
chicken
no,
or a
it's not like
reptile where it like moves around, or a fish.
You can put a frog in the freezer for like 6 months and then let it thaw out. It'll come back to life.
When we were kids, we used to do that with bumblebees, and then like you tie a little string around them, and they thaw out, and then you could fly it around.
Oh, Rex, Clay told me earlier he went bear hunting with his bare hands.
Yeah.
He cut himself a bear.
Hey, look, it's like
Right,
the end.
Clay?
It's like the end of Legends of the Fall. It was me and Grizzly and yeah.
I went bear hunting with my CZ82.
Oh, you think buckshot, double aught buckshot will kick your ass when you shoot it? You shoot some bear shot. Yeah. All right.
I like what James said.
I've never actually
All those
been
thousands
bear
of
hunting.
BBs.
I've never lived anywhere where there's like bears to hunt.
Hey, look, I walk out to my truck and I see a mama black bear and her 3 cubs walking down the road. I'm like, I'm back in the house. It ain't immediate. It's not life or death. I'll go later.
Where do you live? Siberia?
Siberia has polar bears, not black bears.
Do you live in New Jersey?
That was laser sharp right there. I have to give that one to you.
You shouldn't live anywhere that has bears at the mail.
White. That's like white bear versus black bear.
I live in the Appalachian Mountains of Virginia. We have.
When
a
you say
lot of
bear, do you mean people?
I know. I mean like actual bears. But yeah,
I'm just
there are
kidding.
those kind of bears too around up here.
He's just like, I live in Detroit. When I say bear, I'm actually talking about people.
Fair enough.
Damn.
But yeah, we've got cougars up here, like big cats. If you can catch one when it's young and raise it like a house cat, it will be your loyal pet till the end of its day. Or
Don't
you'll-
catch cougars.
We got cougars here and
mountain lion. It's a mountain
bobcats.
lion. Yeah.
And I actually caught a bunch of baby bobcats. I found like where they were living in a den hole in a shed I got. And I caught one, and it's small, you know, and I was like thinking about keeping it. And I'm like, no, I better just let it go.
Oh, fair enough.
'Cause
Yeah,
it was like
a
small
bobcat-
enough where I could have like probably raised it up like a house
Well,
cat.
A bobcat has got this wild streak in it. It's just
Yeah.
feral. Yeah.
Oh, Clay, what do you do if you met Dustin? He went to his knee and asked you to marry him.
I don't know. I'm never getting married, Gigi.
Oh,
He's
there's
like a
gonna be a wedding,
long-term,
all right.
like late night booty call.
He was-
That's going on there.
He was like, let's take it to the next step, Clay.
I'm not interested in fighting your wife, all right, Clay? No.
Gangster is
You're a
always
late
so
night booty
obsessed.
call. You just keep
He's
making
so obsessed with me, you and
Won't be good.
Ryan. He's always talking about Ryan.
No, you're obsessed with Ryan.
You
You are. You're obsessed with Ryan.
you are.
All the time you mention Ryan. You mention about his cup. And he put his hand in his cup to take up his, whatever that is. Yeah, that's you, Clay.
That's you.
No, that's you.
I got a voice memo of you
All
doing
I know
a
is
Ryan
watching
impression.
TV.
What you say?
I think the real
So all
gay
I
in this
know is
community.
someone's watching TV.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me up, gangster. I appreciate
See
it.
ya.
I've got things I got to do. So yeah, take care,
Okay,
everybody.
thank you for joining.
Everybody on
Later.
panel, everybody in chat. Be careful, man. Don't take your eyes off the road for too long. Fair enough.
Yeah, I ain't.
And
Later.
don't bend over in front of Clay either.
Oh, Dustin.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, Dustin. Dustin.
Yeah.
You're a funny guy. Hey,
Looks
Clay,
aren't
he's
everything,
Clay.
Gigi. Okay, looks aren't everything.
Dustin, would you rather marry Jamie and spend the rest of your life with him, or hook up with a blind girl
I mean, that
who
seems like a
also
pretty
has
obvious decision.
a blind girl who has Down syndrome?
I mean, is she hot?
No, dude. She looks like every Down syndrome girl on TV.
I would opt for the rope.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of Gangster Go style questions. Sometimes he'll ask you something that's like terrible. He'll be like, would you rather have sex with this guy? Or, and then it'll be something like amazing, like go on vacation to Disneyland or something.
What about you always ask?
But Clay, what if you were caught in another dimension and Gigi was your father and I was your brother?
Yeah. Yeah, what would you do if you found out Gigi was your real dad?
Hi, who's your daddy?
Who's your daddy, Clay? Who's your daddy?
What would you do, gangster, if you found out I was actually your son? And then I just like show
what
up
do you
and
do?
expect a bunch of money since you missed out on my whole life.
What do you do if you find out Dustin is your dad?
Show up and be like, you
do
weren't
not
there,
have
so I
kids.
need money.
Mark on the wrong tree.
Need compensation.
Hi, is this the video you've been
Yeah, you
obsessing
can't get
about?
blood out of a turnip, buddy. It's not gonna work.
Is this the video you've been obsessing about all the day?
You are, because you're always playing it. But it is freaking
No,
fun.
you're always
It's
playing
cringy
it.
and funny.
It's cringy and funny at the same time.
Kintsugi cup to demonstrate how. A while back, I bought this Kintsugi cup to demonstrate how God picked up my broken pieces and put them back together with gold in the seams to make me better than I was before. For Christmas, a young man gave me a beautiful metal cross that he'd made with his own hands, and I will always cherish it. I decided the best place to put it was inside this Kintsugi cup, because once God put me back together again, he let me become the best buddy of this young man, Jeremiah Buckingham.
That's so gay.
Dude, okay. Look, Ryan, alright, come on, Clay. He's gay, but that's not his fault entirely, alright? And I don't think that, I think you're putting a little too much emphasis on the young. Yes, it's weird. I can admit that. The fact that he only wants to hang out with young men. However, you don't really think Jeremiah Buckingham is having sexual relations with Ryan, do you?
No, but I think Ryan might try to be grooming him. What if
he has kids?
What if
he has kids and a wife?
So did Freddie Mercury. What if
I mean,
because he did.
Point well taken.
But what if like you gave me something and I made videos like that all the time? You would be like, this is kind of weird. It's like this young boy Dustin gave me this.
What do you?
And then he randomly uploaded.
I
You
mean,
gotta look at his Facebook because Gigi showed me this video he uploaded, and he's just like, "God put Jeremiah
No, I didn't.
Buckingham into my life, and if anything were to happen to him, I would kill myself." And I'm just like, "Whoa, holy shit, that's weird. Little too much."
I didn't show you that.
Well, maybe Dan did. Somebody did in the Facebook group.
I think you did. You stalked him.
No, I'm not friends with him, so I can't see any of those videos.
And should I ask him to come on here for he could talk to you?
Tell him to come on and then explain all of this.
Yeah. Oh, what do you think, Teddy?
Look, I at the very least think it is suspect. I'm not gonna fault Clay for having his hackles up. Right, that makes sense to me, but I don't think thinks it is.
Well, it could just be pure cringe, but like,
That's good.
especially
That's
if you
what
were
I kinda
gay, you would think that would be like kind of obvious. Like, oh, maybe I shouldn't post videos like this about a boy.
That's not a boy, all right? Jeremiah
Well,
is
he
a
said a
grown-ass
boy.
man with a job. I mean, yeah, a young man compared to Ryan, but he's got kids and a wife. I mean, I take that into consideration a little bit, Clay. There is that other kid that kind of scares me. I forget what his name is, but yeah, he's definitely got some effeminate quality to him. Yes, there is something weird about the character that he chooses to hang around, but I also think that also could be like a personality quirk, and certain people just gravitate towards each other. I think you're reading something into it.
It could
I
be
think he's
because I've
projecting-
noticed Tim.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tim hangs around a lot of younger people, but then when you talk to Tim, like the maturity seems like that of like a 16-year-old. So even though Tim's older, I feel like his life, his
Clay,
life is probably
you
like on par with how our lives would be when we were 16, you know?
You spend 90% of your time online gaslighting people with like 90s style jokes. Get the fuck out of here, man. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I don't associate, I don't like surround myself with young people.
No, and I agree with you. That is weird. I understand why your hackles are up. That's why I'm not faulting you. But I think you're reading into this.
I could be.
I do. I
I'm
think
probably
you're reading
like
into this a
you,
little
because
bit.
like, why are you always on? Probably because you're at work and you're like all alone and bored, and it's just like, oh, might as well.
No,
See
it
what's
really.
going on with
What
the
happened
community.
there? What happened there was like I found a friend in Steven, and then Steven went and got all weird on me, and like I tried telling him multiple times, but now I have a bunch of friends through Steven, who, by the way, he keeps trying to tell me not to go and talk to. Everybody. I mean, I haven't spoken to Steven in a long time, but the last time we spoke to each other, he was trying to tell me to stay away from all the people I met through him. I'm like, what?
Yeah. I met pretty much everyone in here through Christian Pike. Because I knew him before this, you know?
Yeah. I don't know, bro. Like that.
Him and Dan Newman.
Gigi and I went through a rough patch, and then we worked it out. Now we're really good friends. I got Gigi's back. But
The first time I ever joined, Gigi banned me. and said, I think this is
It's
Ryan.
like you're one of
He was
his
like, I think this is
trolls.
Ryan trying to talk to children.
No, I thought you were one of the trolls that goes after Daniel.
No.
And you look like you're trying to porn bomb us. So that's what happened.
Yeah.
But I talked to Daniel and he fixed it all up. And so
Daniel Newman porn bombs people.
Yeah.
No, he thought
I
I
have,
was.
Clay.
Dan Newman used to have a problem with people porn bombing him. And one of them was like freaking hilarious because it was like a morbidly obese guy. And he just joins. He was like really fat, dude. Like fat bastard from Austin Powers. And he just joins, and he's like, "Man, I am a huge fan of your show, Dan. I love this show." And Dan was like, "Oh, that's so cool." And then he's like, "Hold on just a second." And he gets up, and he's like completely pantsless, and he's like jerking it. And it was like really small. It's like the size. It's like it like looked like my big toe, dude. And I'm like, that's so freaking funny. That guy has balls, because like, what if someone seen him in real life and was like, "Can you believe this like morbidly obese man did that?"
Scoutmaster Kevin?
Yeah.
Was this the face you made when you saw that?
No. I basically took a picture
How
of
did
it.
you get Christian to pose for such a demonic picture?
I took
like
a screenshot and I printed it out, and I keep it in this Kansuki cup. And now every single day, look at it.
That's haggard, bro. That's haggard.
You know.
Yeah, it's very haggard.
But I thought it was hilarious
This
because
is
it was
like
like,
the top
you never
floor.
expect stuff like that out of people like that.
Well, you mean?
Well, you think if you were like
gotta
super
understand,
fat and stuff,
like-
you would be nervous to like even turn your camera on. This guy like showed his face, and then he like stood up and is like, "Look at this."
Yeah. Well, did you want blind?
And then I know it wasn't any OBS.
You
It
could have-
wasn't an OBS thing because he said, "I'm a big fan of your channel, Dan. I've been watching you for a long time."
Ew. I wonder what he's doing when he's watching.
Because most of them porn
I wanna-
bombers they call it porn bombing because it's like an actual porn that they'll just like share a screen recording of, you know? This dude
Yeah.
more or less like
Like-
flashed him. Is what he did.
It's flash bombing?
Yeah.
He flashed him and started whacking it.
Yeah.
What did he try to start Only
I
Toes?
think so.
He was trying to start Only Toes.
And I shit you not, he was like probably at least 450 pounds.
And how did he get to his winky?
That's why it was probably looked so small, dude. Because the pelvis is just like pure blubber.
It's like the head's just poking out like a turtle.
Like this?
That's haggard.
You're haggard.
So what if I am?
What about this? Have you given your life over to the Darwinism? Have you?
The Darwinists?
Yeah. You can read his
Yeah.
book.
Darwinese.
And he talked to the fine spaghetti monster.
So Bond is one of Smokey Saint's friends, isn't he?
No, enemy more likely.
Who?
I'm having a hard time understanding what Bond's deal is.
I don't understand him.
Is he
either.
mad at Badger?
Yeah, he's mad at me. Apparently.
Why?
Because Bond is mad at me.
He shouldn't even be mad at you. He should be mad at me.
Missing Mod is really mad at me because of Clay.
That's not fair.
It's so messed up. Because, like, Clay was joking around with me, and I just got caught up in it. And I was joking around back with him, and everyone got all butthurt about it.
Yeah, Clay, and this is where you should jump in and be like, leave Badger the fuck alone.
Well, Clay knows how it works, though. You just don't apologize. Right?
Well, I mean, but you're not Clay, Badger. You don't know how to deal with it. Well, maybe you do. I don't know, actually. I'm not going to say that.
I think I
but
live on both.
I don't think you handled that right, Badger. I'm sorry, man. Like, I think you should have just slapped him in his face and told him to eat it.
Well, I mean, I guess I operate in a different way because my thing is I wanted to basically say, look, Bond, I get that that Wildheart's your boy and you care about him and all, and like, because that's all it is. He's just upset that I embarrassed his boy, but it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
It was me. I said the way more vulgar and direct things, like, Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand how you got the ire of that conversation. Like, why was he? Maybe because he felt like you would have apologized, or he felt like he could have bullied you into some kind of thing. I don't know. What possible?
Set liberal shit. I don't know. It's just that liberal. It's that collectivist mindset. Like, if someone actually has empathy for me, I'm gonna manipulate them. Like, that's what it is.
I guess.
The worst part is I know they're doing it. I know they're doing it, but I'm trying to be a better person than them. Like, I'm trying to be better about it, even though it bothers me.
Well, Badger, sorry I didn't see your comment in there, but I put the link in there for you.
Oh no, it's cool. I went to my history and I just found it, so I got in anyway.
Okay. I got up there pinned.
Oh,
if you ever need the link.
Pinned link for some reason. That's cool, man. You don't have to apologize to me, Logan. You got nothing to apologize for.
Oh, thank you. Well, Badger, can I ask you something?
What?
Hairline.
You're a good little guy, Badger. You're just a adorable little guy.
I'm a good little guy. Tolerating everyone's delusion so they can feel better.
Yeah. Just like Dustin.
Dustin doesn't tolerate anyone's delusion.
I suffer no fool in their delusion.
Yeah, when Dustin thinks he's at a baseball field,
I think for me, it's
but
like
he's really
I used to get I used to get kind of confused and stuff, and like I don't always know what's going on in every conversation. So like I try to be gracious with people, but then when it comes down to like you're literally bashing my character when I'm not even the one that said any of those things, it's ridiculous. And like,
dude, he kept accusing you of calling him a pedophile. That wasn't even you.
Well, but
that was not even you.
When Stephanie was whining about me on her stream, she never mentioned you. She only talked about me, which was hilarious because you said worse stuff than I did.
Dude, I'm not Clay.
No, Clay was in here, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's gone.
He'd be back. His sing jig always knocks him out. But Badger.
I think Clay left because he was mad Dustin was paying attention to me.
Terry be back.
Who's breathing like that?
Badger, did you like that Tim song I made? Tim the Juggalo Preacher?
It was pure cinema. It's art. That was art.
There's two Dustins. Who's the real Dustin?
Nah, there's only one Dustin.
One of them's harassing the other one at work.
Okay. Yeah, Dustin has a delusion that he's at a baseball field, but he's really in his garage.
He's in his basement in a cardboard box filled with pillows.
Yeah.
Dustin, what would you do if you woke up and you were actually Wildheart?
He is wild at heart.
I guess he's not going to answer. He's like, I don't like that.
Hey, they're just what? It's crazy with Dustin, but yeah, that really, song I made was so funny. Tim the Juggalo Preacher.
Dude, I don't know if I couldn't live with myself as Lionheart, bro. I just couldn't do it.
Would you try to redeem yourself? Would you get clean and would you actually try harder to like live a better, more virtuous life if you woke up and you were him?
No. No, there are some things you cannot fix in life.
And becoming him is one of them.
Yes. That man is locked in his own logical prison, and he doesn't even understand what logic is. He really doesn't. Like, if you really sat him down and tried to pin him down on the underpinnings of logic, he doesn't know the basics.
Well, he's like a child that's learned a trick that kind of works on a lot of people, and that's he just goes, prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it, and then you're just like, dude, we're tired of you. There are things you can't prove. Stop.
No, okay, so proof requires a level of acceptability. Okay, you don't. There's no real thing as proof. There's levels of acceptability for what you can. Like.
I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah.
Right,
but he's such a fatalist. He doesn't really care. Like, he doesn't want the proof. He just wants a reason to not care, and he doesn't want others to care. Like, that's what I think he is.
No, well, okay. All right, so how is he convinced of something like evolution, but he doesn't understand whether there could be a God or not? Okay, when the very underpinnings of science is dealt with under the ideal of probability.
Yeah.
Which is you can't, sorry, nothing is known for certain. Nothing is known for certain. But if you ask him if evolution is a fact, he will swear blindfoldedly, upside down, tied to a noose, and with a sink filling full of water that it exists.
Because
it doesn't make sense.
He's an animal, and he believes that.
Right, but I mean, look, there's a reason, right? It doesn't have to do with the idea that there's a logical underpinning to it.
He's not logical. He's a contrarian.
Correct, but there's a reason though, right? And if we could isolate the emotional problem, right? Because it's not a psychological underpinning, it's an emotional registry issue.
Yeah, he has no hope, and he doesn't like other people having hope. That's all it is. I see right through him.
That's the symptom, but I doubt if that's the problem.
Yeah.
Right? Like, for example, you're poisoning bugs right now, but the idea of the bugs being poisoned is not what actually kills them. You're in it a bit. You're giving them an inability to absorb oxygen through their skin.
Yeah.
Right? You're cutting it off at the source. So
through their spiracles, yeah.
Exactly. So it's the same principle with Wildheart. He thinks that being able to ground his logical underpinnings in something like evolution, because it has a scientific principle, gives it the added advantage of credibility without verification.
Yeah.
Without verification, yes. That's the issue, right? That's the problem, is that everybody else agrees with it, so he's stuck in this fallacy of argument from authority.
Yep. Which is a common trap for a lot of people. And makes them pretty much incapable of having any real conversation with anyone.
Well, it definitely gives him an inability to admit when he's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
I admit I'm wrong all the time, even when I didn't do it.
Just because you have a point doesn't mean you're right. No, like, anyway, Badger, I just can't see. I don't know. This one definitely wasn't on you, and I feel bad for that, because
you don't have to. I do think that when you were saying some things, I said, yeah, I mean, like, I think I agreed with you, and I said, like, in that example, like, yeah, what if you were in a park and there were kids, and, like, I was more so talking about why, saying it's absurd that people make such a big difference between whether something happens on the internet or in public because they're both public. And then
Dude, you came in there with a left hook and you said, if I'm drunk, does that make it okay? Dude, you cut him right above the left eye. I guarantee that was what the issue was. That's why he's crying now. I mean, it's no big deal if I said something to him, but the idea that you, right? Like, and the whole thing, the whole angle that Bond even came at you with was ridiculous.
Well, he got offended when he got offended when I did it again because I said, because he was like, it wasn't his fault because he was drunk, and I'm like, yeah, and I have a friend of mine who killed somebody and didn't remember it, and he was drunk. Like, that doesn't make it okay.
Right, yeah, and you kept dabbing him in the eye, like, go back, but just laughing so hard.
And Bond was just scrambling to sound so reasonable, but he wasn't being reasonable at all.
Yeah, no, you were sober when you said stuff, but he exposed himself on the internet.
But honestly, I've never ever joked like in a public space like I did the other day. That's not normal for me. I was just joking with Clay. So,
dude, you don't have to make excuses to me, bro. All you did was say something. I got your back 110% on this one, and it was my fault. So go ahead, send them my way. I'll deal with the hate. Believe me, I will out-talk shit every single one of them. I'm very much better at it than they are.
I think they just, I don't know, it's pride or something. I don't know what it is.
They just
what it is.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. Bond spends lots and lots of time propping Wildheart back up after Wildheart. Like, remember Krusty the Clown or Sideshow Bob when he was stepping on all the rakes?
Yes.
Do you remember that? I mean, that's basically Wildheart's life, and then like there's Bond trying to console him, and it's like, but he keeps stepping on rakes. You know?
I mean, I completely understand that. What I don't understand is why. Well, what do I have to say to have a personal sit down with Bond? I told Wildheart personally that I want you to die enough for the both of us. I don't get a tenth of the hate that you get.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of insulting to you because they think I am deserving of being held to account, but not you.
That's what. Yes, you have accurately portrayed the nature of my grievance, sir. I do not understand. I do not understand. I put time into having attention brought to me. Why are you not paying? Why? What did Badger do? What am I missing? What steps did you take that I missed?
Like, how come I don't get to fight with you?
Oh, this is ridiculous, man. I told the man I want him to die. I don't get a tenth of the attention.
Is that the only reason you do this?
Sometimes it depends, right? Like there's a certain psychological profile I look for,
and you're like, look at Badger over here. He doesn't even want the attention. Give it to me. Give it to me.
And I love verbally sparring with people. It makes my day. Got nothing better to do. I might as well pick a fight.
Oh my gosh.
Jess.
Hey, Clay. Clay, can I ask you something? Can you hear me, dude?
What?
When Maud was on her stream coming down on me, was she talking to you at all, or was it all me? Hello?
He's breaking up.
All right.
Just call her missing gray matter and you'll be fine.
I'm pulling into my...
Hold on.
When Missing Mod was coming down on Badger for making jokes on her live stream, was it directed at Badger alone, or did you get any of the ire?
He's having connection problems.
I know.
Lame.
Sorry. But Badger,
Yes, sir.
what would you do if you actually attacked the snake?
If I had to catch a snake,
Actual snake.
He'd Badger snake it.
Yeah.
like not my own, but like another snake. I don't know. I guess I'd just pick it up.
What if that snake was
If
Dustin?
it was Dustin, I feel like he would be a what is that? A hog-nosed. What is that thing? I feel like that's the personality though. Have you ever messed with a hog-nose, Dustin? They're like feisty.
I've messed with a diamondback before. Diamondbacks are pretty feisty.
Well,
and they're dangerous.
Hognose just love any excuse to bite and be spicy with you.
I'm not like that though, man. Like I just look.
You're just like I love to fight.
I do love to fight, but I don't like to pick them. Like, look, this whole thing, dear God, like you act like I take it out on people that don't deserve it.
No,
I mean, they didn't.
Well, when you do it to Daniel, I feel like that's like kicking a puppy, but that's my own thing there.
Daniel and I don't. I'm trying to work to an understanding with him. He's either not picking it up, or he thinks it's a challenge. Or I don't know what it is. We're not connecting, dude.
He does push buttons, Jess, because Dustin will be trying to talk serious.
I know he does, and I even told him that on the
Twisted
stream.
Metal. Yeah.
You remember because he kind of got his feelings hurt when I said I like Dustin. He notices things about people, and then Daniel got kind of offended by that. And I said I don't agree with Dustin exactly on how he feels about you, but I can see why he feels that way because you do seem like you push buttons. Which
You just gotta tell him like
does,
vaguely.
but
you have to be
but
like,
maybe he does and doesn't realize he's doing it.
he's gotta know.
I don't.
Like
well, no,
Tim's
that's
video
the thing
when
is
he's like the Autobots.
But like
Tim's just
I
like
tried.
talking about like burning in hell, and Dan's like, "You're right. The Decepticons are a really big issue. How are we gonna take care of them?" Damn.
Oh, is that crazy? Catcher, hey, what you been doing all day, little guy? Watching TV?
Hey guys, I gotta go. I'll catch you later.
My mom says I have to come back inside.
Something.
Yeah. See ya.
I'm going to buy a pallet of sod.
What?
Clay, I was trying to ask you, when Maud was going off on me, was she only talking about me, or did she bring you up too? Because I left.
She was talking about both of us, but I left as well. I was like, immediately, as soon as she like started playing the victim shit, I just like unsubscribed and didn't watch her.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I'm not.
It was
giving you
hilarious
this
when
if
she
you're gonna
came
be a
in when
crazy
me.
bitch.
It was hilarious when she came in there with me, you, and Dan on Saturday, and was trying to get attention.
I know.
That was pathetic.
Yep. That's what happens when you're a middle-aged woman and you're unhappy with your marriage.
Yeah. And all her friends have the same haircut.
Yeah, they all have pixie haircuts.
Yeah. I'm sure
Sandman
people
was
are
right,
calling me
dude.
mean
We
again.
should have listened to Sandman about her.
Oh, did he say something?
Yeah, when he warned us and was like, I can tell how she is.
What did he say?
Just like earlier, he's like, watch out for this one.
Yeah.
Well, where's Sandman been? We miss Sandman.
He tends not to join whenever Dustin's
Come on, we
on.
have to go be more.
Yeah, but Sandman,
Dustin's not
Dustin's going to be gone for a little bit. If you're listening, why don't you email him?
You know why they call him Sandman?
Just write Dustin's gone.
Right. Just for your email, please, but Dustin's gone, no cap. But Dustin's gone, no cap, bro.
That's so funny.
Do your kids say no cap?
My kids?
Yeah.
No, my kids don't say any of that retarded vernacular.
My nieces and nephews will be saying shit like that all the time, and I'm like, what does this mean? And I'll have to look it up. Like Sigma. I'm like, what the hell does Sigma mean?
No, my kids don't know any of that.
They don't watch YouTube videos or
I think my son knows like what a giga chat is, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Did I ever say that's
Huh?
sick?
That's what we said when we were younger, dude.
Did I ever say that?
Oh my gosh, these kids these days, though, everything's so lame now, man.
Yeah.
Like we had like Tales from the Crypt and stuff, and these kids are like making like weird memes with heads and toilets.
Yeah. Back in my days, we walked
we
15
did.
miles.
We used to beat the hell out of homeless people.
They set them on fire.
Yeah, right.
I'm just kidding.
We'd
But
set
I
'em on
did,
fire.
when I was a
Guess
kid,
who's
I
here?
watched Two Girls, One Cup.
I saw that when I was like, I think I was
Okay, but
15.
guess who's here?
Remember the internet back in the
Hi,
day when it
Bruce.
really was
Hi,
like
gangster.
Wild West?
Oh gosh.
How are
I
you
make sure
today?
my kids can't hear the person.
Oh, my
who's
headache went away.
Creepy things.
Took an aspirin.
Oh, that's good.
Remember the other day when
Well, my
Bruce was
headache
on?
just got here.
He shit his pants.
Oh, you poor old man.
What you doing there, little guy, about the TV?
You watching TV, Bruce?
No.
No.
Bruce, what do you think about Kansuki cups?
I don't know what the heck is even that.
It's something the gays do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
see,
wouldn't
Clay,
know.
I wouldn't know about that. Maybe you could do something about that.
I don't know. Gangster told me about him. He keeps sharing this video on here.
Right, Dad, you told us about him.
Gangster, did
Yeah,
you see
guys.
that video I sent you of what is a qualified pastor?
I'm
I'm not sure. I know you check your email. You don't miss an email.
Why are you making
I
it
forgot
weird?
it'd been a
What
while.
did you send them?
Well,
Did you send them any
people often
pictures?
quote, I say
Was
you
it
need
porn?
a qualified pastor. And I
He sent them pictures. I've never seen one of these little guy.
I sent them the sermon from that pastor. That was the title. It's called Qualified Pastor.
Qualified pastor.
Yeah.
So someone who's had the apostolic succession handed down to them.
No, someone who's called by the Spirit of God to the ministry.
It was like someone who takes the Eucharist.
No, someone who is called to the ministry.
The ministry, the ministry.
To do the work of the Lord, yes.
What is the ministry? Is there one single church? Is correct?
Well, it's a general term. It's really to do
Generalized the ministry. So
Well,
it could
when
be
you
like
say-
a generalization of multiple ministries.
Well, when you ask someone, "Hey, what do you do?" "Oh, I work in ministry. I'm a pastor."
Oh, so it's not
just
the
kind of like a
ministry,
general
it's
term.
it's just kind of a stand-in. Like it's
Yeah,
like,
it's not a cult like your ministry is.
it's just like generalized ministry. Like
like
generic.
devotional religious work towards the Lord
Got
of
it.
someone. It's not a cult like worldwide
Almost
church,
like
like you may
emotional
think
reactivity to
of ministry
pictures
is.
and the Virgin Mary, like that, like an emotional reactivity.
No,
babies being
usually
baptized.
evangelicals denounce the idolatry of the Virgin Mary. It's more of a Catholic and Orthodox thing.
So it's not a cult like the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Well, no, like Jess seems to be stumped. Like, oh, this man's in the ministry. Like, well, like my priest
Well, you
is
said
in the ministry.
you said the ministry, like there was like the singular thing.
Yeah,
he's
you
called
did
to the
say that.
ministry to do the service of the Lord, to pastor a church and preach the word of God.
But what
Okay,
if it's
but
like
there's
the
a lot of different
satanic
churches
church?
out there, buddy.
Well, then that's not the ministry if it's
That's
a
the
satanic
ministry?
church.
Is that a ministry?
What's funny?
What?
What's funny about what Bruce said is there's a channel I used to be a member of, and it's just called the Ministry of Dude, and it has nothing to do with religion, but that's the name of this like live stream group, and they talk about sports.
Well, ministry could have a wide variety of terms, Clay.
Yeah, well, the Ministry of Dudes was like it's like football, like after game channel where everyone talks about like what they thought of the game, basically. But it was called the Ministry of Dude.
Yeah, so that wouldn't be really like anything related to the faith. It'd be something related to sports, it seems like.
You didn't specify. You
But
didn't
I'm
say
just
the
saying, like,
Christian ministry. You just
I'm
said the
sorry, I
ministry.
didn't specify enough. You don't understand what
just
the
checking.
ministry is. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know. I like my faith is the original one, but I don't like assume that people know what I'm talking about and say the. You know,
I know
will
that's
say
because you're in
the
a cult
church
and
to
you
other,
think it's the original
other
faith,
Christians,
but it's not. It's actually a religion that evolved out of the Catholic Church, like in 1,000 years after Christ.
No, the Catholic Church came from us, my guy.
Excuse me. Yes.
Bruce, what would you rather get married to a woman with Down syndrome or a trans woman? If you had to pick one.
Well, the
I
first
wouldn't.
one he'd have a lot in common with.
Or
because it's just like the general kindness and being very patient with people.
I'd rather stay unmarried.
So a person with flaws isn't.
What was he? Wait, a trans woman or someone with Down syndrome? Like who thinks of stuff like that?
Clay.
Yeah. Whatever.
I mean, it is kind of out of pocket, but answer the question.
No, not gonna answer your question.
I know. I've met people with Downs who are married to like non-Downs people.
Good for you. Let me ask you something, Clay. Quit chewing Zins or go to the gym every day? Which would you do? Oh, did he leave? Oh, he probably had to go get a Zin.
Looks like there's like 5 people.
Everyone seems to be here. Hi, Mr. Wayne. How are you today? Look at what
What's up, David?
Just watching TV.
Hey, Jess.
David?
Yeah, I heard Jess was joining. I said I'd come hang out with Jess.
Yeah,
I saw Clay was up
good to
here.
hear your voice, my guy.
I'm going to get a pallet of sod now. That costs like $400. Because I bought a pallet last year.
I left by accident yesterday, Bruce, and Gangster wasn't there to let me back in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that
I
was
felt
a
bad.
good conversation, David.
No, I know you were in the middle of saying something, and I backed out by accident.
You know, if you were to just put this identity as a Catholic aside for a minute and actually sought to understand the scriptures, I think, it'd be very profitable and fruitful to you.
If you would stop doing the things I don't like and do what I do, your life would be a lot better.
Well, you got to remember, Bruce. I did stop by the church, I stopped by a similar church to you, and I actually went back to the Catholics because they didn't have any answers or many.
What kind of church was that? Similar to me? Like, what do you mean?
Well, it's a non-denominational church, but they have Baptist.
Okay, but I'm a Baptist. I don't.
Oh my gosh, here we go.
I wouldn't really recommend.
He's an independent Baptist. Or extra.
Well, okay. Well, I'll tell you this, Bruce. So their beliefs were copied and pasted from Baptist Bible College, which I'm guessing are similar to your beliefs because
they're a little bit in rebellion, and they don't really hold true to the true doctrine of the Bible, and that's why they were probably excluded from.
Are you part of the primitive church, Bruce?
Jess, if you could scripturally prove that your church was the original true church, maybe I'd consider it, but you can't.
So when are you going to start reading all the early church fathers and the desert fathers?
Bruce, you left the original primitive church. Yeah. You had the Pope and everything.
At least it was somewhat original.
David, I thought
it was close.
The Catholics were the original church, but Jess is saying that the Orthodox are the original church. I'm so confused.
Hey, David, don't let them divide us.
I'm confused.
No, well, I think we could both. I think both.
It's a breakup.
I think we were both originally. We could both claim that, but one left.
So which one is it? Is it the Catholics?
Well, no one can really agree on who left who.
Well, there's always been a pope
before I make any decision to change.
Well, my contention is there's always been a pope, so it's the church with the pope.
Yep, does it to me. Sorry, Jess, your church was out of the.
There's not always been a pope.
No, there has. You guys don't say he always had the power, but there always was.
Yeah, I agree. The papacy goes back, I think, to 100 or 200 AD.
Well, I heard a funny joke, Jess, that an Orthodox said that the Catholics and Orthodox, when we argue or debate, it's like two brothers hashing something out. And the Protestants are like the annoying neighbor, and we're both like, get out of here. This isn't your fight.
Well, what you're arguing completely contradicts what you guys really stand for. I mean, Jess says, I'm the original church. My church comes from, the direct line of the apostles. And then here's David saying, well, my church.
But also David's church.
But it's a proven fact that Rome didn't adapt to Christianity until 300 AD.
Succession. So we both have that.
Oh, hang on! You just proved my point, so I'm going to interrupt you.
No, I'm saying we both have that, but we kept the early traditions and they changed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so they probably look at us how we look at you Protestants. You took all our Taz and changed it up.
I think that changes your heart.
Bruce, you're going to change my heart one day.
Bruce, I think you're going to come back to Mother Church one day.
I mean, you and the Pope are from the same city, Bruce.
One day you'll feel the sweet embrace of the Theotokos again.
What the heck
is that? The Pope loves the Theotokos.
Where's that in the Bible? Oh, you don't know that the Theotokos is in the Bible? Oh! Can you explain that in a few sentences? What is the Theotokos?
The mother of God.
Oh, see, there you go. Yeah. See, Jesus never referenced to any of his apostles to worship his mother.
We don't worship her.
You guys idolize Mary, and that's a pagan tradition that adapted, a few hundred years after Christ. And it was really the Roman Catholic Church that pretty much blended all their pagan traditions with Christianity. And that's basically what it is today. You guys are a bunch of idol
He's trying to invalidate the 300-year-old church to replace it with his, made in the, 1700s?
See, I mean, you can't biblically, scripturally prove that theology of the Theotokos. That Mary is the mother of the church and Mary's this whole hierarchy figure. The Bible never addresses Mary in any such manner.
Honor thy
Christ
father and
never,
mother.
Hey, Bruce. What about this? Hey, Bruce, what about this? Mary, the Blessed Mother Mary, is the only human in the history that the angels greeted with the salutations of hail.
So does that mean we should pray to her instead of praying to our Father, which Christ commanded us to pray to?
Did you know that the Theotokos saw everything when it came to the tomb, the crucifixion?
She's blessed among women.
So does that mean
blessed is the fruit of her womb? And Wayne, blessed is the fruit of her womb. Never forget that.
David, it's a form of idolatry. There's no running from it, man.
So Bruce, in the Old Testament, was the Ark of the Covenant idolatry?
What? The Ark of the Covenant was like thousands of years before Christ.
Okay, yeah, and it's.
But they also had the Ten Commandments, Bruce.
Guys, there's no validation to praying to Mary and the saints and all these higher up saints that have this, like Saint Anthony.
Bruce, we're not talking about other saints. We're talking about the Theotokos right now. So try to focus.
Well, you reference the same meaning and value as the Theotokos to like other saints as well. You guys are idolizing Mary.
You're not
more
listening.
Than Christ.
You're trying to get away from the Ark of the Covenant thing. The reason I bring up the Ark of the Covenant.
That's because it's irrelevant.
No.
Those were the Jews that carried the Ark of the Covenant.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord was present
the line
in the Ark
of
of the Covenant.
The line of Jews.
Wait, you saying the Lord wasn't present in the womb of Mary?
You said it all.
Oh, we got him, Jess. We got him, Jess.
Old Testament. Before
So just like
before
the
God
Ark of the Covenant
manifest
in
the flesh.
Bruce, try not to have a stroke and listen. So
Bruce, I am listening. You can't validate praying to Mary with validating the Ark of the Covenant.
Hey, when he was in her womb, that would have been under the Old Testament.
Yes, so that's not comparable.
It's the exact same thing.
It's actually
Mary.
Do you pray to the Ark of the Covenant? Do you pray to the Ark of the Covenant, David?
I believe they did.
That they prayed around the Ark of the Covenant?
I believe they did.
You know why they prayed around the Ark of the Covenant? Because it contained the person of God.
Right, and guess what? God
guess
was
what?
manifest in the flesh and died and rose. So we no longer need to worship some form of idolatry or person or item.
The Theotokos contained the person of God within her, a human.
But Christ was, but
what?
Why do you hate her so much, Bruce? She's the mother of our Lord.
I don't understand how you don't get it. I really don't.
No, you are bamboozled by the puritanical thought of like not honoring thy mother. Like it's absolutely insane. You think Jesus?
Hey, gangster! This might make a little clip. This might make a show clip.
Yeah.
Orthodox and Catholic versus Bruce Wayne on the Theotokos. I might make a show, gangster.
You need to get that part where Bruce went
3 times.
And then you have to put in that clip where the guy goes, "Got him!"
We are Bruce, this is fun. No, but really, it is the mother of our Lord, and one of the commandments is honor thy mother and father.
That's what I was
and
saying.
we definitely honor the Lord's Father. That's God the Almighty.
Yeah.
So let's also honor his mother. We honor her.
And like, I don't understand why Protestants are so touchy about it, because it's like she literally is the mother of God. Like Christ is God, she's his mother. It's not that hard to understand. It doesn't lower his status that he had a mother.
Hey, Jess, I've actually heard a Protestant, after they confirmed, they used to think that having some honor for the Blessed Mother took away from Jesus. But then when she became a Catholic, she realized that it emphasizes the size of Jesus. And she also says my soul magnifies God, something along those lines.
Yeah, and also like,
can you hear me?
She carried him. Like
now we can.
God
now we can.
Oh, now you can. Dude, what does Matthew 6 say, David?
Oh, I don't have my Bible on me, Bruce. You caught me with
It's
my
the
pants
Lord's
down.
Prayer. After this
Oh, our
manner,
Father, who
pray
art in
ye.
heaven, hallowed be thy name.
After this manner, pray ye. Doesn't say pray to Mary. It says pray to our Father after this manner.
Yeah, but
After
that's
this
but
ye, our
that's a
Father
poor
who art in
example.
heaven.
Yeah, but Bruce, so when Jesus was praying in the Garden of
Yeah, but
Gethsemane,
nothing.
did he say the Our Father?
Nothing, David. Yeah, but nothing. The Bible says when thou
The Bible
prayest.
says
Is this the WWE, man? What are you doing?
The Bible says when thou pray after this manner pray ye. There is no but.
Getting in his semi, trying to say
Oh,
let's
no,
play.
Sandman's not going to come back.
Hey, Dustin, let's ask a
He's
third
a
party.
little clay
Dustin, what's your thoughts
David,
on
you're
Mary,
asking
the
the
Mother
wrong
of
guy.
God?
What's that there, Zden?
What's your thoughts on Mary, the Mother of God? Does she deserve some honor, or is she just another character in the story of Jesus?
She deserves honor in being the mother of Jesus, but that does not bestow upon the mother of Jesus an honorary title.
That's an interesting take. So he's halfway there, Bruce.
So wait a minute. But Jesus called.
Oh, no, you don't even honor her, Bruce. You don't even
But
honor
Jesus
her.
called I think the apostle, was it the apostle John, beloved? He gave him a title. His mother can't have a title?
His mother has to have a title that belongs to her by what authority? Where in the Bible does it say that
Jesus
she
called
has
Peter
her?
the rock.
No. Where does it say that Mother Mary has a title in the Bible?
Well. So here's what I would say, Dustin. In the Old Testament, the king is he always had the Queen Mother. That was her title. And Jesus is the King of Kings, so she should get the Queen
You're
Mother
talking
title.
about a dynasty or a monarch, right?
A heavenly dynasty, yeah.
Right.
A heavenly
That's
kingdom.
not. But Mother Mary was not of the heavenly source. She can't be a part of that dynasty.
So when you think of a kingdom, do you think of just the king and then there's no one else involved?
When it comes to God's kingdom, yes.
Amen.
He didn't have anybody else here helping him build. It was Jesus and him and himself alone. That was it.
You don't think his apostles aren't kind of like his court?
No, I think what the apostles were was Jesus tearing down the previous 12 gods.
Hey, would
the
that
heralds?
make me like the jester, Jess? Does that
Yeah,
make me
you would
the
definitely
jester?
be a good jester.
No, I think when Jesus picked 12 apostles, he did so to tear down the previous old 12 gods of the old world, of the old Greek world, of the old pagan world, and the old Egyptian world.
Well, and the apostles are basically just prophets that were alive during Christ's time because he was there with them.
He could have had any number of apostles. Why did he pick 12? There's 12 gods of the old world.
Yeah.
Because he was tearing down the old gods. Why did Jesus walk on water? To demonstrate his power over Satan. Why did Satan attack?
That he has
Why did
control
Satan
over the waves
attack?
and the sea obeys him.
Why did Satan attack the stomach first? In every encounter that Satan has with man and God, he attacks the stomach.
Oh, I've heard this one. That's actually a pretty good philosophy. I like that one, Dustin. We talked about that when Jesus was tempted in the desert. You mentioned this.
That's not the only times, though. Every single time. That's where it starts. A fleshly origin, where the body tells the brain what to do. The only
Clay's
part of the
being
human
abducted
body.
right now. Clay's turned
And I
green.
think we beat
Clay's
Bruce
about to
Wayne.
get probed.
Hey, which one of us just threw Bruce Wayne over the top rope? He got eliminated from the Theotokos Royal Rumble.
Oh, you're in a car wash. I thought you were being abducted by aliens.
Clay's at the car wash. Talking about the car wash. Yeah, Clay's at the
Working
car
at
wash.
the car wash, yeah.
I'm gonna laugh if it's a bunch of dudes.
Clay, I'm surprised. Hey, Clay, you strike me as the guy who hand washes his truck.
You don't
That
ever
big
comment on another
truck?
man's hand wash. What are you doing,
I
Dan?
don't think
You
any
know the
big
bro
truck
code.
drivers would hand wash. Clay, do you know any big truck drivers that would hand wash their rig?
No, he's in his regular truck.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, he's in his 2025 fucking Chevy or whatever he's got.
I get my big truck hand washed every other week.
Do you just have do you have a like a subscription where you can go as many times as you
He
want?
probably has a fleet wash.
For this one,
He
yeah.
pays 3 guys $150.
they just turn on disco lights and start scrubbing his truck.
Disco Steve.
I'll show you guys when I'm done, but it always looks so good.
Yeah.
Do they hand dry it after? In Boston, we get hand dry service.
Dude, hand wash, hand dry? What are you doing, Z-Dad? You're killing me here.
Justin, you gotta wax off after you wax on. You gotta wax off, brother.
And you call yourself a Catholic.
I got this shit.
Catholics are never supposed to wax off.
When I first bought
Badger,
this,
if you weren't here, that joke would have landed flat.
You guys ever hear
as
this?
Catholics, we can make puns. It's your mind that makes it dirty, Dustin.
You ever hear this shit called ceramic coating?
Have you heard of the Muffin Man? The Z-Dan? He's a Z-Dan? Yes, he lives on Z-Dan Lane.
He's gonna show us his truck. I thought you had pink rims on that truck. What happened to the pink rims, Clay?
Damn, Clay skirting on 22s, huh?
22 pinks. He's got to have the neon pink with the silver inlay.
Well,
Pinstriping it.
hey, Clay, what we really want to see is your toe
And it
hit.
says archery girl in the back window.
It's got
I got
tramp
it
stamp
tailgate.
along the back tailgate. It's all like, don't stuff my tailpipe, bro.
Dustin.
What?
I'll stick a banana up there. How about that? I'll stick a banana in your tailpipe.
Look at this. Look at this.
Do you even banana, bro? Do you even banana? Oh, that's too funny.
Is this your email?
I guess that's how they used to take care of enemies.
Comes
in
through
the
my
80s
truck
and
screen.
90s,
It's
Dustin.
not email.
Yes.
It's text messages.
That's why they call it banana heels there, Z-Dan.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah.
Yes. Banana
Clay,
heels.
when's that
There is a
video
reason.
you're working on coming out?
Pretty soon.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
hearing
Pretty
some
soon.
metal slap together. What's going on?
That's 6.2 liter.
You know what drives us poor folk crazy, Clay? My buddy's got a nice truck like you, and none of you guys always have these nice sunroofs and moonroofs, and y'all never use them. Look, I see that. Look at it. It's closed. You ain't even got the part open to let the sun in. Never mind, opening the window.
Yeah, you should have your head hanging out
I
of
gotta
there
pick
with
up-
flames shooting out of your tailpipe. And a
Look
girl
at
in
all
the
this
front
nice
seat.
stuff and never use it. We'd use it if we had another 5-speed.
The only reason I have a pickup is for work, and then the only reason I got this one is because I got a kid now, so I needed a back seat. Otherwise, I would always just have a regular cab. Because I like the regular cab 3/4 tons.
Clay, do you have one of those little steps that you put on the tailgate to get up there?
No. I got I got my varmint
he
rifle
has
in the back though.
He's got a
Check this out.
extendable trampoline that shoots
I got
down every time he stops.
Car seat, and then under there is a gun.
Yeah.
Because we live
After
in the
your
country.
kid gets
so you-
older, you're gonna have like a gear shift knob that's like bluey.
How many times have you stopped off the side of the freeway to drop a deer, Clay? Be honest.
A few.
Yeah.
Not really on the freeway though, but like in my
Ah,
driveway.
you lying
especially-
son of a bitch! You lying motherfucker! I know better. You're full of shit. You just stop right on the freeway. You wait for the nighttime, and then you start dropping deer. I know.
They're free.
Yeah, I know, dude. How do you think I? Oh, that wasn't Clay. Never mind.
Do you put sod in at your work, Dustin?
I do everything.
That's what I'm
Irrigation,
going right
drainage.
now.
Everything.
I'm getting a
Yes,
pallet
sir.
of sod. Last year, I bought the shit and it was like $250 a pallet. This year, it's like $460 or something crazy.
What's your submix? What are you putting in?
Just putting sod on dirt.
That's it.
Yeah,
You
by
might
the
want to
side
get
of my
some
barn.
amenity. Put some amenity.
The side of
down.
my
That would
barn.
be better.
I got erosion.
Yeah.
Why are you putting grass there?
Because then it don't wash
Clay,
out.
are you Clay?
No,
I did it
that's
last
not
year on the
true.
other side.
They'll do a
What,
berm.
A what?
A berm. Put some gravel down, and then go over the top of it with dirt. and
Dustin
layer it.
is dying to arrange a date. He's like, "Let me come to
Yeah.
your house and fix your berm,
Well,
Clay."
I put dirt down and I did like angle it away with my Kubota, but now I'm just gonna put like sod over the dirt.
Put a layer down of geogrid too.
Is it true that you're crazy?
Yeah.
If you put geogrid, it'll help with the washout.
Are you talking about that mesh stuff, Dustin?
Yes, geogrid.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it does much, but it actually works a lot. It'll help with
I
holding
know it
dirt
does.
down.
I know it does because when we do moisture mitigation and stuff, we have to use that to make sure stuff doesn't wash out.
Right.
So
Yeah,
we'll have
if you
to
put
build
down-
up. We'll have to build up to the cinder block, otherwise the concrete will start eroding.
You put down geogrid, and then you put a little bit of amenity, possibly like a weed killer on the baseline. You're going to end up with a lot better results setting down your grass.
Yeah. I might get some
all right,
in
Dustin.
here.
I think we're
They
all
s-
curious. You got to answer this
They
question.
sell all
for us.
that shit here.
So you weren't baptized Catholic, but then you learned all about this God stuff. Why did you learn all about this God stuff? And what did you come to? You don't believe in him? What do you think? It's more of a myth, or
I was a little bit different there, Zden. If you're interested in really knowing the story, my grandmother is a witch. When I was a kid, she took me into a crash course of the family business and tried to induct me. I got scared and ran away from it. Yeah, that's how I ended up believing in God. It wasn't Catholicism. However, there's a surprising lot of parallels between witchcraft and Catholicism.
I agree. We say they stole it from us. Well, our practices. But no, that's interesting because I heard a quote from a nun who said, if you don't believe she said, all we have to do is look outside the window of a monastery and there would be a covenant of witches across the street doing the same. They'd have spell books. They'd be doing, well, we call them prayers, but they'd use salt. Catholics use salt. And I said, oh, wow, I never really thought about that. But the parallels are, they're pretty much doing the same thing we do, but for a different reason. And I said, wow, that's
Well,
super
the only difference between a prayer and a spell is where the destination it's being sent to.
Yeah, exactly.
Satan wants everything presented in the same way. As a matter of fact, the whole idea of legalism for the pre-ritual of sacrifice is I mean, Need I say more? Really? I mean, we're finding cows that are missing organs, and we're blaming aliens when the reality is they're satanic rituals.
Hey, Dustin, can I ask you a question about witches?
Absolutely.
I had a lady tell me while I was working today, she adopted 2 black cats from a friend of hers, and her
Okay.
reasoning for it was because that they wouldn't be able to go to a shelter because apparently shelters won't let you adopt black cats around Halloween because Satanists and witches sacrifice them. Is that true?
Oh, racist.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. There is such a thing as a black cat sacrifice.
Wow.
Well, that's interesting. I thought they were friendly with black cats.
Yeah, I thought they liked black cats.
Black cats are an omen. They're not like you keep a black cat as a pet. You don't keep a black cat because you like it. The reason that you keep a black cat is so that you can send it to a neighboring witch as a bad omen. They're guardians of the underworld. They're not.
They be beefing each other like that, Dustin?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, they have. Look, think about how people in church can treat each other sometimes, David.
Oh, wow. The plot.
Yeah, no, there's no 2 witches that actually like each other. They cooperate. They get along for a time.
Well, I'm laughing because a lot of females say that females don't really get along like guys do. They're more competitive or manipulative.
So it's
and
a
stuff.
different kind of game they're playing.
Well, men are responsible for motion and spatial awareness. Women, they only had one mode of transmitting power, and that was developing elaborate social networks.
Right.
Do you think man was the only one sitting there taking notes after Jesus?
It's a good question.
Do you really think that? Is that something that you believe? Because there was always an element of evil around Jesus. And if you think for 1 second, the only people keeping notes were the good ones, you're insane.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, in the occult or witchcraft, what's up with men and warlocks? Are they second-class citizens? Are they powerful?
Second-class citizens? No. What you need to understand is that all these things, like, you end up with, like, the Illuminati or the Masons or the Templars or Skull and Crossbones. All these groups are the elaborate social networking of families deeply rooted in the economic system. One in particular that you might want to look into is a French family that goes by the name of Paysor, right? That's the whole idea of the monetary system that we live under today is a demonic, old oppressive system that was before the flood.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to show you guys something.
Hello. Listen to me.
I hope this ain't Daniel.
It's Daniel.
Oh, no.
It's someone mocking Daniel.
Oh, okay.
No, Daniel's mocking Daniel.
I definitely don't chant the same way he does, that's for sure.
Who do you think that is? Do you think it might be Zeden who's doing it?
No.
Oh,
Zeden is maybe if he went on a bender. If he went on if he went on a bender for like a month and on crack, heroin, and a bunch of whores, that could be Zeden.
That's exactly how I sound after I do that, Dustin. How did you know that?
Because imitation is the most sincere form of flattery, and I think David likes you.
Clay. Clay.
Maybe it's Clay.
He's the one who.
No, that wasn't Daniel. That was someone making fun of Daniel.
Yeah, no. It was Clay who sent the video to me. I think it was him.
Clay, you rock with Cat? You rock with Caterpillar?
Well, the craziest part was that person later in the video. They're like, "I lack any self-awareness," and just, dude, come on, leave him alone.
He's just jealous of Clay's.
It's Clay's just jealous of all the attention Daniel gets.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Y'all be showing the skies in a lot of your video, and the California sky be looking how I imagine it would, and that sky right there looks like some Field of Dreams sky or something, like some Midwest. Funny how the sky be looking different in certain places.
Yeah.
Right, Dustin?
What's that?
See? Even Dustin.
I want to see what the Utah sky looks like. That must be a nice skyline.
I have a question for you, Steve.
For me?
What do you think of this preacher video I have of your boy?
Yeah, that's my boy. Tim's my boy.
Do you like the insane Clay party song of him, or the Teme the Gigolo?
The Gigolo preacher for sure.
Yeah, he is the Gigolo preacher.
Who's the Gigolo preacher?
A Gigolo and a Juggalo.
The Juggalo preacher.
Gigolo.
Hey.
So Jess, what do you think of the tradition teaching last night?
I think that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
We can hear you.
Well, that was like $450. I should have brought my fucking trailer.
I don't know, David. Like I talked to my wife about watching it together with her because I didn't catch the whole thing. But I told her some of the beats of like what he believes in, and she's like, "Why?" I think Pike is just so like easy to talk to that it's very easy for him to push back and have some crazy ideas. So I just think that's just how it rolls. It's kind of like really pretty girls aren't used to people arguing with them. You know?
You think Pike's a really pretty girl?
No, I'd say he's got like a little bit of swagger.
You got him
maybe.
there, D-Dead.
I didn't mean it like that.
Got him.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
No, I just think that he's good at charming people and talking to people, so he probably gets away with a lot more than people who don't have those skills.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, coincidentally, after that teaching last night, I woke up this morning and Trent Horn. I don't love his content, but he's a Catholic apologist. He had a video on the most popular current heresy, so I clicked on it to see what it was, and it's oneness. Who's saying oneness is becoming popular? I think there's like over 7 or 70 million people who practice it.
I've been hearing that lately. Yeah, I've been hearing that it's coming back. I'm bringing oneness back.
These Trinitarians don't know how to act.
Oh my gosh. Old heresies return over and over.
Oh no.
But that's another thing about that sola scriptura. They say the Bible reads itself, and it's like, well, how do you get people who believe in the Trinity and people who don't if it's so sola scriptura?
Well, because reading itself is not a way of saying interpretation.
Agreed.
Right? Like I've never seen a group full of roofers agree on any one method on how to roof a roof. But you put any one of them on any individual roof and it'll get done.
Correct.
So, yeah, I don't know.
If you have a foreman, then that helps them all work together and know what's getting done, right?
But the foreman doesn't take like the picture of the roof and give it to the individuals. Instead, he takes the pictures from the individuals and arranges it into a roof. He has to work with what he has. He doesn't get from what he has. He has to make from what he has.
Look at this.
Is that you?
That's Aiden as Ronald McDonald.
That looks like
That's
you.
Ronald McDonald. That's Ronald McAden.
Look at it. He got some thumbs up for you. He agrees.
Here, hey, Gigi, can you check your email and put this image on the screen for me?
Okay.
Oh, you email Gangster, but you don't email Z then. I'm
I
bad.
need to get yours. But I don't know if I want to be in that hot seat, man.
Where's your email? Oh, there it is.
You got to go watch my review video, Jess. There's like 15 people who all had fun in the den.
You know what's funny there,
I'll check it
Z-Den?
out.
What's up, brother?
The way that humans use the wording of the mark in the Bible, because the mark of the beast doesn't only refer to the mark that's taking in the hand or on the head, but it's also a mark that a demon places on you to assign value.
What do y'all think about this?
And also, from my bad understanding, I've heard that the original manuscript, they don't know if it's 666 or 616.
616, yes, this is true. There are many incantations that are centered around that number.
And I've also I've heard non-denominational people. I asked them if they make the sign of the cross, and then they said no, and I said why not, and then they sent me some videos saying that it's the mark of the beast, and the Catholics are the whore of Babylon. Because you
Probably
touch
one
your
time.
forehead to start it, and the mark of the beast says something about the forehead. I'm like, you guys read the Bible? Ridiculous.
David, they probably think that because they did that one time, and their lesbian priestess flew out a window or something. Hey, David, what do you think about this picture that Logan just put up?
Can scripture be misinterpreted? Yes. So there's a normative authority. Yes. What is it? Scripture. Yeah. That's just all scripture debate.
It's the Bruce hierarchy. It's the Bruce. Yeah, it's the Bruce cycle.
Hey! You don't want to be giving women the idea. Okay, they already have a cycle.
Right.
Don't tell them that, Dustin.
Right? No, I won't be telling Bruce that.
Oh my gosh. Try not to tell him anything.
I forget. Hey, Frank. Welcome, brother. Long time no see.
He can be frank with us.
He always is.
I love Frank. How's he?
Frank the Tank. Frank the Tank.
You watching Old School on you.
What about
I like you, but you're crazy.
Zayden, what if they decide make you vote for you to be a saint? Please, Patrick.
Hey. I better start shaping up then if I'm going to be a saint. Gotta get my stuff together, huh? Badger Snake.
Yeah. All the saints had like 6-pack abs, man. You really gotta get on your nutrition. You gotta start running every day. You gotta get there. You gotta get there, man.
Yeah, he put that. What do you think about? Yeah.
God will call me Saint No Feathers. My father used to call me Chief No Feathers, and he said because to be a chief, you gotta have at least one feather.
Was there any gangster saints? You'd be the first gangster saint.
Yeah, a lot of them are gangsters, not in the modern sense, but the martyrs and zealots that they were.
Dude, the reason that you were a saint was because you bucked orthodoxy and you took mercy on those that society decided were abandoned causes.
Well, that's one thing. That's one thing, Dustin. Us Catholics, we get the bad rap for the Crusades and stuff, and Daniel just soaks it all up. He's like, "Yeah, we didn't do all that," and I'm like, "Yeah, but we did all that to save and protect you guys." So isn't that the same by proxy?
Not exactly the same, but the goal,
but David, we still lost Constantinople.
I mean, you're making an ends justifies the means argument there. I don't know if I can. I don't know.
You did Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Say,
David, you guys
Well, I'm
were
just
like,
saying,
we'll
Dustin, it's
save
not
you
like he-
after Constantinople gets taken over by the Turks. Then we'll help you.
Muslims did, and Catholic Church did stop Islam from taking over the world. Is that right, Zedon?
We're trying. We're like Dr. Evil. $1 billion.
That's not a lot anymore.
Stopped them from taking over the world like 3 times, I think.
The Islam, yeah, that's true, gangster, huh?
Yeah, it was you. You led the Catholic army to stop it.
In spirit.
Yeah. Oh, but then what do you think about Brother Pike said that
someone drew Jess over the top rope. Only 3 remaining in the Royal Rumble.
Oh, he'll be back. I wonder why Frank isn't coming back in here.
I know Frank. I haven't seen Frank on a panel in a long time. He used to drive around in his car with the Florida sun.
Yeah. What the? Wait, did you? I think the things kick.
So, no, but the thing is, though.
That's why I think.
Hey, Dutch, I gave Gangster a new show idea. He Gangster has people on, and he just asked them, "Hey, what did Jesus mean by this in the Bible?" And then he asked them something Jesus said in the Bible.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a funny show. Just a bunch of different people saying what Jesus meant, but most of them butchering it. You know.
Zedon. I forgot what I was going to say.
What's up, Gangster?
Oh, Zedon. Yeah, he said that I'm busy working on my house doing paint. Oh, he's busy.
Well, the question me and Dustin want to know is: Do you tape the corners, or are you by hand?
Do you use caulking or water seal?
What about you? Do you tape when you paint or no?
Oh yeah, I always tape. Yeah.
I do too. The guys who don't hate on us so bad.
Well, they don't want to take time to do the prep work. They think they can just white knuckle it. In some cases, if you're good with your knife, you can do it, right?
I've seen if you can cut it in. I've seen a few guys, they cut pretty good. And I'm like, damn, that's pretty smooth.
Right, but
Zedon. I was gonna say, what do you think he said that you guys sent in the army to fight?
It's just me and you, Gangster. I'm gonna have to throw you over the top rope. I'm gonna win the Royal Rumble.
Well, what do you think he said that you guys sent in the army to fight against Islam makes you not the Church of Christ?
No.
Is that true? Oh. Dustin would know.
What did I do?
Nothing. Oh, look what Frank said. I take my time with paint work and do it right. Oh, sorry. But Zedon, what do you think of that song I made of Timmy? It was so funny. What do you think, Zedon? He loved the song. Do you, Dustin?
I kind of liked him, Gigi.
Oh, I liked him too. It's just fun joking with him.
I liked your song. It was okay.
I joke with the Aiden.
I know. I've seen
the
stuff you do with Aiden.
Yeah, I got those from you, Dustin. You gave me the ideas for those.
Did you ever get him a syrup squirt gun?
I couldn't find.
Hey, Dustin, you like being the star in all the thumbnails?
I'm sorry?
Do you like being the star in all Gigi's thumbnails?
I've noticed that. He's been putting me in a lot of the thumbnails lately. He's always got me in like a Reaper costume, bro. It's like...
I put you on one guy, and the other guy I put Bird Pike on. that put me on one shoulder and what's Azzo on the other guy's shoulder.
So Dustin, did you ever finish your story about your God? So you said you believed in God because you got scared by the demons. So do you believe in God, just not the biblical God?
No, I believe in God. I believe in the Christian God. I believe in Jesus Christ. I just didn't know it was him who was pulling me out of the fire.
Amen. Amen. That's super interesting. I was actually telling my sister because I used to enjoy horror movies like Annabelle and all that stuff, and I was like, people do, and I noticed they are interested in the evil and all that, but not everyone considers the alternative or the opposite or where that evil comes from.
Well, you see, the thing is, the thing is, Zden, okay, most people invite evil into their life. It was the other way around.
Knowing or unknowingly?
No, that's the thing, Zden, is you know the nature of what you're asking for, right? If there's nothing else, you know exactly what the nature is of what you're asking for. It doesn't mean you're going to get it, but you understand fully the consequence, the goal, and the principle in what endeavor you're engaging in. So if you didn't know it was evil, then it's based on ignorance, and ignorance is no excuse. Because I can trick you in your ignorance to agreeing to things that are evil. And with every degree that I gain through agreement, I also gain a degree of control.
Hey, Sandy.
Hey, what's up?
Well, welcome to the Gangster Goes Royal Rumble.
How are you?
Oh, is it a Royal Rumble today?
We missed you.
Title Royal Rumble. Let's get
It was crazy earlier. Badger Snake and Dustin got an argument with Bond and Bruce was here.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out.
Uh-huh. Oh, why do you always instigate arguments, Dustin?
What?
Why do you always instigate arguments? Like, what's the problem? I don't get it.
No, are you instigating an argument right now?
Nope. It's a question.
Yeah, it's a question that might instigate an argument. You know that the whole premise of your question is that I'm going to instigate an argument, and then you ask me about instigating an argument. It kind of becomes a self-proving prophecy.
A self-proving prophecy. You like that, eh, Gangster? Gangster's like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same man. What do you think of the teaching from last
The teaching? Well, I came in late. I came in too late. I didn't catch most of it. Yeah.
It was crazy. And yeah, it was crazy.
Why
today.
is it crazy? What happened?
Well, I
today?
did a song about. Well, I did a song about Tim, about him being a gigolo preacher.
Oh yeah, he's going to be a gigolo preacher. That's fantastic.
Hey, Sandy, me and Jess just zealoted Bruce up about the Theotokos.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and then we threw him over the top rope and eliminated him from the Royal Rumble.
Oh, jeez. I missed everything today.
I don't understand the people. The people saying, man, it's how do they not honor and respect the mother of our Lord?
Well, yeah. Oh, you mean like how do they believe in half the stuff and not the other half? That kind of stuff?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
Right.
Are you telling me that nothing could be added that someone would be confused about and believe in because it sounded good?
It's what are you talking
Oh no, that happened all the time. That's heresies and stuff.
Right. So, but it couldn't be just a really good heresy that makes it past everybody.
No, because then that would disprove what Jesus said, that the Holy Spirit will guide us into all truth and defend us from the gates of Hades.
I don't understand.
There's a lot of people out there that are confused if we're guided to all truth there.
No, I agree. But if you come to Holy Mother Church, then you'll have the fullness of the truth.
It's like a corporation. Like if we just do an analogy, like every time I throw an analogy of McDonald's corporation, like it's
he says the Catholics are McDowell's, Dustin. Just so you know this analogy, I love that.
You know, a company has rules. A company has managers. A company has a CEO. A company has
stockbrokers. That's the females.
Do you know what else also has all those things? A cult. Shut up, Sandman. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, but they always steal our stuff, Dustin.
Hold on.
Like
in his world, it's a cult. In our world, it's Christianity. But we're not talking about the same corporation here. But all we're trying to establish is that look at it, think of it as a corporation. That's all.
No, you don't look at it like a corporation. I'm not tracking hours. I'm not trying to get paid for my labor. Shut up, Sandman. This is a family. It is our Father in heaven, not our employment agency in heaven.
Yeah, but you got to understand, Dustin. So, like, you could use an analogy for like a corporation with families. Like, my dad was the owner and CEO, and we were the managers. And my mother would have been a manager, and the children are, the employees. And
what would be the service or product you guys gave? Right. See, there's the problem. You don't have all the elements. You can't consider yourself a corporation. This is not a corporation. This is a religion. God is our Father in heaven, and we are a part of a family. Matter of fact, the church is meant to be the bride, not the corporation.
Yeah. Like I said, my mother was the manager. The church is the manager. For Jesus, the owner.
No, I'm sorry. Mother is not a manager.
The mom definitely manages the home, Dustin.
Okay. No. Well, what I was going to say was the ecumenical councils, if you want to look at them as meetings, corporate meetings, deciding what the company will do next. Are we taking out or we're adding? Oh, Zidane, are we adding bacon to the burgers this coming promotion? We are, right? Right.
Yeah, we're doing that to differentiate ourselves from the Muslims because they can't eat pork.
I believe. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah.
Right. So this is what we decide. We're all good on that. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's an ecumenical council. I'm just trying to make.
No. Then by that logic, I should be able to go and worship Jesus on the front steps of McDonald's. Shut the fuck up, you fucking retard.
Well, in this example, Dustin, say like it's Walt Disney's company, and Walt Disney was God, and then Jesus, and then after Jesus died, like Walt Disney. Nowadays, Walt Disney company isn't doing the stuff that Walt Disney would propose or is his values, hypothetically speaking, and then some.
Well, then it's not the same thing, Zidane. Okay,
well, no,
if you stray away from the formula, the product suffers. That's the bottom fucking line. You can't tell me that the principles change.
I agree.
And that the core of whatever the thing is remains. It doesn't work like that. I'm sorry.
How does it work, Dustin? You tell us.
I'm trying to tell you, it doesn't work through corporation. I'll tell you that much.
We said not corporate, like a corporation.
No, not even like a corporation. Nothing like a corporation.
Nothing like a corporation.
No, because you're not in a position where you can take authority. I'm not going to submit myself to something where you make an arbitrary decision and I got to live with it. You can eat a flying Frosty right off the end of my petted little freaking stick. I do not care. I'm not submitting to your authority because you think it's a corporation.
You will submit. You hear me?
No, I will not. I absolutely will not. I will cut your head off before I submit to you. That is the bottom line.
You are submitting to the Sandman.
Not to you. Not gonna happen. You're insane. No, this is not a corporation. This is a family. If we have dispute, we bring it to our father. He makes the decision. This is not
Does
about
a
a
family-
corporation.
Does a family have a mother and a father?
Does a family have a mother and a father? Or, like, what do you mean? Not all families have mothers and fathers. Some surrogate families come together out of necessity.
Okay. Usually, what is the
I mean, I'm not going to hold the whole shot accountable for what the norm is. I'm not committing that fallacy.
Well, let's go with the biblical normacy. What is it? What's the biblical norm?
You want me to? Okay, I can differentiate, I suppose. A father, a mother, and children.
Okay, so is the father and the mother the head of the children?
Head of in what respect?
The authority?
Like
in the
do
household?
you mean like the prodigal son?
No, like
were,
this.
were they the head of that child?
No, listen.
No, you listen. No, you listen. If you're gonna say that, so what if they're in that position? That doesn't mean anything to the kid that didn't listen, does it?
Slap him across the face.
Yeah, see, that's when you're gonna get your head cut off, Sandman. If you were to raise your hand to me, I promise you that the response would be unequal and completely off measure. I would bury you.
To be home by 7 o'clock, didn't I?
Yeah, and you wouldn't be home ever again, Sandman. I promise you that. You'd fall asleep and never wake up.
I have a question, Sandman. And Zedin, who I heard earlier, Marxism. It was I heard from Pigsy earlier. She said there was this guy Marxism or something, I forgot, who said that try to separate Christianity from the Old Testament.
They
Have
run
you heard
off.
of that? It was an ancient.
They run off
What
the
do you
Old
think?
Testament.
No, they try to separate Christianity from the Old Testament.
Okay.
Say it's different, and try to say that Jesus came from a different God or something. Have you ever heard of this? Oh, this sound like a
That
heresy?
does sound like a heresy.
Big
she
time
talked about it
gangster. That's
earlier,
a big time heresy.
It's a big time, man.
Marxism.
Marxism.
I forgot what it's called. It was up. It was up there same time as
Oh
Arianism.
yeah, sure. Nestorianism.
Have you ever?
All those heretics. Yeah, yeah. We already kicked them to the recycling bin.
Hey, isn't it amazing that they keep popping back up, Sandman? I find it interesting.
Sure, but this is what they use. This is what dispensationalists do. They use like early patristic writers who were then called heretics.
Sandman, you'll turn around and say
the
the earlier a thing is, the more accurate it is. But then when it goes against your arbitrary agreement, you'll turn around and say that it was too early, it wasn't developed properly. You are a hypocrite. Stop taking the stance that you would argue against if it was you on the other end. You hypocritical garbage bag.
We have councils and meetings and corporate meetings where we filter out this stuff like a company, right? What are we going to decide on? What is this? What is that? See what I'm saying? We have meetings, brother. Meetings. We all get together.
What you mean is everyone listens to me and we adjust the narrative. So whenever there's a question asked, we're all in harmony. That's what you mean, Sandman.
No.
What you mean is plausible deniability because everybody's going to lie the same. Just shut up, Sandman. You are a Satanist.
Well, everyone
You
is
really
gonna-
are. It's very obvious by the methods that you use and the descriptions that you take in order to establish a church that's actually built on a system of corporate lies, greed, and ignorance. Just shut your mouth, Sandman. You
And what
heretic piece of garbage.
Did you hear that, DG? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Did you hear what he just called me? Oh.
A hairy tick?
Yo, bro, he called me a hairy tick.
A cross-dressing heretic.
Yeah. Oh,
A Satanist cross-dressing heretic.
Oh, damn. That is off. But it's okay. It's okay. It's all good. But here's the thing, Dustin. You got to understand. There's order. There's people of authority. Keys to the kingdom was given.
You're not authority. You're not order. You don't know what you're talking about, Sandman.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
clergy,
these are Satanistic principles. They're not church principles. They're your garbage, and I reject it on the face of it. You're a Satanist. Okay. You're a cross-dressing Satanist. I got your number. I'm exposing you slowly. Eventually, these people are going to see the truth.
Cute.
Good AJ's here. Hi,
Who's
good AJ.
Who's bad? Oh, good AJ. What's up, AJ? Hey, listen, AJ, are you a Satanist? What are you? What's going on here?
No.
Are you a cross-dressing Satanist? You belong to a corporation?
No.
Damn. So,
Well,
go ahead, G.
Simon, here's this new movie trailer came out today, called Black Phone 2. It looks better than the
Black
first
Bone? I take
F-
Dustin to go see that
H-
movie.
Yeah. Part 2, it looks better than the
I'd
first
scare him in the theater. I'd be like, boo. Dustin would pee in his pants.
Oh, I made a song about Tim. It was
Oh, yeah.
funny. What I called the insane play party. The other one was called Timmy, the Juggalo preacher.
Wow. So you made a song on it? What's the title of the movie you said?
Yeah.
Black Bone.
Oh, the movie's called Phone 2.
Oh.
Part 1 was pretty good, but Part 2
Oh,
was a lot
phone.
better.
Like a phone? Like
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Phone 2.
Is
Let
that
me see. Did I
crazy?
see the first one? I'm not even sure. No.
The first one had, and this one had, what's his name? I forgot his name.
Oh,
Ethan Hawke.
Black
Yeah,
Phone.
that's it.
Black Phone 2.
Yeah.
I never.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Is
just
that
pulled up the
crazy?
trailer. I'm gonna watch it after to see what if it catches my interest.
It looks good.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah. You know what else looks good? Strangers Chapter 2 comes out in September. That looks good. And next month, July, I Know What You Did Last Summer, Rico,
Yeah.
they call it. That looks
Do you
good
know,
too.
Zeden,
Yeah.
what actually inhabits the body?
My soul, baby.
No, well, I mean, okay, yes, your soul, right?
Nice,
But
I got it right.
a demon can possess you, but what inhabits you? What is it?
The evil.
No, the spirit.
Yeah, but a cool little fact that most people don't know, Dustin, and I think you'd agree with this. You actually can't sell your soul to the devil because God.
That's
God.
true. That's true. This is true. This is true. But that's not
That
what
was
I'm
cool when
talking
I
about,
found that
Zeden.
out.
Zeden, I'm trying to point to something here.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
like in the Bible, when the demons were commanded out of the body, there's a common misconception here, right? It wasn't the demons that fled the body; it was the spirits that fled the body and inhabited the pigs. The demons were not in the body.
You're saying that the demonic spirit was in the body.
Well, I don't know that you could call it a demonic spirit. It would be an evil spirit because the Holy Spirit descends upon you with a spirit of peace, a spirit of wealth, a spirit of health, right? It's always a separate spirit that the Holy Spirit bestows. It's
Yeah,
the
I
same
felt that
principle. It's the same principle in reverse.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I asked a question yesterday. Can a demon, if possessed by a demon, can the demonic spirit look at another human being and toss him across the room like you see in the movies?
Again, you have
A
to
house
listen
divided
to what
cannot
I said.
stand, Sandman.
Listen to what I said yesterday, Sandman. I'm going to repeat it again. Yes, this can happen if the body accepts it.
You're wrong.
Okay, because you know based on what, Sandman?
Based on real exorcisms and talking to people who perform them.
So secondhand.
Secondhand.
Were you in the room when this so-called?
Yes.
I don't.
I
Okay.
slept
saw-
in a girl's house. She was possessed.
What did you see?
Oof, you don't want to, bro.
See, there you go. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Sandman. I think you're full of shit.
Eyeballs back going white. You see you don't see nothing.
Okay,
the eyes
and dude,
head
there's
turns
nothing. There's nothing impressive about the things you're describing. Sandman.
The voice going from a girl's voice to a male voice, like my voice, deep voice.
No, Sandman. Again, what you're describing is nothing, right? You're not. You're. What? Oh, I saw this. Yeah, whatever, bro. Come back to me when you.
He pulled the Shania Twain on you, Sandman. He said, that don't impress me much.
Impress me much.
He's like, so you must be like an Orthodox. That don't impress me much.
Come back to me. Come back to me when you've witnessed seances. Okay? When you've witnessed like blood transfusions. Come back to me then. And then we'll talk. Okay?
Sandman, was there anything like this?
Oh, worse. Yeah, but way worse than that. Yeah, but it's similar, very similar. Gigi. That's why every time you put that up, I think of Mary. That was her name, and she. Yeah. Wow. I was. You talk about your hair standing on end. Let me tell you, I don't think there was one hair on my body that wasn't poking out. Not one hair. It was bad. And if Dustin was there, he'd be running in another direction.
Dude, whatever, bro.
Would you?
I'd be feeling at home
his
probably.
Rosary and said, "I forgive you in the name of Jesus."
I just feel at home. I'd probably just find a place in the corner somewhere and wait for her fit to quit. But I came up in a completely different world than any of you people.
I grew up in the pews of the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I grew up in the pews of witchcraft and Satanism.
No, you gotta.
But Jesus saved you from that, so praise God.
Jesus didn't save him from that yet. Not yet.
You shut up, Sandman. He's Satanist.
Not yet. He's not part of the corporation yet. He's not part of the corp. Give me a sec, guys.
You know what corporation?
Hey, how's it going?
You know what You know what corporation stands for, right? Corpse.
I don't.
He wants me to be a part of the dead body, the corporation, the corpse, in company of the corpse.
I didn't know that. No.
Do you know what sigil magic is?
I don't know. I know magic's evil.
Zeden, listen to me. If you don't think you practice in magic every day when you pick up your cell phone, you're insane.
Oh, come on now, Dustin. I'm not disagreeing with you, but that's a low blow, man.
It's true. It's true. Tell me I'm lying.
I said I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay, so that's what sigil magic is.
What's sigil mean?
It means it's owned by a corporation. The sigil, it's its corporation logo.
All right, well, tell
right?
me this: is it any better that I use Metroid and not Apple? Because that's the forbidden fruit.
No, none of it. Look, all of its symbolism, it all works back to the same place. Okay, and really, the idea that you think that you're safe because this symbol means this, it's just a recycled symbol from when it meant that.
No. I'm saved by the blood of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. Now, if you stick to that, we're good. But what I'm trying to tell you, though, okay, is that witchcraft touches every facet of everybody's life, right? Right down to the very Coca-Cola that you drank this morning.
Yeah, but I'd argue that God impacts every aspect of everybody's life too.
That doesn't mean that men are so inclined to follow him. That's one of God's gift to man, was the ability to ignore him. And another gift to man was his ability to forget.
Well, guys, something, Justin, remember this when you were there?
Of course he was.
Yeah, I was there.
He was standing in the back making sure it went down. Look at him. He was guarding the doors, Dustin. He's like, Bruce is getting baptized today.
Because that's how we started fighting, actually, was because he was going after... Well, but he was going after Father Charles,
hey, Dustin,
and I was not.
You got to be more friendly to Sandman, buddy. What do you think about that? You're so hard on the guy.
I don't like Sandman, dude. I'm telling you, every cell in my body.
He's a good guy.
No, he's not.
Well, we got a disagreement there.
We do, but I'm trying to tell you, man. The dude, he practices.
You got to go watch
witchcraft.
the coffee video. You go watch how he makes his first cup of coffee, and tell me how he's a bad guy after that, man. I'm just kidding.
Right, because changing water from one form to the other has changing water from one form to.
I thought I was in a Bob Marley song.
Right, because changing water to coffee is not mimicking Jesus in any way, shape, or form. That's not perversion.
No. Oh,
no.
If you're that scrupulous, you'll never be able to worship God. You'll be too busy being scrupulous.
No, you got to understand something. You got to understand, okay? It's a numbers game. And Satan doesn't care whether he thinks he's winning or losing as long as he feels like he's in the lead.
So by that same measure, Dustin, when we're kids in the summertime and we put the Kool-Aid pouch in the water and mix it up and add a little sugar to make it sweet, that's perversing Jesus too.
Well, I mean, where do you draw the line there, Zden?
That's what I'm asking you.
I'm trying to tell you the truth. Okay, when you do these things, like in symbology, right? If I was to take the Eucharist and I was to do things entirely blasphemous, at what point would you point your finger at me and say, oh, well, this is mockery of the tradition and almost borderline witchcraft?
Well, I think a lot of it comes with the words and the intent, because the mimicry.
Okay, so I'm dumping Kool-Aid into a pitcher to change it from water to Kool-Aid.
Yeah, but now if you're doing that and you're saying that like that stuff that Chucky says when he tries to take over bodies, then yeah, that's a little different than just making some Kool-Aid.
Are you telling me that doesn't happen many times, that people don't reminisce about that movie when they do stuff like that?
No, oh yeah, no. Then you're honest. Then we can talk about it.
Well, no, I mean, but that's the thing, is like you want to ignore it like it doesn't happen because you don't have an example in front of you. But
No,
I'm trying to tell you. I'm speaking from.
Stuff, I agree.
I'm speaking from experience. Okay, I've seen these things. Right?
No,
like
right, I know, and I'm against that, and I don't condone that.
Okay,
and you're right. I don't actively think that there's people doing that every day because I don't know too many people.
No, you need to understand something here. Like, I'm trying to tell you something, Zden. They have think tanks. of people sitting around deconstructing old spells and trying to relate them to new ways. Okay, I mean, they've been doing this since before you were born. They're going to continue to do it long after you're dead.
I agree. Amen. So how do we combat it, Dustin? How about telling me that?
Well, there's a simple
agree
way.
it exists.
There's a simple way. Okay, it's recognizing the difference. Okay, but I don't even know how to It's a big battle because I have the inside scoop. I know exactly how deep this goes.
Tell me your secrets, Dustin. Tell me your secrets.
Well, they're not my secrets. They're his secrets.
Who's his? Why do
Satan.
you refer to him like that? That's how we refer to God.
That's right.
I mean, Satan is gender neutral. I just refer to him that way so you understand who I'm talking about. But I'm not saying God and Satan are the same.
No.
That's
Right.
not even,
I was just saying that was the Eve. You could maybe use a better title for him. People might misconstrue who you.
Do you know the magic? Do you know the magic of a mirror?
I do, but not like fully. I've heard of it. Yes.
You know how to? Okay. So
I used to be superstitious and not try to break them and stuff. I guess technically.
Okay, but that's just the surface of it, right? Like breaking it, bad luck, yada yada yada. No, what the purpose of a mirror, right, is to show the reflection of a crystal ball. All right, you always use a mirror in conjunction with a crystal ball. And
I always now that you say it, I only do it for prideful reasons to admire myself.
Oh.
I feel like the fawn sometimes. I go to brush my hair, Dustin, and then I just stop and I go, hey.
Well, okay, so the idea was it started out with mesmerizing, okay? Then it went to broadcast. Then it went to broadband. Do you see what I'm saying here?
The TVs are mirrors?
TV, why did it go from a box to being flat? Like a mirror.
I don't know, Dustin.
Think about it.
I think it's all
so you could get them around more easily. That's what I imagine.
No, it's so that the reflection can be spread, so that I have a spyglass into your house. You can use a flat screen TV as a two-way projector. I can watch you.
Yeah, that's true.
I can watch you in your living room all day long. You don't even know it, but it's true.
I feel like I'm in the movie Scream, Gangster. What color shirt am I wearing, Dustin?
Right. I don't need a lens. I don't need a lens on your flat screen to watch what's on there. It's a mirror. It reflects light both ways. And all I need is a pixel descrambler on the other end. And I can get resolution on a picture.
Okay. And what does this have to do with the mirrors? Mirrors is deeper than my bathroom mirror, you're saying?
Right. Okay, like it was all planned, right? You think that here's the thing, okay? Technology and witchcraft really go hand in hand. They're really the same thing. Okay? It really is.
Can we just get to the point then, Dustin? What's up with all these evil people owning the world? Let's just get straight to the point, huh? Because I agree.
Owning the world?
Well, running it.
They're families.
Yes, I know. So how do we combat these evildoers?
You go after their bonds.
Like their stocks and bonds?
No, they're agreements between each other.
Oh.
Okay, because there's multiple factions. You have this family, you have that family. They have their respective territories, and then they have their interlocutor rules.
Okay, so you're telling me there's not like one big good do-gooder who hasn't done or thought of this?
Not if you're Satan. That would be a bad idea. You don't want one main right-hand man. You want multiple main right-hand men.
No,
You
no,
want
no.
them in
Someone like me
competition.
who would like to combat these evildoers who actually has money or
What
power.
would you do? What would you do?
I would break their bonds, like you said. I would break their bonds.
Oh, so what you're looking for is generally, if you're trying to destroy something, the better way to go about it is to get it to destroy itself. So what you want to do is start a network. You leech your way into the interpersonal connections, because the weakest part of any organization is the human element.
So
Then
can we save some time and maybe get someone who already did that, like George Bush or something?
You don't think that there's active programs into it right now? How do you think spy games became a thing?
Oh, Dustin.
Yes.
How do you take your coffee, Dustin?
How do you take cream with your coffee, sir?
Not
would
from
you
you.
like would you like a little bit of
mocha? Can I get
little
some mocha in there?
you want you want a little bit of chocolate sprinkle or
No, but I have a protein shake for you. Extra thick.
extra thick?
Sammy.
Dustin.
Oh, Sammy, I need you. I made my 3D avatar, my picture,
Okay.
where it sings my intro song.
Oh, that's cool. That's a good idea.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You're gonna play.
I can make a song of Dustin singing Psycho Dustin.
Or maybe Killing Me Softly. Dustin singing Killing Me Softly. That'd be cool.
Oh, Dustin. Here's a video by.
Okay, Sandman. I gotta hand that one to you. That was funny. Killing Me Softly.
You gotta admit, it's a good one.
Yeah. I give you points for originality. That was good.
Yeah.
I would not have seen that coming. I would have thought
sounds like we have
endless
a truce
love.
between Sandy and Dustin.
I would have thought endless love. No, there's no truce here. I don't know, a circus song. I don't anything but Killing Me Softly. I mean, that's a good selection right there. What's that?
This is from
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have.
Know what Jamie said.
I don't know what that's in reference to. I've been over a lot of stuff in the last couple of minutes.
Jamie,
He's gonna have to be more specific.
I don't know.
Jamie didn't read the Turn the Other Cheek, huh? But then again, do you blame him? I mean,
oh, speaking of which, you weren't here when we mentioned this earlier, Sandman. So after Pike's teaching on his teaching yesterday, I wake up to a new video from a guy named Trent Horn about this new heresy that's been popping up. So I click on the video, and he was talking about oneness. So I guess there's oneness is a new trending heresy that's going popular. And I said, what a coincidence! I just heard Brother Pike's teaching on
oneness,
Pentecostalism, Unitarianism, that kind of.
Yeah, oneness.
Wow. Okay.
I guess they read the scriptures and they don't see the triune God in there.
Oh, who left? Who gone? Ah! Oh.
Maybe AJ's a oneness guy. I didn't mean to offend him. No, just kidding.
Oh, he's back. Oh, Dr. Spider's in the comments. Yeah, that what Dustin. Jamie said that's from him to you. I guess he was talking about your I guess maybe the witchcraft stuff. Maybe I don't know.
Jamie's an expert on witchcraft.
I don't know.
You know those Saturday worshipers always make me wonder, Dustin. He could be a sorcerer. Just kidding.
Well, no, it's just interesting because he, well, whatever. It is what it is. But
Sandman, let's ask Sandman this. So, knowing what you know as an Orthodox gentleman, what feeling does it give you when you try to inform people of the truth, like showing them that God's Trinitarian or that baptism saves, or apostolic succession? Does it make you sad, frustrated, angry, maybe?
He is the great saint. They will kneel before him.
What about you, AJ?
Right.
Yeah, it makes me sad. I'm sad. Like because
did AJ just get hit by a bus?
Oh, snap.
That sounded like a bus.
That did sound weird now that you say it.
What do you think, Sandman? Tell us from your great
Prayers
mind.
up for AJ.
See, even Sandman agrees.
I think Sandman's speechless thinking about the concept of oneness.
Sandman, would you ever like to talk to
Achilles? No.
He's an Orthodox.
Yeah, him and Cecil. Him and Cecil. That was funny,
Cecil.
Dustin. I like that. Cecil.
I hit him where it hurts, don't I? I called Cecil an 80-year-old man, and I did it without like calling her a crack whore. Go figure.
Who's that? Tim does that, right?
I wasn't taking a jab at Tim. I forgot who did that. Never mind.
I did a song about Tim being a gigolo preacher.
That's one way to sum him up, huh? He's a juggalo preacher.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Sorry about that, AJ. But Sandman will make the song about him, the great Sandman. People will kneel before the
AJ, we thought you might have got hit by a bus, buddy.
Dude, you should set up a debate between me and Jamie.
Yeah, what are you debating about? Worshiping on Sunday or Saturday?
No, I want to see what he knows about witchcraft. We'll have to set something up. We'll discuss terms.
That one.
I want to see because he wants to say I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, all right, let's see what he knows.
You're gonna host? I'll host it on the Zealous Den channel.
You'll do that? Well, we'll probably have to do. We'll have to do multiple channels because. Oh, you'll be the moderator. I don't know. Do you want to be the moderator, Gigi? You're the one I brought it up to.
It doesn't matter who you like to see be the moderator.
That's the Zealous Den's motto is there's no one fairer than David the Zealot.
I believe you. I believe you, David. But I got to give Gigi the exclusive rights. And if he wants to give it over to you, that's fine.
Oh, thanks.
But he's biased. You can't have a ghost moderating a witchcraft debate.
But you mean a religious guy is any better? I don't know.
Touche.
Yeah, you can have it on Z-Den if you want. Whatever would be good for you, little guy.
I don't. Okay, we'll do it on Z-Dance. If he bites, we'll see what he says. He'll probably be like, "I'm coming
but you
at
think
you."
witchcraft's bad, right? I don't want to promote witchcraft.
Buddy, let me explain something to you. there's many nights when I'm sleeping in my truck thinking I could be making large amounts of money right now. Yeah, I think it's bad. There's like you have no idea the ability I have to lie to you.
Oh, I've heard you lie to me before. You've told me I'm a nice guy.
You are a nice guy.
No, I'm telling you, Zden, if I was lying to you, you'd never know it.
Well, Jamie's gonna figure that out in the debate.
Huh?
How we know you're not lying to
Yeah,
me now?
Because I force myself to be honest. Look, I'm telling you, Zden, I am the best liar you're ever gonna meet. If I want you to believe something,
are your pants on fire?
yes, but you'll never know it because I'll have a barbecue right next to me the whole time.
What's on the menu? Zella's Den?
Fried wiener.
Fried wiener.
So Clay?
For Clay, yeah, he enjoys my footlong.
Zayden, you know that Dustin and Clay are in love?
I only say that because it makes Daniel jealous.
Do you remember when we had the group of dens growing? We had A Den, we had Dust Den, we had Z Den, we had Wolf Den, and then Aiden and Dustin stopped being dens one day.
I didn't stop. I don't know. We had an issue or something, some kind of a falling out.
No, all love here now. Glad that's past us. Glad you're back on the Gangster Go show, Dustin.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, you think you go to a place where you're amongst friends and then they act different towards you, and you know, like the thing is like I don't
Boston,
think,
bro. We have the restaurant Cheers.
Let me ask you a question. Have I ever been any different since the first time you've met me?
You seem to get a little less. Your fuse seems to have gotten a little shorter, but you didn't change really.
I mean, there's not a lot about my behavior, my word speech patterns. Like, I'm pretty consistent. Like
Correct. You just have a shorter fuse than you did a few months ago.
Well, I mean, there's been a lot that's happened, but
I start calling Dustin TNT. He's dynamite.
Yeah, I go off. I don't know. But look, I'm just trying to, like, I mean, really, like, I rarely ever hear any arguments about my logic, though.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
I don't really hear it.
I
not too
can't
often.
say the same about some of these Protestants, Dustin. Their logic's out the window.
I don't know. If you think about it from an objective point of view, Zden, you're really just trading the idea of saying a prayer and you're good for the rest of your life for keeping in check with a man who's no more qualified to tell you you're in check than you are.
No, I don't think that's a good comparison.
So when you go in to confess, you're not just confessing to Jesus. You have to have another man there to sanctify it, right?
Well, yeah, that's scriptural though. It says confess your sins to one another.
To one another, but that doesn't. But where does it say that one man can forgive another?
The apostles definitely do in the Acts.
Amen.
Is that priest that's in that box an apostle?
So he is below the successors of the apostles, and the bishops give them permission to do the confessions.
See, that's my problem. Okay? If it's man giving permission to man, then it's no longer God in the loop. I'm sorry.
Well, that's fair, but just so you know, we say that these men were given divine authority. Like the whole breathing on of the Holy Spirit, we say that still goes on today.
Correct.
But that's the thing, right? That's man reifying man's authority, right? We believe. Okay, can you show me where God says it?
No, so that's it. I see what you're saying there, but I would argue that only leaves you with Gnosticism as an alternative then, no?
In what respect?
Because then you just kind of have like a mental transcendental relationship with Jesus, but nothing tangible.
Tangible in what respect?
Tangible, like
because I don't have a tangible relationship with Jesus Christ because another man reifies it. It's not. There's no difference. Your authority is in your mind. There is no authority from God that continues the succession. You just presume that.
No. Because so when you read the Bible, like throughout all the Old Testament, there was figures like Moses and Aaron and Joshua and David, who through men God was able to do things, bestow graces, prove His existence.
But God spoke to these people.
Not all of them, I believe. Like Joshua just got handed down information from Moses, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, secondhand from God, I assume maybe, but and there's some leeway there. Right? Like if Moses is getting an order from God directly, and then he turns around and says, Aaron, X, Y, Z, there's leeway. But if you're telling me that preacher,
no, we're making progress. So we say that happened, but like 200 times successionally.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I can't buy that. All right. Like, I believe in inheritance, but I also believe that inheritance can be squandered. Right. So if you're telling me that man can lose his salvation, but a priest can't lose his authority, there's an issue.
He can. No, he can. He 100% can.
Okay. No, I give up. I give up.
They can, but it's
but they still have it today.
What?
You misunderstood what I was saying. Never mind. you got the gist. You got the gist. You just hit the wrong target.
Yeah. Hey, that's me, man. I'm a sinning guy. I'd be missing the target. I'm telling you though, Dustin, you're gonna make a great Catholic one day.
Yeah, man.
I'm not a Catholic. I'm not Catholic material. I get up
bro,
there.
If I'm Catholic material, you're Catholic material. That's the beauty of the zealots. Then I'm like St. Paul said, if God can save a guy like me, anyone can be saved.
I don't think you're condemned for the way that you believe, Zeden. I just think that it's misguided because it's centered around man's authority rather than God's.
So can I ask you though, Dustin, do you find a sect of Christianity you align with most, or are you more of a personal?
I can't abide in the tradition of man. So no, I really don't. I just don't. I have to believe because it wasn't a Christian like preacher. It wasn't Jesus Christ's face on a piece of toast, right? Like I didn't have a holy Bible fall from the sky while I was in the tent with my grandmother performing seances. All I knew is that there was something wrong and I had to get away from there.
And that was God.
Right, but it wasn't Catholicism.
No. But you gotta understand it. God doesn't just snap his fingers. He like slow cooked you into me and AJ and that.
How do you know it's not the other way around? How do you know that I'm not here to break tradition? How do you know I'm not here to break tradition and explain to you that God loves you regardless of your Eucharist habits?
I love your
your obsession with having assurances, even though Jesus has told you, I have died for your sins and it has been paid. And on the cross, he said that it is done.
Oh, are you a once saved, always saved, Dustin?
Look, if it's not for once saved, always saved, I'm screwed. Because if you don't think I'm going to screw up between now and the time I die, you're insane.
No. Well, so that's the thing. We only lose salvation if we don't acknowledge where we fall and where we're contrite about it.
Tell him, Zealot. Tell him.
Yeah, because
there's probably many times in your history that you don't acknowledge falling, Zealot. Many times. There's probably many times you've fallen without even knowing it, and we'll never acknowledge it.
We agree. So we actually have ways to ask for forgiveness for those. Those are called sins of omission.
Right, the priest actually reads that over your head. After confession, like for things that we could have forgotten.
Again, that is the words of man. Even if it comes from the Bible, I'm sorry, I do not give that onus to being as the same as God's words.
Okay, well then the Bible says, he who doesn't accept you, and he was talking to the so-called clergy of the time, okay, doesn't accept me. So
that extends to everybody that you want to extend it to because you believe so. I'm sorry. I don't believe the way you believe, and I'm not accepting it. I'm sorry, Sam. The Bible. You can say the Bible all you want with your cherry-picked verses to prove your point. It doesn't prove your point, Sandman. Because again, I don't accept your bullshit. Right? Whatever it is you're about to say, Sandman, it's your version that I do not accept.
Do you believe in the beer that I'm holding in my hand right now?
Do you believe in alcohol?
Love after love.
I believe it free grace tried to say salvation is of faith alone. No. Do you believe in alcohol?
Okay, cool. I accept.
You don't want to try and talk some shit. You're not prepared for the way you'll get it.
Hey, what's that about, Sandman? Is Badger Snake talking jive about you? Who's schismatic brother Nathaniel?
What? Is this something new?
Yeah, Badger Snake says Sandman has a crush on schismatic brother Nathaniel.
Oh, brother Nathaniel. Yeah, I heard about him. I've seen this guy. So, I mean, what I've seen him go online and, at first he was, he was really worried that they shut down his YouTube channel as if, he was starting, and then he was saying that I was starting to get a big following and they shut me down, and as if he was actually confessing the monetary losses that he was going to suffer. In other words, he put his emphasis on monetary losses.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, when Christ talks, don't put your, don't build your wealth, don't build your kingdom here, build it in the heavens.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah.
It was bad enough laity do that they grift on Jesus and they're worried about money, but it'd be even worse if he's a clergy.
Exactly. And there's a lot of clergy now. If you look, that's what they do. They became YouTubers, and they got to maintain this channel, and they got to put out content, and the money's going to pour in eventually with the subscribers and everything else, right? As it starts to grow, and this is not
a slippery slope for sure, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's definitely a slippery slope. Hey, Sandman, I got a question, and feel free to not want to answer. I know you don't always like to speak on behalf of Orthodox, but I keep seeing, this might be a subject you're interested in, though. I keep seeing pictures recently of the Pope meeting with I want to say it's Bartholomew, but it's one Orthodox gentleman.
Yes.
And I always ask myself, I'm like, because the Orthodox don't do the Pope like us, so I'm like, why? Who is he? Why do they send one guy? And what can that guy even make a decision? So like, I asked myself these questions. So like, say him and the Pope were like, yeah, let's unite. Like, I don't think that guy can, or like, do you know what I mean? So I always wonder why they send one guy, and why do they send one guy?
I think they should just send Sandy.
Yeah, GG. Tell them.
That'd make some progress.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd probably slap the Pope like the guy did Arian, huh?
I don't think I'd play the
nice guy.
No, I don't think I would play the humanistic card with the Pope, you know.
Would you be cordial and respectful?
Turn out the cheek.
Of course you're gonna be cordial and respectful. You gotta be cordial and respectful with everyone. But the thing is, what they're doing has nothing to do with what like what you hear or what they're trying to do. There's another plan behind it. But what he does is he gets together, and that guy is Bartholomew, by the way.
And he's Russian, I believe, right?
Bartholomew? Does he come from Russia? Oh, you're talking Kirill. Well, that's another patriarch of Russia.
I thought he's Greek.
He's Greek, yeah. The one from Constantinople?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Greek.
Okay, AJ, brushed up on his Orthodox stuff.
Mm-hmm. So I think what they did now, and what he calls himself, which is completely wrong for him to do so, is to call himself like the leader of the Orthodox Church.
Oh, wow.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'll put this in the comments. Have you ever heard of this? Malthus?
The what?
Sounds like a bad theist.
Sounds like something that you need medication for.
Yeah.
Let me call my doctor.
I'll put it in the private.
Let me call my doctor right away. I got some Malthus going on. Oh, we'll send you a cream. Don't worry about it.
Have you ever heard of it?
Honestly, gangster, I mean, there's so much stuff out there that...
Don't believe everything you hear, gangster.
I know. It's Malthus is someone who believes that God or gods exist and that they are evil.
Believe none of what you hear and only 10% of what you see.
And never believe Dustin. I'm just kidding.
Zidane, I think you know me well enough that if I was to tell you something, there's probably a hint of truth behind it at least.
I listen to you, Dustin. I give you the not everyone on Gangster Ghost show do I give the time of day or have good relations with. So yeah, I only hang out and talk with people who I appreciate or.
I might be stupid, I might be silly, but one thing I'm not, a liar.
Wait! Now I know you're lying because you just said you're the best liar.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll put it this way then. I force myself to tell the truth. I absolutely do. I do, because if I don't, then I'll take advantage and I'll lie to you.
I have a problem where I'm overly honest. My dad, when I was growing up, one thing he always hopped on is you don't lie, you don't steal, and you don't cheat. So I'm like overly honest to the point of like the opposite of shallow Hal. Like people ask me and I'd really tell them what I think because I'm honest. Even if it's not the like polite or right thing to say. And then after I'm like, oh, that was that. Why are you so honest all the time?
Have you guys ever heard of those guys, Malthus? Where they believe that God's not like God's. They believe that God's evil or something.
Yeah, like my brother.
Is that crazy? What do you think of that?
Well, is that crazier than the oneness? Because the oneness believed that Jesus was just a man. No, there's no.
Touche, Sandy. Touche.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. So like, if you're gonna butcher God, butcher him all the way and just call him evil, right? Don't just half-ass butcher him.
Yeah, exactly.
Telling you.
Oh, here's a.
Mm.
Oh, I need to tell you something. Here's a guy, who used to host with Brett King. His name is here's his name in the comments. He's a seasick Satanist. Is that crazy?
That is crazy, bro. That is crazier than crazy.
Yeah, what do you think of that, Dustin? Is he a friend of yours?
Who's that again?
Here's this guy who's buddy who used to host with Brett King. He's a seasick Satanist.
That is crazy.
What do you think of that?
I don't know, GG. Just like anything. Like if you think you can, I don't know, GG. What's up? What's that, Sam? What's that, Sam? Man, you were about to interject.
No, I had something in my throat. Sorry.
If you think that an organization of people that are only looking out for their own interests are going to find their way to telling anybody the truth, you're crazy. All right? You got a bunch of people who are all trying to get to the place that they feel like they deserve or belong, right? And they're doing it through any methods necessary, which includes lying, cheating, and stealing. And somehow you think you're going to come away with the proper information that represents the accurate Satanistic principles. I mean, give me a break. The only thing you need to know about Satanists is do what thou wilt. That is the whole of the law.
Jesus promised that he will be with them till the end, right?
Who's them?
Them. His church.
Yeah, he'll be with them. That does not mean...
man. No, I'm just kidding.
That does not mean man chooses to be with Jesus, okay? And if man Jesus is a gentleman. Jesus will only go where he is invited. He will not impose his will over another. That's a Satanist principle.
Oh, that's what. You should talk with Christian.
Why?
Because he thinks that you don't have a choice in that matter. You don't have free will.
No, I'm not going to argue with Christian about that. I know why Christian.
Yeah, come on, Dustin. You give me and Cindy a hard time.
No, I'm trying. Well, because there's no point in trying to argue with Christian. Christian's got his mind made up. He's not looking for evidence. He's looking to be convinced. There's a difference.
Right. Oh, snap.
That's a snap situation right there. Well, it's all good. It's all good. Like, I don't think anyone here, I mean, even you, Dustin, are going to be convinced of a church and an organization and a body of believers and clergymen. And I don't think you're going to want that in your life either. Just like
Can you
Christian.
Can you tell me anything that's of this world that's going to make it to the next? Sandman.
Of this world, the only
this world. Do you think
only us people.
Only us, right? Does that mean God wants us bringing the things of this world with us?
Nope.
Oh, okay. So why is your organization important at all then?
Is what?
Look at this.
It's a simple question. If
I didn't
nothing
hear
of
the
this
last
world.
part.
Well, then why is your organization important of any kind, of any importance whatsoever? If everything of this world is going to fall away and we're not to bring any of it with us, what the fuck importance is your organization? What importance is the tradition? These things are to be wiped away. There is to be no more tears. There's to be no more sorrow. That means no one's to feel bad about Jesus dying on the cross.
Yeah, that's if you die.
All of those things are to be taken care of and wiped away. So what importance, and I need you to answer this question, is your dumbass, irrelevant corporation to anything?
For the living.
For the living. So it's not relevant because Jesus is the one that's relevant.
Those who died don't need that anymore, right?
Right. So it's not relevant.
It's relevant for the living.
No, it's not. It's relevant in your mind. That's it. That's the only place it's relevant. In your imaginary place where your authority means something to anybody other than yourself.
Are you sitting on a terrace right now?
What?
Are you sitting on a terrace?
What's a terrace?
Terrace, where you sit outside in front of a restaurant or cafe. Or
Oh, you mean travasse? Yes, I'm sitting in a travasse of of a business. Yes.
It's called a terrace. It's but in travas. Let me put that up. How did you say it?
Travasse.
How would you spell that? TRE?
That's the walkway, the threshold before the entrance of a business, the travasse.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, when they set up literally like a bordered up section with tables and chairs and outside.
No, I'm not sitting. I am sitting outside, but I'm not sitting there.
Sandman, I have a question for you. I think Clay would inspire me to ask this. They would like to know why don't you show your why don't you camera up?
Why don't I cam up? Well, because that's permanent online after that.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
And the girls already go crazy over his voice. Imagine if he showed his face.
I mean, I do the gangster thing, I'm just a ghost. I'm just a Sandman. Sandman's here one day, and then he's gone in Saudi Arabia the next day. He blends in every beach. You step
He's
on.
all the Orthodox, and he's none of the Orthodox.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, the Sandman's just everywhere, even in your dreams. Yeah.
No, it's the dust man is in your dreams. The Sandman brings you dreams. There's a difference.
Exactly.
Look what Brother Pike said. Richard Pike said. He said, I just added coffee to my homemade vanilla milk.
That is cool. See, that's smart. They do
I
that
did
in
something
cafes.
to that milkshake, just so Christian knows. Made it extra thick.
Dustin, what did you do to get Dustin?
Made it
Can't
extra
you keep
thick.
yours? You.
What?
Okay.
I added to the thickness. That's what
You
I
added
did.
to the thickness. Now you over thicken this.
It's only protein and milk. He said it was a milkshake. I added protein and thickness.
Okay, we have to conserve that talk when Clay's here.
I'm very conservative with that talk. Believe me, I could say many things at very, very many different points, and I don't. I bite my tongue like you wouldn't believe, Sandman.
Well, so do I.
No, I don't believe you.
Well, you have to. You have to believe.
So do I.
I don't think there's that much going on upstairs there. But Zeden, I believe you. I've heard you pop off, and some of the things you say are very funny. Sandman, I've never heard. He's never made me laugh. Never. He's never said anything that's brought me off center. He's never said anything with shock value. I'm sorry, buddy. Your biggest weapon in your arsenal is an innocuous statement.
An innocuous state.
Oh, is this why you don't cam up? Sandman? People don't cam up because they're too ripped like clones.
Oh, there he is. Clay.
Oh, look at Hillbilly. Hey, when you go to the bathroom outside?
Dustin added some extra cream.
Look at how much thought I put out.
Damn. That's crazy.
No, there was no cream involved. I said protein and thickness. There's a difference.
Protein and
So see, this was all washing out against the foundation, Dustin.
You need to peel off the top layer, add a layer of.
Well, I did. I added
5/8 minus.
the shit I get.
get some
I added
topsoil, and then
I dug out around the foundation. I added AB3 and then topsoil and then sod.
AB3.
I don't know if you know what AB3 is.
How heavy of a flow do you get there?
Pretty heavy, but now I don't think it will be because it's like really high. It used to be like probably like 5 foot lower, but I brought in like a lot of dirt.
You need to get a moisture sensor and put it in there.
Dude, I don't know what all that shit is.
You need to. If you're going to do it that way, because your AB3 is going to wash out from underneath, it's a different density. The dirt's going to want to flow in, and then it's going to replace it. So what you want to do is put a moisture sensor there, and it'll tell you what your moisture content is, so that you can pull that sod back out when it becomes a muddy mess, put the proper geogrid in, and then fucking put the sod back on, because you're going to end up doing that. I'm telling you now, might take a year, might take 5, but it depends on the moisture content. So if you get a moisture sensor, it'll tell you right about what your moisture content level will be, and then it'll give you a proper base layer for your sod so it doesn't wash out.
Yeah.
But you probably won't listen. You're just going to do what you want to do, and you're going to end up with shitty sod. I'm just letting you know. You should just do it right the first time. Don't do it the cheap way.
Yeah. I'll probably get those moisture sensors because I could probably get them on Amazon.
You can get them on Amazon, and then you put them to like a wireless digital put out. It'll tell you what your moisture content is. Go to the old sod books. They'll tell you what you need for what moisture flow you have. Okay, there's a whole table for these things.
I got it called.
What's that?
I'll tell you what this shit is called.
It depends. It depends on what moisture flow. If you have heavy flow, you need like 3/4 minus, and then what you want to do is put a light clay over the top of it, and then organic rich topsoil.
Do you know what ABC looks like?
It's been a while since I've been into this stuff.
It's like
doesn't it come in the bag?
No, I get it from the rock quarry. It's like this. I'm trying to switch my camera around because I got some in my driveway.
Did you get it coarse or did you get it fine?
It's like 1/2 inch, but then there's like fine shit in it. So when it gets when it
packs, you got fines in there. You might
it's like
be
that.
Okay.
So AB3 is like good for driveways and shit because once you drive on it a lot, it'll pack down. You know.
But you didn't put any amenity in that, did you?
I don't know.
Be prepared for dead spots.
What over there? Where I put the sod? You mean?
Yeah, because if you didn't put any amenity in that, it'll pull the amenity out of the sod. And you'll
What do you mean amenity? Like fertilizer and dirt?
Fertilizer and topsoil, bro. You need to put organic.
I did.
You did?
I brought in a tray. Yeah, I brought in 25 ton of topsoil with my truck, and then I put a bunch of fertilizer down.
Okay,
so I did that. I did that like over the weekend.
Did you get this on a recommendation? Did someone tell you to do this or what?
Yeah, I've been watching YouTube videos too.
Okay.
Cause I got a box blade, and every time it rains, I've been having to reshape everything over there because it all washes out. But I never had grass there.
Who do you have cutting it? Are you cutting it? You doing cross hatch or are you putting in pattern?
No, I cut it.
You cut it? Are you cross hatch or do you put it in pattern?
What
about your sprinkler system? You don't know what cross hatch is? Are you insane?
No, dude.
What are you putting in? You don't know anything about sod. You are a disappointment of a man.
I just cut it.
Just cut it down.
Okay.
Yeah, it grows and I cut it.
That's it.
My brain is gonna explode. Okay, I know all of this. All right, whatever. Do your thing, bro. You're gonna end up with dead spots.
Maybe. I sodded in the front though, like last year, and 2 years ago, and it looks great now. So I pretty much did like the same exact thing.
Do you
where I was having
aerate at all?
Yeah. I have an aerator for my tractor, so I'll put like fertilizer down again and then aerate it.
Yeah, then you might be all right. Just well, there's a few finer points, but anyway.
Yeah, Daniel Newman's talking about coming to live in the camper,
That does not surprise me.
which is like a little tiny camper.
Why?
What's that?
I don't know why. Probably because it's so cold up there where he lives, and it's like 90 degrees here. Why would you want to live somewhere that cold?
I like cold.
Then why are you going to Florida? Why don't you go on vacation to Alaska?
Oh, because they have Universal
Studios?
Yeah, and then after that, I'm going to go to one place and then to the UK, where Sandman lives. Right,
Yeah.
Sandman? See? Oh, Sandman. What do you think of that? Here's a sick Satanist who used to co-host with Brett King. Is that crazy?
Yeah, especially when you don't know him.
Yeah, I know Brett King. He's the one who got me on.
Really?
Who, Brett King?
Yeah. King. He's the one I met. Aiden, Steven, Chuck, and other people through Brett King.
I thought you said you met Aiden in a transgender group chat.
No. I met him. I really thought he was 14.
Yeah.
I did too.
Oy.
Clay, can I ask you something? Are you mad at
No.
him?
Why would I be mad at him?
Then why do you call him the you called him the femboy or something? On a Lupin show.
Yeah,
Gay femboy. Why?
because Lupin's mad at him.
Why he's mad at him?
Because of what he said about his mom.
What did he say about his mom?
You gotta ask Lupin.
What did he have to
If he
ask?
took in a pooping.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you see Lupin sing? I have a video of Lupin singing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show you. Right here.
This is my 92.
What's that, 92? Oh, yeah.
An F-150 with a 351.
It's nice.
I'm thinking about trying to sell it and get a two-door Jeep because I never drive it no more.
Well, I mean, if you keep it in good shape, I mean, it's going to worth some good money, like, as you get older, right? Like, I don't know how old you are now. That thing
Yeah, when
is
I was in high school, you could buy trucks like this all over for like $500 to like maybe $1,500, and now they're like $8 to $10 grand.
Exactly. And in another 10, 15 years, you might fetch even 50, 40, 50, if it's a good shape.
Let's do like that. It's in good shape. It's got like 20,000 miles on it.
Well,
Say, man, what do you think of this?
is that Lupin?
Lupin woke up in a suit and a cape, tripped on a keg, so no time to escape. Evil AJ's got lasers, Aiden's got rage, but Lupin's too busy dancing off stage. He kicks down the door with a beer in hand, Clay's doing splits to a one-man band. Then AJ screams, "I'll destroy the world." Lupin just burps and his mustache twirls. He's Lupin, the man-dude superhero. Fights like...
You think good as he does?
That is funny, bro.
Oh, I got the Tim song.
The Tim one is really good
This is insane.
because it sounds like Juggalo stuff.
Yo, it's Tim in the paint out the psych ward gates. Preaching on the corner, got the devil sweating shakes. Staring through your tinted glass, I see your soul cracked. Wicked clown gospel, spray holy fago back. Preaching to the traffic, revving up the gospel. Car slowed down, feeling something colossal. Bible in one hand, machete in the other. Preach fire so loud, it made hell stutter.
This one's called The Insane Clay Party.
Twitching, demons start to tremble. Cross hang low from my neck like a symbol. Juggalo Tim, no shame in my faith. Spitting in the street, putting Satan in a brace. Roll with him, that's my brother in chaos. Dark skinned prophet, got the spirits all laid off. We giggle at the Pope, mock ropes like theater. Call them all crack whores, orthodoxies, deceivers. My clown paint bleeds in the rain like a woman.
This one's called Tim the Gigolo.
Play the one you wrote called Little Boy for Ryan.
I don't have that.
You didn't upload it yet?
I see your soul crack, wicked
Never
clown
had?
gospel. Spray holy fable back. Preaching to traffic, revving up the gospel. Car slow down, feeling some colossal. Bible in one hand, machete in the other. Preach fire so loud, it made hell stutter. Eyeball twitching.
Can you treat? What do you think of that song?
Crazy.
It's funny.
ICP.
This one was awesome. This is I made this one about Freddy Pinhead, Leatherface, Jason, Michael Myers, and the ICP guy. It does sound a lot like the ICP guy.
Freddy Krueger, Pinhead, Leatherface, Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, and Chucky in Dark Carnival. Slasher Cypher.
By the Dark Carnival killers. Ex-murders, we don't die, we get high, we don't die.
Welcome to the slaughterhouse, where the legends dwell. We summoned every killer, straight out of hell. ICP, Staging Kinner.
What do you think of that? Is that
been to
crazy?
Warner, but they can't stop sprinting. ICP, 6th is Southern. Taking in magazine to DNs, hurting in Tilden, trashing cyber.
By the Dark Carnival killers. Ex-murders, we don't die.
That sounds more like Eminem.
Mhm.
What do you think?
Kind of, yeah. Does sound a bit, yeah.
But they're not as good as this guy.
Daniel has a unique praying method. Very unique. I mean, he's original, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
This
interesting.
guy
I
did
thought
a
all
video-
the Orthodox chanted like Daniel.
No, not at all. Not even close, actually. Not even close.
Wow.
I mean, if he's trying to chant, or
Hold on, gangster.
it's not close to chanting. That's not even close to chanting. But I mean, I think Daniel is a very creative guy. What he does is he does his own style. He takes his own style. That's what he's doing. You know what I mean?
Speaking of that,
What's going on here? Hey, I just got done from work. What's up?
Daniel, you were talking about your chanting, your video chanting.
Welcome to the Gangster Ghost Royal Rumble.
Yeah. Are you ready to
it said
rumble?
singing. It was called Singing Dan in the Driveway of Destiny.
Yeah. Yeah, I share some of my personal moments while I'm in the vehicle, you know.
Oh, sorry.
How you been, Daniel?
I've been doing pretty fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, things are going okay. Not so much for the world, but for just myself, I feel pretty good about it.
How's your dad?
Oh, that's
He's doing okay. Yeah, it's the cancer. It's not growing too fast, and he's looking to get it treated at Johns Hopkins. He's hoping that they'll accept him to do some of their newer treatments like ultrasound and stuff that they can use for that. So
Oh, Daniel, you know what I heard about John Hopkins? Are you there? Frozen.
Oh no.
Is Daniel there? Oh no, he
God works in
disappeared.
mysterious
But
ways.
John Hopkins used to do transitioning stuff until these studies they found that show it doesn't work.
I
So
think
they
he has a
stopped-
university in Boston.
Yeah. What do you think of that,
Yeah,
Sandman?
Restream takes Frozen to a whole new level.
Yeah, you should go back to StreamYard, Gangster. It's way better.
Yeah, I know. That's like to see about
So what do you
getting
guys did? What you guys do today, little buddy? You watch TV or?
I don't watch TV, Sandman, unless YouTube's TV.
Do you game a little bit?
I don't, but I do Fortnite every now and again with Gangster.
Okay.
But no, I wouldn't say a game. No.
Okay.
I've actually been noticing a trend of a lot of at least Catholic men. A lot of these YouTubers, they're on like the 30-year-old range, and they all seem to love gaming. And I actually think as Christian men, we should be getting off gaming and doing more faithful, productive, efficacious stuff.
Well, I disagree because just today I wasted like an hour playing a video game. I was playing Pokemon Arceus, and I was going through it, and I was just like, man, what a waste of time I'm doing right now. Like, I already beat this game, and like there's like these side quests, and like I was spending so much time just trying to find like one Pokemon, and I'm like, I don't even care about this. Why am I doing this? And then I realized it was actually very edifying for my soul. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Daniel, what do you think of that video I made? It was pretty funny.
I
Have
haven't
you
seen it.
singing?
You making fun of me, Gangster Ghost?
No, I wasn't making fun of you or anything.
He's making fun of your chanting. He's making fun of your chanting. Not making fun of it, but just just
Yeah, at least not as much as a certain missing somebody.
who's that missing?
What happened there, Daniel?
Apparently, I got a new hater.
What? Ooh, what? Where? What's okay? I'm missing out on a lot of stuff here. What's going on here?
Well, so Gangster Ghost loves Missing Mod, but apparently she hates me, and she put out a video about me using her channel DJ on Paul, and it was like basically making fun of me. Like how long was it, Gangster Ghost? Like 3 minutes long, 4 minutes long, but it was basically like slow singing, but it's just me being like, I'm so stupid. It's like I am not self-aware at all. I'm the most cringy person in the world. I'm ugly. No one likes me. And it's just oh, okay, cool. It's
What?
interesting.
Why would Mod do that? Mod's not that type to do.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes I end up getting into trouble with people because of things that people around me have done. Like sometimes Clay will do something and then people will just assume I'm in on it because it's like Clay's Dan's friend, so he must also have done the same things or knew about what he did. But Clay is a force of nature that nobody can control.
Not even
Zden.
I do a pretty good job.
When's the last time you controlled Clay to do anything?
Well, I actually joke. Clay showed up on the Z-Den maybe a week or two ago, and he was the top version. He was wearing a shirt. He didn't cuss. He was so I chalked that up as a W for Z-Den.
Yeah, Wolfden is doubtful that Missing Mod is DJ on Paul. Well, she also uses that same username for her Instagram account, so
busted.
It's pretty easy to connect the two.
Okay.
Well, you're missing out, Daniel. She could have made you a really cool Burning Bushes intro.
I know, right? Apparently, I said something wrong. I don't know. I said her first name. But I've been meaning to say, Gangster Ghost, I'm tired of you doxing me. I think I might quit the internet for like a
You getting
whole
doxxed,
day or
Daniel?
two. Well, he said my first name plenty of times. Sometimes he'll even say Daniel J. Newman. He'll say, "What do you think, Daniel J. Newman?"
Uh-oh.
Well, it is right on the screen.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Daniel, it's on the screen.
Yeah. So like I said Stephanie's name. She's in the chat right now. I said her name and she said I doxed her. And so now she's putting out these hate videos about me using her
She said
DJ
it's
on
not
Paul
her.
alt account.
Clay might be stirring up trouble, apparently. That's what she's saying. One time I heard Clay had a rumor about you and Cecil. So Clay likes to. He's a chef. Start calling him Chef Clay. He stirs the pot.
I don't think it's.
Oh, not just any regular.
No.
But I'm just listening. I got
Well, I
love
think
for
it
you,
might
Mr.
be-
Mod.
Well,
It might be Dustin.
Well, it doesn't matter what, you know. I mean, look, what they don't like something about someone. I mean, look, you know, there'll always be something that someone doesn't like about anyone, even yourself.
Yeah, look at me.
I mean, no one's any different. I mean, I don't think Mod's any different. We can all look at each other and say, yeah, but you this and you that.
Who's worshiping ball around these pots, Mr. Mod? Tell me your secrets. Hey, speaking of that, I found this interesting when I found this out. So the Star of David, the Israel national flag, that's the same symbol that in the Acts of the Apostle, the Baal worshippers were making. I was surprised to find that out. I was like, why would they make it their national flag? Were you guys aware of that?
Of the Jewish flag?
Yeah, the Star of David. That that was the symbol that in the Acts of the Apostles. I can get you the chapter. I do know the chapter and verse just off the top of my head, Sandman.
Okay.
But yes, Saint Peter, I believe, was warning of the people who were worshiping like around this symbol that is now the Star of David. Kind of like what the witches do and stuff, like the hexagrams or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like, so when they recreated Israel in 1948, that star that's on their flag is the same symbol that the Baal worshippers were worshiping in the Acts of the Apostles. I was surprised to learn that.
Right. And so you're saying that we find that in the Old Testament because David, I mean, was, you know.
Yes, correct. Yeah, Star of David.
Star of David.
Well, this was in the Acts of the Apostles, but I'm referencing. But I'd imagine it goes back to the Old Testament.
It has to be. Yeah, they even have
like the chapter and
right?
verse to look into that symbol. Say, man, I was like, wow, that's kind of fascinating.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to look that up right now.
Because it was clearly Satan worshippers, and I'm like, why would the Jewish nation pick that symbol? Just very peculiar.
Right. And you realize at the end of the day, Jesus called the Jews, you know, the church of Satan, right? The church of Satan, the people of Satan.
Oh, they sit at the devil's table, Satan's table, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know that, Dave?
Megan David is.
I wasn't paying attention. What?
I think it's maybe 743, Act 743. The Star of David is a Kabbalah symbol that.
Oh, you're talking about the Star of David. So the Seal of Solomon. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, also known as that. So Daniel's familiar.
Yeah, it's. I used to be an occultist, so I was into Kabbalah.
So
yeah, they represent the four elements put together.
Yeah. So what's up with the nation of Israel using that as their logo?
Oh, well, a lot of Jews are into Kabbalah, honestly. I remember it was very popular with the Jewish professors that weren't Marxists. They would definitely be into Kabbalah.
From my understanding, Kabbalah originates in Jewish tradition.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. A cabal just means a group of elite, powerful people, or like chosen people.
The cabal. Meet.
That's what
the
it's
cabal.
become shortened to. Yep.
Oh, yeah. I don't think it's mod. It's probably what was that guy you kicked off your show before? Daniel?
I have no idea.
Do you remember that? The guy who tries to pieces.
Just saying what to me?
Probably that guy. Remember that guy who liked to try to send pieces to you?
Oh
kicked off your,
no, it's a completely different person.
Hey Daniel, you missed it earlier. Me and Jess were zealoting Bruce Wayne up about the Theotokos.
Yeah, apparently I missed that. And,
we were giving them some scripture verses and everything, Sandman, because they love scriptures.
Never mind. Look, I actually don't know if it was missing mod. It probably wasn't.
Okay, that sounds like an apology to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, missing mod. If I just accused you of making that video and that wasn't you, and now I'm starting to think it probably wasn't you based off what I just read. So actually, never mind. I apologize.
Nice. I'm glad that got all fixed.
Yeah. I was wondering why missing mod would go from like 0 to like 100 on me like that. I was just like, well, she must be completely insane, because like she seemed like she was nice enough to me when I came onto her show. Like, why would she say something so mean about me? But yeah,
must be the goatee.
I think some people do try to stir the pot a little bit.
It's only a goatee now, Sandman. It's gonna be a beard one day.
Is it? Are you trying to grow a beard or?
He has to. Isn't that like Fronimo or something?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you mean try? What are you guys saying? This is a beard. This is 100% a beard.
I didn't mean any offense.
That's not a beard. That's a goatee. That's a long goatee. That's a beard is a full that's a goatee.
So you want more fur on the side?
You have to have
it doesn't really look good. It looks better trimmed.
You mean
so what would the Orthodox do with a guy like me? I literally can't grow a beard.
Okay, no problem.
Well, if you're Rokor, you have to grow a beard, but if you're any other diocese, you don't have to.
So I would, but it would look ridiculous. It'd be like stubble.
Well, the whole point of it is it's a sign of humility. So like rich people would always trim up to make themselves look good, and if you kind of like don't care about your appearance, that shows that you're not vain.
So when you say clergymen don't have to, but where do you think beards? Okay, but I mean it's not in the Bible, but where do you think they get it?
All right,
they get it from a tradition.
Let's touch gloves, guys. I want a good, clean fight. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, you know where you get priests who shave their beards and don't leave beards, right? And don't follow the traditions, which we strongly recommend that they do. Right? Is the icons.
I love how Sandman said that. I strongly recommend, like pretty much I'm good.
Well, so since you bring up the icons, that's actually another reason why beards are considered a pious thing to do as a priest, because you're supposed to be an icon of Jesus Christ, and Jesus had a beard. So you should also want to have a beard.
So why are our priests shaving them off?
Well, I'm not. I don't think it's very common. So like OCA, you don't have to have a beard, but like every priest I've met in the OCA has a beard. Mine does, but like you just don't have to. It's not something forced. It's just something that's normally done. But in Rokor, it's actually like a restriction. Like you would be defrocked if you didn't have a beard in Rokor. But I think they've changed that recently. I think the synods are changing that. Because it is a little ridiculous, like it's a piety, and pieties aren't supposed to be mandatory. It's supposed to be something that you do because you want to do the right thing. It doesn't have to be forced. It would only have to really be forced if it was like, I don't know, for some reason it was taking away from the faith and everybody seemed to be doing it. And it's like a crisis in the church. That's how the Orthodox Church has always responded in a conciliar. It always responds in a conciliar way to any kind of challenge, a direct challenge to the unity of the church. So if anyone's coming around and coming up with a new idea that is now splitting people up and dividing them, they're the problem, and they need to be removed. And that's when sometimes councils have to be held, and you say, okay, officially, we are making it 100% clear that to be Orthodox, you need to believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. You know, he has full humanity as well as full humanity, full divinity as well as full humanity. Like, that was the first council, because the Arians, you know, they came out, one priest came out and was just like, hey, I got this idea. And a bunch of the pagans that recently converted over, because it was the new state religion, they thought Arian made more sense. And from a human perspective, it does make more sense. The Trinity breaks the mind. Nobody can fully understand the Trinity, but it's the revealed truth, and it has to be preserved.
I have a question.
Me too.
Dan, you ever heard of Marcion?
What's that, Gangster Ghost?
Have you ever heard of the Marcions?
Yeah, I have.
Are they the ones who try to deny the Old Testament?
They don't deny it. They say
different?
that the God of the Old Testament is Yaldabaoth, and is the demiurge. It's an evil god. It's basically Satan. So they think the Old Testament God is Satan, and that the New Testament God is a different God altogether. And Jesus is trying to save us from like this matrix that we live in. And they're Gnostics, so they believe that we need to flee from the material world. The demiurge is the material world. It wants to keep us here, but we're spiritual beings being trapped in these human bodies. And we had to escape. But that's the demonic deception. They're spiritual beings. You know, they think that we're disgusting, that we were made to be both material and spiritual. So they tried to get the Gnostics to hate their own material bodies.
Daniel, would you know if ancient faith is OCA?
Ancient faith, I feel like has a has the most direct affiliation with the OCA. I don't think they're technically part of the OCA, but I don't know that for a fact.
Right.
Like, I can look it up right now. This is like a simple Google. Is Ancient Faith Radio part of the OCA? No, it's not. It's not directly part of the Orthodox Church of America. It's actually a ministry of the Antiochian Orthodox Church, Archdiocese of North America, but it's designated to be pan-Orthodox, so they often work with the OCA.
Mm-hmm.
So they're actually Antiochians, which makes sense why it was at the Antiochian village for their singles retreat.
Right. Nothing came out of that, eh?
I have a
For
question.
me, no. No, and really, truthfully, I went in there not with the right mindset, perhaps, because, you know, I was distracted a bit from another possible relationship that didn't end up happening. So.
Oh. So you were already involved in something, and then, but because you already booked your ticket for it, you went, but you weren't fully open.
Correct.
And you became maybe a little pickier, maybe. But yes and no. Yes and no. Because if you found something that was like, oh, then you would probably question the first thing you were juggling. You know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I still really enjoyed myself so much. Not just for the lectures and the services and kissing the relics and getting the books. Just the whole experience itself, meeting all these people were great. And we still actually talk. You know, we have a group on Discord where we can still communicate. So it was definitely a good thing. It wasn't like a net loss or anything. But no, I don't have a wife out of it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
After you guys, if you're done.
Go ahead.
I was curious of the Orthodox view of the Pope historically, and I don't mean as a Catholic. I'm just genuinely curious because, do you guys say there was a Pope, or the Bishop of Rome was a Pope, and then he changed? Do you guys say there was a Pope for most of the early church, whether his role is the same or not, or was it just the Bishop of Rome, or how does I believe you got 5 bishops or something. Could you explain that to me?
He was a patriarch. He was one of the 5 patriarchates.
Was the Pope a name, or was he just another?
Yeah, it was Pope.
Pope is just the Latin word for patriarch.
Yeah.
Oh, so they were all popes in a sense?
Yeah, patriarch is the Greek word. Pope is the Latin word. It's the same thing.
Papa.
So they were one of the dioceses of the church, and they split off because they had a larger diocese. They had the entire West. So, why share power with a bunch of other churches if you feel like you know everything, right?
Yeah, I guess I never really understood the Orthodox. So who went with the Pope in the schism? A bunch of people, or just like the Roman? And this isn't like a trick question. I'm genuinely asking.
I'm sorry, I got distracted because.
Well, the patriarch. Well, yeah, so you mean about before the schism? Like I believe in the 8th and 9th century. I'm gonna say maybe that.
And was it his role changed, him trying to assume the authority, or was it something to do with the filioque and the bread and stuff?
Are you talking about the schism?
No, before the schism, like there was a lot of back and forth with
East
and the West.
Yeah, you could say division started happening as early as the 6th century, really kicked up in the 9th century, and then it culminated in 10th.
And then we were hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, because basically the West really started flirting with the filioque a lot, and that already was building a lot of tension, because there's that Council of Florence that we didn't accept, but some people in the West did.
Okay, no, I was just always wondering, because when I do joke with the Orthodox, and I'm like, because I joked with Jess earlier, Gangster asked which was the right church, and I said, well, the Pope always was, and then they left the Pope, and then Jess said there wasn't a Pope. So I was just wondering if he meant not the Pope as he is today, but I was curious how that, because even when I read old things, I hear mentions of popes and stuff. So it makes sense that you guys acknowledge there was something titled the Pope, whatever his role was.
I remember in Rome, I think if you go even today, unless they changed it, but you'll find
before we move on, just so that I can put Missing Mod at ease here, I won't say your first name. I said it one time. I didn't think it was a big deal to you. Once you did, I don't think I've. Well, maybe I did actually. I might have done that intentionally to provoke you. So I apologize. Sorry, Missing Mod.
It reminds me of Who's That Pokemon, and Daniel's the one who said the name. Like, you weren't supposed to say it till the commercial came back.
Who's that Pokemon?
Who's that Pokemon?
Who's that girl?
We can continue back with the Catholic Orthodox schism. It's just I wanted to make sure that put her mind at ease there in the chat.
Yeah, I was just wondering. Thanks for it makes sense that.
Have you ever figured out what the Catholic? Where do the Catholics pull that the Holy Spirit is also sent by the Son? Where do you know like what verses they pull from?
Yeah, I've seen. There's a few of them.
There's a few of them.
I see it all. Yeah, there was actually. You had mentioned this before to me, or someone. You guys were talking about this with someone, maybe Catholic. I was listening, and all the. It seems to be perception, because all the scriptures that the Orthodox would say where it doesn't. I'm like I see the Son. I see the filioque in the scriptures. I do.
Hi, Daniel. How are you today, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I would say that from my understanding, the filioque was like a product of divine simplicity and like a lot of scholasticism. So like it's like this idea that God has to be simple. And so we need to know what the relationships are between the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. If we don't know the relationship directly between these in the eternal Godhead, then God wouldn't be simple. And it's like there's this premise that God has to be simple. And I don't know if like God actually has to be simple. I think that's something that like the Catholics put onto God. What we know is what God has revealed him to us, and there's nothing simple about the Trinity. You know, so divine simplicity, I just don't even think makes sense with Trinitarianism. But that's basically where it all comes from, is like this idea of divine simplicity. You'll hear this said a lot by the Catholic theologians.
Yeah, I do believe it came about because combating a heresy from my Catholic understanding. But for divine simplicity, I hear what you're saying, but I think logically maybe that's the Catholic's problem. But like paradoxically, as confusing as the more confused, it's so unknown that it's that at the end of the day it comes down to the most simple thing. It's like a paradoxical thing. I agree. We can't understand God and stuff. I think Augustine said like trying to understand God would be like scooping up all the sand on the ocean or something with the seashell. I think it's an impossible task.
And it ends up like coming towards things like the beatific vision, where it's just like, okay, so what are you saying with the beatific vision? You know the essence of God now. You're a man, or are you somehow not a man anymore? Because not even the angels can behold the essence of God. So like it that's where like I think the Orthodox and the Catholics sort of like part ways is like this. Really, what it comes down to, I would say, and this is from a very like, hey, I'm still new at this, but it seems to me that the only theological backbone of the Catholic faith has been St. Augustine, and everyone has been standing on his shoulders because he created something called systematic theology. And that's something that we don't really use in Orthodoxy, but it's the only method of divine contemplation in Catholicism.
Okay, well that's it. Well, just so you know, I learned this recently at we have a feast day of I want to say it's the chair of St. Peter. But so I found out on this feast day that I believe it's in Rome, there's a famous painting or a mural that is the chair of St. Peter, not the one that the Pope actually sits on, but it's lifted. It looks like it's lifted up by 4 church fathers, like they're the 4 stands of the chair, and St. Augustine's one of them. I can get you the other 3, but yeah, it's 2 like first century, and then 2 a couple hundred years later. But it's a super cool mural because the 4 church fathers look like they're holding up the chair of St. Peter, but really it's the Holy Spirit that's coming out from under it, and it holds up the chair because we believe that it's the Holy Spirit that. So it's a super cool just image, but that's I see what you're saying, because he is one of the 4 of church fathers.
I know what the other 3 are because I just looked it up. Athanasius the Great, who got his name during the First Ecumenical Council. Polycarp, everyone knows him because he's like one of those first century saints. Was he first or second century?
I think he died in 180. So second.
Okay, and then John Chrysostom.
Yeah, your boy. See the Catholics. We go to
those 3 are very important to the Orthodox. Our 3 great hierarchs are Gregory, the theologian, John Chrysostom, and Saint Basil. Yeah, Gregory the Great. We have a lot of Gregory theologians, and just Gregory's in general. But yeah, Gregory the Great.
Yeah.
I've been really enjoying Gregory Palamas a lot lately.
Maybe my Catholic upbringing is what has me blinded by what you're trying to inform me of, Sam, man. Because I do all throughout the scriptures. I see the primacy of the Pope, and I see the filioque and stuff. So maybe because of my catechism that I thought was poorly done, they instilled all those Catholic, as you guys would say, heresies in me.
Well, listen to this. You were talking about like back then having a pope. So Pope Leo the Third, had the Nicene Creed, the original Nicene Creed from Constantinople, without the filioque, by the way.
So was John Chrysostom. You read his liturgy; he doesn't have the filioque.
It was engraved in Latin and in Greek, on 2 bronze tablets in St. Peter's Basilica in Rome during the 9th century. This is what it says. Now, and he was a big defender of the original creed. defined at the first, it says first and second council, ecumenical council, so 325, 381.
And it's unchangeable.
I had seen this a while back, and I couldn't find it, but I just found it.
I still like you.
So just to like conclude, like what you were saying about like first having popes back then, we did, or called popes, but they were not like, they didn't have the role they have today.
Yeah.
And the creed was also the same creed we have today, and so Leo defended that creed.
And the interesting thing is, even modern popes like Francis of blessed memory, he said that the Orthodox are correct. So if they're willing to admit that we're correct, you know, why not just go back to what we all agreed to?
We're all coming back.
There's
no going back.
There is going back.
Me?
I know. Sandman, you're such a pessimist. God can do anything, man. God
No,
can
it's
do
impossible.
anything.
It's impossible. The Catholics cannot come back to the. They cannot.
Sandman.
You know what they would have to give up to come back? Like literally, they would have to say that we are wrong with all our ecumenical councils after the split. All the dogmatic beliefs and ways they would have to all give up. They're literally.
And all those Catholics through all those centuries were all
exactly. Like they would have to confess to that and come back.
No, they wouldn't be heretics, because those saints would now be under the what was originally the one church and what continued to be the one church later. And there was a time when the clergy separated, and that those under a false leadership, you know, were told things about the nature of God that were untrue, but that doesn't mean that their martyrdom is somehow like invalid, you know. Just like I would say about who was the Lutheran that died against Bonhoeffer. Bonhoeffer is a martyr. In my opinion, he's a saint. He's a Lutheran. He didn't believe, he wasn't an Orthodox, but he died for his faith. He died for God. He was persecuted because of what he believed in about Christ, and he went up against Hitler because he changed the Bible, you know, which you're not allowed to do.
Welcome, Brother Pike.
Hello.
Coffee man, how you
They
doing?
made me go on a walk after dinner. Ooh.
Why?
Oh, yeah.
Did you eat?
Trying to get rid of this here investment I got.
Oh. You could always just start fasting.
You know, that's a good idea, really.
So yeah, it's a very I mean, that's my opinion, and from what I see and what I hear, and speaking to other individuals who are in this deeper than I am, they all say the same thing. It's impossible for them to come back to the Orthodox Church.
Well, that's
I mean,
a
even
human
if you
obstacle.
think about it.
There's no reason why they couldn't.
Would is it okay if I ask a question about this?
Then that opens up, because then you have like Sandman say hypothetically speaking, the Catholics are wrong and they try to rejoin the Orthodox. So I'd imagine like all of those bishops and priests, they all have to be reordained. They all have to be all that. That's a whole lot of.
No, it
I have a
never works
question
like
about
that.
this.
You think it's easy?
Welcome, Brother Pike. Join the
I don't mean to
Catholic
interrupt or anything.
Orthodox
It's just I have an
Council.
honest question about this. It seems like the way you guys are discussing it, in order for this reunification to transpire, the Catholic Church would have to completely concede that the Orthodox is correct about all the present disagreements. Is that correct?
Well, no, that's the Orthodox.
But on either side, is that the case? You would expect the other side to make full concessions on all disagreements?
Yeah, well, the difference is though it's not a one-for-one thing, because the Orthodox the Catholics would have to admit they were wrong and go back. The Orthodox would just have to jump on.
What I'm really asking
the
is
Catholic.
there any place in the middle that both organizations would be comfortable meeting in?
No.
No, that's what
Well, I
me and
mean,
Sammy were saying. It's
I don't
quite
believe it.
possible.
I don't.
Because we with the primacy of the Pope, mainly, like we can't go from saying the primacy of the Pope to not. And then I believe there's a Marian doctrine. So there's a few things that like aren't like Okay, you think what you think, and we'll think what we
You can't
think.
compromise on the faith, Christian. You can't compromise.
That was kind of my thoughts. Are the places that you guys apart so far apart that it's unreconcilable without full concessions?
There's an issue of theological, like basically a
Before you
theological
go,
framework.
it seems like me and Sandman say yes, and Daniel says no. There's some wiggle room. It seems like.
Okay, but what I'm trying to impress upon, and this isn't really going for one argument or another, just to kind of build up the context here, is that there's a theological framework that is different in the West than the East. And the West typically looks at God as being judicial, where the East looks at God as being like a healer. And Francis started changing that a little bit. It sounds like Leo also wants to lean towards the Eastern conceptualization of God. If they continue to do that, there will be less of daylight between our positions, where, you know, original sin is all because of this judicial sense about God that, like, you know, we are all personally responsible, and like we basically there was a crime that was committed and somebody has to pay for it, you know.
Oh, you guys have a disagreement on original sin. I didn't realize that.
Well, so we would probably be more comfortable with different language with it, and we call it the ancestral curse is a little bit more familiar for us, but it's because we don't think you're personally responsible for the original sin. You are born into a fallen world, but you didn't actually commit the sins that Adam and Eve did.
Okay, I understand. And the Catholics have a very different point of view on that.
Correct. They believe that you are born with inherited guilt.
Generational sin, baby. That's biblical.
Generational sin, baby.
Yeah.
Biblical.
So it's that, like, you know, it seems small, but basically it builds up like an avalanche down the line to things like Immaculate Conception, because the whole reason why Mother Mary needs to be immaculately conceived is because if she was born with original sin, then how could she be the vessel for God? How could she be the Holy Tabernacle?
But don't the Orthodox and the Catholics both believe the same thing about the origin of Mary?
That she came from Saint Anne and
they're
Joachim?
goofy, Mike. They're goofy. No, I'm just kidding.
So
I'm just curious, really.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Catholics also believe that she came from Joachim and Anna, but from the Catholic perspective, somehow it wasn't. I mean, how would you describe the Immaculate Conception? I'm not as familiar with it, Zealot's Den.
So, are you saying that Eve was saved before Jesus was a thing?
Well, Dustin, it's
no,
really,
Jesus was begotten, born before all ages.
Yeah, we don't want to get sidetracked here. Zealot's Den, for Immaculate Conception, what is going on there?
Why don't you just answer the question? Why don't you just answer the question? Are you saying that
because
Mary
you're jumping in
saved?
on me asking him a question?
Who cares?
It's gonna be really
Are you
annoying.
gonna just answer the question, dude? You annoy the shit out of me all the time. It's a simple question. Are you saying that Eve was saved before Jesus was a thing?
Don't answer, Daniel, because you're cutting him off, and that's rude.
I'll cut you off until I get an answer. Then
No.
I want an answer. Are you saying that Jesus was not a thing for Mary's salvation?
The ticket machine is right there. Take a coupon, take a number, and
I can cut the line too. Just shut up, Sandman, and I won't be placated until I get an answer. Are you saying that Eve is not? It doesn't need Jesus as a necessity to be saved, Daniel. Is that what you're saying?
I plead
so the Immaculate Conception. A lot of people think that was Jesus's birth, but I think as Daniel alluded to, that was the birth of
Did Eve need Jesus to be saved?
Yeah, so Zealot's Den, I was asking, like,
did Eve
when
need
Mary,
Jesus
when the
to
Catholics
be
believe
saved?
that
Did Eve need Jesus to be saved?
Gangster, do
yes
you
or
mind
no?
kicking
Did
Dustin off?
Eve need Jesus
He
to be saved?
He went down
yes or
into
no?
Hades and released them.
Are you saying that Eve did not need Jesus to be saved?
I don't believe so. No, she did. Yes, obviously.
Oh, okay.
But so yeah, the Immaculate Conception was Mary was singularly abstained from original sin, before she was born, as Daniel said, because Jesus needed to be of a pure vessel.
So she didn't need Jesus for salvation.
Mary? No, she did. It was before.
So it was before?
Yeah, well, she was free from the original sin before she was born in her mother's womb, yes. That doesn't mean sinless.
I don't know what you're saying right now. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's an intricate teaching for sure.
So, if she was immaculate conception, wouldn't that make her immaculate to the point where she would not even need to pray to a savior? Wouldn't you say?
No, not at all.
Because she did, like anyone else,
right?
And she said, "My soul magnifies the Lord."
Amen.
And my spirit rejoices in God, my Savior. So Mary's calling her son my Savior.
Correct.
In Luke 1:46 and 47. So why would she pray if she's immaculate, is what the Orthodox are saying, right? So this is where the little tickle happens. And I believe that this Immaculate Conception concept was introduced
1953, I want to say.
Yeah, 1854 by Pope Pius IX. This is like 1800 years after Christ. So yeah, that's why the Orthodox don't accept that, But so little things like that. I think we were once talking
similar
about
with the Assumption too.
Yeah, the Assumption. So, like, because she was also born with ancestral sin. Why? Because she was conceived by parents, right?
Correct.
Who also had the ancestral sin. So why would the child not be born with ancestral sin?
Because she was unique for our plan of salvation.
She's definitely unique. Definitely.
Yeah. So, like, from our perspective, because ancestral sin is like why people had to die. So like that's why Mary.
We're not sure. Us Catholics aren't sure.
Mary had to die because she was born into this world, and for the two people who didn't die, they will become the two witnesses at the end, so that they will also die, because every man has to die. If God has to die, then we all have to die too.
Right. So
why didn't Mary just like sacrifice herself for the salvation? If she was so holy.
Didn't die.
Well, he's going to be one of the two witnesses.
Yeah. So what Daniel?
Enoch didn't die.
Enoch and Elijah. Yeah.
So Mary calls God her Savior.
Yeah. So you can't say everyone's got.
Well, that's what I'm saying is the two witnesses are those two people because every man has to die. So that's going to be at the end of time when they come back. They'll speak fire.
Yeah, exactly. So what you just said, Daniel, is it shows that she was not exempt, right, from human condition,
right,
which is death, and so that's why she calls God her Savior. So,
and it's also why the Catholics don't believe she actually died. They believe that she was assumed before she died, while we believe she was assumed after she died, so that her body would never become.
So we're allowed both of those are
okay.
acceptable. We could believe either of those.
Okay,
we're not sure, but look at Zealots then unifying Sandman and Daniel. A W for Zealots.
Unifying? No, we're cool. We don't have an issue.
Yeah, you guys agreeing on Orthodox theology, like them
No,
Catholics.
but me and Daniel,
check me out. Not bad. All in a day's work, brother.
It's all in a day's work. Me and Daniel don't agree on certain theological. Futuristic things that are happening within the church is what we don't agree on, but the dogmas we agree on 100%. I mean, we do believe in the same thing. Now there's certain little things.
Oh, Sandman, I'm clipping that. Me and Daniel believe the same dogma. We believe the same thing. And then I'm gonna put Daniel in slow motion, like Sandman, the heretic. I'm just kidding.
The heretic, Sandman. Have you heard of him? Don't. If you hear even
don't. He will not bring you a dream.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, like, okay, for example, like what we just said now earlier, like Daniel believes they're going to unify. I believe it's impossible to unify. So these are two just, contrary point of views. One thinks it will, the other doesn't. And honestly, well, only time will tell, right? Like, what's.
So could you come together right now over me?
Hey, Brother Pike, I tell you, I respect that the Orthodox got so much love and honor for the Blessed Mother, and they don't believe things like the Immaculate Conception and the Assumption. Or you do believe in the Assumption, but not the same way.
Apparently, that you guys can believe that she died and was assumed like we do, because that's what we believe. So we believe that it wouldn't be right for the tabernacle of God to be corrupt or to be buried. So the bones could never be found. Also, the Jewish people were terrible to Mother Mary. They tried to sabotage her funeral, but angels were protecting her. But yeah, they would have probably tried to do awful things to her grave, but it just never happened because God decided to go ahead and assume her and give her a glorified body in heaven. There's this wonderful icon that I remember. It was one of my first questions when I came into the parish, and I saw it, and it's Jesus holding this female child, and I said, "Is that Mother Mary? Like, is he holding Mother Mary as a child?" And he said, "Yeah, this is one of the beautiful things. This is when he gets her soul, and he actually holds her, which is like really amazing and a beautiful thing."
But one thing I've heard that the Catholics have to do is hold to the 7 ecumenical councils, right? Like within a continual, even after the break, they respect.
Yeah, we have like a bunch
After,
more
yeah.
after too.
But before I think you have to adhere to the 7 ecumenical councils. As Catholics, I think they have to. I could be wrong, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
Because if they do adhere to this first councils,
And Pope Leo said it's unchangeable.
okay, well then Immaculate Conception was never taught in the first councils.
It's not, but just because it counts, if a council doesn't say, it doesn't mean that it's forbidden. So you can't use the argument of silence with the councils, because there's lots of things that weren't said in the first council that was later said in the later ones. Yeah.
What do you think, Zealot?
I believe us as Catholics, I don't know if the Orthodox use the same analogy. We use the church. We call it a living, breathing organism. So similar to like an oak tree seed. It started off as a seed, but now it's a beautiful oak tree. And you'd look at a seed of an oak tree and a big oak tree and say those aren't the same thing.
Can I chime in for 2 seconds? As a recommendation to my Catholic and my Orthodox brethren on how to resolve this issue, there's a beautiful homily, ancient hymn that you may have heard, and it goes something like this: "I'll start walking your way if you start walking mine, and we'll meet in the middle beneath that old Georgia pine. See, we'll gain a lot of ground if we both give a little, because there ain't no road too long if we meet in the middle."
Did you say that to the wife when you first?
No, she's just mean. She made me take a walk after dinner, so that was like a bonus.
Oh, they're 80-20 all the way, Sam, man. They're an 80-20 relationship.
Is that where you are now? Okay. I guess that's how it is. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Tammy said there's more shade over here. Keep walking, husband.
It was like a long walk, man.
Did you ever read poetry, poems to the wife and little?
I used to write poetry for her because I'm a poet, and so I was like, man, she didn't care. That didn't mean nothing to her.
Is she like a romantic? Like, no, she's not a romantic.
I could write her poem till I'm blue in the face. It don't mean nothing.
You mean like now? What about like
Anytime, ever?
Ever? She's so.
Pike, maybe you just need better poems, brother.
That could be it. Zella's got a point there.
Yeah, my poems were fire.
It's possible that I just suck. Yeah.
A secret weapon.
Daniel writes. Daniel could be a good poem.
He's been sending her haikus all this time, and she's like, I hate haikus.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Roses are red, violets are blue.
The closest to Jesus to me.
They don't even rhyme.
Good one, Z-Dan.
It's a good start.
No wonder why Hallmark never hires me to write their.
Did you apply? They're like, here's your interview. Whip up something right now. Give me a
cook for us, as the kids say.
Yeah, cook me an omelet. Again, that movie. What was it? 100 foot. 100 foot distance or something. I think.
Well, Brother Pike's saying if we both go 50 feet,
Okay.
then that 100 feet's not that long.
50 feet, yeah, 50 feet, which means, but here's the thing. If you meet me, which also means you sacrifice, you put away this from your side, we'll put away this from our side, and we will have this together. Right? And now you just took the faith and you bent it. You already twisted it. Removing, you can't remove anything. You can't remove or add.
Would somebody please tell me where he gets his crack from?
Dustin, we're having a nice conversation.
Say, man, what if we just got their pews and they went back to everything else, but we had to accept their pews?
Imagine you nailing in church saying, man. No, just
Actually,
kidding.
I'm a tall guy,
just
so like,
kidding.
and I got bad knees, so like getting down, some what holiday is that, Daniel, where we get down on our knees and we prostrate, like
Great Lent.
Yeah, and they do that like what 4 or 5 times, I think.
So during the St. Andrew's canon of Crete, it's many times, many prostrations.
Exactly.
It's Orthodox calisthenics. That's what our priest calls it.
Yeah, and you get down, and it's depending on the floor that they have in the church, and then you're like, and my knees are like busting up, and my underpants is riding up and then it's then you get up. You gotta get wedgies going down, and you get back up. Your pants is down, and you gotta pull them up again. And it's but it's good. It's nice. I mean, I do it. I don't think of my knees. I just say I think of the Lord, right? I say I do this for the Lord. I mean, he's
low self-mortification. Consider it self-mortification.
I mean, look what he did for us, right? Like, look what he suffered. So I could suffer a little bit too.
Okay, so he sounds like he'll go with the pews, Daniel.
There is churches in EO. There are churches that I used to go that still have pews. As a matter of fact, most of them do.
Yeah, it's quite common at this point.
I was surprised to learn
what about like lawn chairs.
I was surprised to learn.
It's more of a Russian thing than anything else. Like Russians typically do not have pews. They like to stand because it's always cold in Russia, so they're shivering. And I got to tell you, from being crammed into a Russian monastery, like I can see why they cross themselves like this, because like you do not have the space to actually like cross yourself wildly. You just got to be like doot, 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 doot. You have a very tiny little bit of area that is yours. You're crammed in there like sardines, but it's wonderful.
That must be a small church.
Well, this was St. Tikhon's, so it's a pretty big monastery, but it was just the Metropolitan Tikhon came. So like, and I was lucky enough to be like right there where I could like really see him. I was like right next to him most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys frequent many churches? Am I the only one who thinks I've found like a beautiful church, and then you go to another one and you're like, "Whoa, this thing
this is the cool thing about
majestic."
Orthodoxy is like the Catholic churches are a little different from church to church, but with Orthodox churches, they're very different from church to church. And like you never really find one that isn't beautiful, but like there's some that really just knock your socks off, and you're like, "Oh my goodness, I can see this is where heaven and earth meet." Like there's all kinds of different styles, you know, from Greeks to Russian to Serbian to Antiochian, et cetera, et cetera. You know, so many different styles. I actually met somebody recently who wrote a book about the OCA's dome structures and how it's Russian influenced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did. He was interesting in Rocor, but then he's more interested in OCA now.
I actually grew up at the church I attended growing up. It has its own little beauty and stuff, but it was probably made in the last 100 years. Whereas all the ones more in the inner city are just like 200-300 years old, big, huge, beautiful stones, which is where I go now. But we didn't have altar rails or anything at the church I grew up with.
But Christian, when do you celebrate Mother Mary?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
When do you celebrate Mother Mary?
Oh, I don't do holidays, Sandman.
You don't do holidays?
Huh?
No holidays?
Not really.
Christmas?
Not Christmas, not
I
birthday.
mean, we'll get the kids gifts sometimes. I mean, I don't know. It's like I said the other night. You know, it depends on what you mean by celebrate. Bubba, quit. It depends on if you're treating them like there's some kind of a special holy occasion. I don't do that. But if it's just like a routine thing to hang out with the family, we do recognize some of those.
Excuse me.
So the birth of Christ is nothing significant?
Well, we believe in it every day, not just one day.
Got him. No, just kidding.
Yeah, we believe it every day too. It's just
I mean, what's the significance? For example,
it's like that'd be like saying like with Juneteenth, it's just like, yeah, I don't celebrate Juneteenth. It's like, why not? You don't like black people being emancipated? No, I celebrate that every day.
yeah, but the book says in the Bible.
But you don't celebrate Pride Month? No, I celebrate that every day of the year,
Oh,
baby.
God.
I love the gays.
So yeah, like I mean, there's days. I mean, there's days and then there's days. I think
there's just days.
There's days and then there's days.
There's Thursday.
Yeah, like for example, try forgetting your anniversary.
You know, you're talking to somebody who's not that great at remembering, Sandman.
I know, but that wouldn't go down too well with the wife, or maybe she doesn't care about it. I don't know.
How she cares?
She cares.
She's like, you forgot it.
Yeah, because it's the day. But you say, but I love you every day, and
I can find a bunch of secular traditions and try to make them religious too, if that's what we're doing.
We're not doing that because they're actual holidays and religious.
There's
biblical days. I mean, look, it's even in the Bible.
You think there's New Testament church holidays, Sandman? Is that your official position?
That's my official position. But the Bible talks about, you know, the birth and the whole event.
So it talks about them continually celebrating that a certain day of the year?
The church does, yeah, and in traditions, the traditions talk about it.
I know that you guys believe that, but the Bible does not teach that.
Well, technically, if you include the Old Testament in the Bible, the Old Testament talks a lot about it. In the Psalms, it extols us to celebrate the feast days of the church.
The
That
Jews
is good
had
and
many
right.
feast days they celebrated, which Paul said were allegories, types, and shadows.
For the ones that we do now, baby. Ah!
You're supposed to add nothing to it, Daniel.
Why does Christian just hate Christmas and Easter?
You know, I actually like Christmas. I do kind of hate Easter.
I was going to say, you celebrate that, don't you?
Easter. It's the most
It's just one of those
important
things.
thing in all of Christianity.
What?
It's the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. It's like when he
No,
did it.
it's
It's when he
not.
says it's complete. It's accomplished.
Do you believe the apostles and all the believers at the time didn't get together on that day?
There's no indication that they did.
Well, the same way there was no indication of the canon of scripture wasn't even around. I'm like it's the same thing, but it was guided by tradition and whatever they.
When you say it was guided by tradition, like the things that John wrote.
Yeah, but not everything was written down. Do you know how expensive it was to write things down, especially during persecution? Not only the material price, but also the fact that you might get caught with it.
I mean, it's an interesting speculation, but like what
A
John
speculation. That's the facts. That's why when we take communion, they say you have to promise that you will not betray the church. You will not speak of these mysteries to your enemies, like Judas.
what Paul
Well,
said.
also there's a scripture that says there's stuff that couldn't be written down. All the books couldn't contain it.
Well, hold on. This idea that they didn't have access to enough parchment, Paul actually wrote to Timothy in one place and said, "Hey, be sure to bring plenty of that parchment." So they definitely had it.
They probably said to bring it because it was extremely expensive. Back then, they had to use vellum, which is Latin for skin, for animal skins.
Well, what the scripture records is that they had access to parchment.
Well, a cool little fact that I learned recently. Speaking of feast days, the holiday of Hanukkah that Jesus was mentioned of celebrating in the New Testament was founded or mentioned in the book of Maccabees, which isn't in the 66 book Bible. So I always found that interesting because it is mentioned in the New Testament. I found that pretty cool because it is a holiday and Jesus is mentioned.
Maccabees is all attributed to the Old Testament.
So yeah.
Correct. You don't believe at all in traditions, Christian?
No, I believe in traditions. I just believe in the ones that were recorded in the scriptures, the ones that the apostles believed in.
Oh, so you don't believe anything else other than you don't believe like those traditions that are out of the Bible?
Well, I don't believe that they're sufficient to be taught as doctrine. I don't think it's wrong. Like I said the other night about a person saying, well, we hold this tradition for this reason. I have no problem with that. But when you extrapolate that to the point of teaching it as part of Christianity, we're told in the scriptures not to do things like that.
So what about other traditions that aren't religious at all, like 4th of July?
What about them?
Well, hold on.
Don't do anything because it's not in the Bible.
I had to look up stuff so I can actually have things that I can pull up here, but it would cost $1,639 in modern currency for the equivalent of Gospel of Luke, and that's only the materials. That wouldn't also include the wage that you'd have to pay the laborer, and also the wage for the scribe. So it was extremely expensive to write back then.
Paul said on many occasions, I wrote this with my own hand, so there was no wage for the scribe.
Well, then why would we have verses that still say
still really expensive? I'm saying materials alone, it's almost $2,000.
Yeah, but
what are you extrapolating that to mean, that we don't have all the scriptures because of that?
Beautiful. So what I'm saying is it was really expensive, but also it was really dangerous to even have anything that was Christian. So like they did rely on secrets, and you know that because they used to do the symbol of the fish. Remember the fish in the sand?
Are you a follower of the way?
You do one side of the fish, they do the other side of the fish.
Who?
The Christians.
Who?
Followers of the way.
But
now I realize, like many years later, that tradition was began.
Think about this, Daniel. If the Bible, the whole canon was written and agreed on, and why would we have verses that still say, "Hold on to the traditions"?
Well, we have those because they talk about those traditions.
Well, yeah. So it's by written and also by word of mouth. So like you're denying everything that was written by word of mouth.
No, I believe in the word of mouth. These list of things that we say were the secret word of mouth ones, you have to take for granted were the secret word of mouth ones, and there's no reason to believe that.
There's no reason
Yeah. So you believe everything was written finally at the end.
Well, there's a lot of things we don't have that were written. Like, for instance, in one place, Paul mentions an epistle that he wrote to the Laodiceans. So we know that there was an epistle written to the Laodiceans that we don't have. There's another example where one of the apostles quotes from the book of Enoch, which we don't seem to have an accurate copy of like they did back then. In the Old Testament, it speaks about a book. It was either Abraham or Moses. So there's 3 or 4, maybe more, but 3 or 4 that I can remember, things that were considered to have scriptural authority that we actually don't have today.
You might be thinking of the Septuagint.
No, these are books that are actually mentioned in the canon that we don't have.
Because in the Septuagint, there's like every single time the apostles talked about the Old Testament, it's always one for one in the Septuagint. Like without exception.
Well, I don't know how that's connected to this. What I'm saying is like the
Masoretic is what the Protestants use.
I'm aware of that. What I'm saying is in the scriptures, regardless of which of those two sources you pull from, in the scriptures, there are works that are mentioned by the authors of the scriptures that they esteemed as scripture that we do not have access to today, such as Paul's epistle to the Laodiceans.
Why do you think we don't have an accurate copy of the Book of Enoch when the Dead Sea Scrolls version is like published and you could buy it?
That's the Septuagint, yeah.
Well, because I believe that if we did, the Lord would have had it canonized. I think that he's in control of things like that.
It was canonized.
The Book of Enoch is not canonized.
This is going to be a good argument.
I think it's not canonized, but it's part of the overall church text. Let me make sure.
Yeah, you're just not used to being told you're wrong, are you?
Dan can't take no for an answer.
I'm not trying to be argumentative. I just
don't have to be. He's just factually wrong.
No, he's not.
Let's talk about if
wrong.
baptism saves.
He's not factually wrong or wrong. As a matter of fact, how did they pray?
Sandman to the rescue.
How did they pray in the first 50 years after Christ? Like, could you tell us how they did that? What did they do?
What does that got to do with anything?
All right. So I double checked this. So yeah, it's the Book of Enoch isn't in the actual canon itself, but it's considered to be
sad.
It is in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, but it's not in the Eastern. But it is part of our apocryphal section. Wait, hold on. Wait, let me see here.
Yeah, well,
it's deemed good. It's deemed good to read if it's one Enoch.
Well, my point of bringing it up was that one of the apostles, it might have been, it might have actually been in Jude. It may have not have been an apostle, but in one of the writings in the New Testament epistles, they mention the Book of Enoch and they reference it in an authoritative way. So obviously they had a copy back then that they felt confident was accurate, was my point. And Paul felt the same way about the epistle he had written to the Laodiceans because he recommended that another church read that. So we know that there were things that were considered authoritative that we don't necessarily have access to today, which really has always fascinated me.
Well, why do you think that was? I mean,
I don't know.
you think
I've thought about it a lot of times.
It's because of the persecution. These people were getting killed all the time, and they were trying to stamp them out from existence.
I know that that's the natural answer. When I say I've thought about it, I mean I wonder why the Lord didn't suffer us to have those things.
Because everything that was going to be guided by the Holy Spirit, who would guide them.
I agree with that. I think the Bible is complete without the epistle to the Laodiceans, but I would still love to read it.
So we believe the Holy Spirit guided the church to appoint these feast days as well.
Well, I know the Holy Spirit would have been who unveiled the Dead Sea Scrolls.
And proved that the Septuagint was like always the right one.
Well, what do they say the Dead Sea Scrolls are? So I'm looking right now. It says 408 BC to 250 BC. So that would be probably as close to like what the apostles quoted as possible.
Oh no, if those really are from 250 BC, those are very accurate texts for sure.
Well, look at Wikipedia on the Dead Sea Scrolls.
No, I'm familiar with the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I'm not saying that they're not good, but there is a certain amount of ambiguity where we can only get so precise.
Yeah, and I guess to be fair, 250 years from there till Jesus, that's a long time.
No, if they really are from 250 BC, then those are very reliable texts, I believe.
And what are the verses that make you say or discard traditions as mentioned?
Well, I don't discard traditions. I just discard some of the traditions that you guys say have to be included.
But you don't know what the traditions are. How do you say I don't discard traditions? What are they?
Did you watch the teaching last night?
No, you know that. I came in late.
Well, so I went over some of those verses. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, he was saying that the feast
but they're not in the Bible, the traditions, Christian. You can't talk about traditions that are not in the Bible.
Correct.
Because you're sola scriptura. So how would you know what the traditions are?
Right. Well, I'm saying that you can't create certain traditions that conflict with what's in the Bible. That's what the apostles taught.
Well, if you're talking about when Jesus was against or warned against human traditions that replaced God's words, That I would agree, but we don't use that to say, you see here, we don't need traditions.
Well, that's not the only place that we read from last night. There are writings of Paul and different people. That we
Oh
read.
yeah, I don't even know what you taught. I'm just
Yeah,
telling
we did read what Jesus said, but we also read things that the apostles wrote to the New Testament church about this. So it wasn't exclusively what Jesus said before Pentecost. I do agree that that was more applicable to the circumstances that the Jews were in, but there are things that the New Testament writers said to the church as well.
It seemed to me like what I got out of your lesson from yesterday, or like the way that I interpret those verses, is that we shouldn't judge other people based off of the amount of fasting and what feast days that they observe. And you made the sort of distinction that you were saying, like, I believe the Orthodox and the Catholics are making these feast days part of like doctrine. Like it's something you have to believe now, and if you don't believe it, then we're teaching that you're not believing the true God anymore. And when I kind of came on, go ahead, Dustin. You can take over.
No, I was agreeing that was spot on refutation of what Christian was.
Yeah, so far I don't have any disagreement.
I just want to know, like, how come you can eat Nutella when you're fasting, but you can't have any like meat?
Traditions.
Terry Berry.
Tradition.
In the comments, I was waiting for you to come up.
This is what a lot of people don't know, because if I ask you what are the traditions, like I just asked Christian, he cannot answer that question because he doesn't know.
You didn't give me a second to answer that question.
What makes you think that I would trust you to have the right answer, though, Sandman?
Can I have a shot at it?
No, but all due respect, I don't expect him to know it because he's not in the church. This is
Well,
what
I
I'm
might
trying
surprise
to
you though.
Yeah, I know, but you know where I'm coming from. But you have to be.
Well,
in
I
the
think
church
you're
to know
trying to
what
move on real quick because you don't want to answer it.
Huh?
Dude, you should be called Shit Man, not Sandman.
Why do?
Sorry, Dustin, we can't do
Yeah.
that.
The S word.
But yeah,
hold on, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sandman, are you under the impression that I'm just totally ignorant on Eastern Church traditions? I'm assuming that's what you're saying.
No, you can't. You can learn about
But then
that.
don't say
so
it.
much.
That's not what you're
No,
saying.
but it's not your teachings. It's not your belief. So to say
I
that,
teach the Bible, Sandman.
I know, but there's also traditions.
Well, I know that you say that, but the
Well,
traditions.
Paul
the apostles
says.
taught that
Paul
you
says
mentioned.
it.
But
But
Paul mentioned those traditions, Sandman.
Not all of them.
Well, but you're saying, okay, well, these magic pictures are one of the ones that he didn't mention.
For example, the liturgy that we have
But the
is
liturgy
not
is not part of
it's not in the Bible. It is. Sure, it is.
It's
How
not.
they
It's not. There's no evidence the early church ever observed that.
the early church. That's what they did. That's what they did. The
You
early,
believe the early
that
church is Peter,
Baptist
James, and John, Sandman?
the early church, the apostles, they all.
But you can't say that. You have no source to say that. I realize that you believe that. I'm okay with you believing that. I'm not trying to tell you what to believe, but you can't teach that to others in an authoritative way because you don't know it.
All right, it looks like the Didache could probably be our best one here. So the Didache does show that we had liturgy in the early church.
It
the
does
Didache
not.
was like late 1st century,
No, it
early
was
2nd
not.
century.
No, it was not. They do not know who authored the Didache. They do not know what city it was authored in, and they don't actually know what year it was authored. We know very little about that document.
Didache date written.
Hey, I just want to ask Clay about his
It
background.
says it's generally believed to have been written in the late 1st century or early 2nd century, while some scholars place its earliest origins around 40 AD. Most agree it's a 1st century text composed in Greek. The text's final form is estimated to have been reached no later than 150 AD.
Daniel, who wrote the Didache and in which city was it written?
Well, I can't tell you who the author of it is because it doesn't say an author in the Didache. I've read
you
the
not
Didache before.
canonize it, Daniel?
A lot of people don't. It's a piety.
But I'm asking you, why would your church not canonize the Didache?
Oh, canonize it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a catechism. It would basically be redundant.
Yeah.
The answer is because you know you can't use it for a point of authority.
That you can use it
That
as
is
a
the reason they don't canonize it.
No, it's part of our traditions. It's not part of our
It's
scripture
definitely
canon.
part of your traditions. I agree with that.
Yeah, but this is early church though.
But this is not
first
just
century.
It's not early church. They don't know
It's not
who
just-
wrote that or where it was written.
It's not.
They know
strictly-
when. They just don't know who.
They don't even know when.
Okay, you're making that claim, but what sources do you have?
You're
Because
saying
every
that
source
some
that I
scholars
say,
put it in 40. Some scholars put it in 150.
I said 140. I thought,
No,
but
you said
either way.
150. You said the range was from 40 to 150.
Okay, so between those two ranges, you don't consider that early church?
Daniel, you're missing the point that I'm making. Not only do they not know who wrote it or where it was written, but they have 100-year gap of when it might have been written. That's how much they don't know about that document.
Okay,
that is
but
the
even
true
at the
reason
latest, wouldn't
can't-
that still be the first? Wouldn't that still be the early church?
But if the early church wrote it, Daniel, but we don't know that.
So you're saying because they're not sure about the date, then you're
from
not
my
even sure it's from the church.
No, they're not sure about the author or the place of origin either.
Well, but from my understanding, it was written before a lot of the New Testament.
Yeah, it was before the canonization of the Bible.
It was certainly before the canonization because the canonization didn't happen until the 300s.
And if it's as early as 40 AD, that's before a lot of the epistles were written.
When you say if it's as early as 40, you just gave a range that went to 150.
Okay, which it started at 40.
Right, but do you think it was written in 40?
I'm saying that the scholars don't know exactly when, but these are the date ranges, and that's early church history, man.
Right.
How could it not be?
I understand that 40 to 150 is early. Well, the
Yes.
point that I'm making is that they don't know who wrote it. They don't know where it was written. They don't know very accurately when it was written. And we know that in Paul's epistles, he had already started dealing with people who were breakaway sects of Christianity who had gone off into heresy. These are the reasons that your church will never canonize the DDK.
Well, I said liturgy, laying of the hands, the Eucharist.
Laying of the hands is in the Bible.
And so is the Eucharist.
How? Yeah, how to perform the Eucharist, how to
Yeah.
do the prayers, what are the prayers that you don't know, you don't have
When you
because
say
it's
what are
part
the
of
prayers? Where are you getting that
it's
from?
that the apostles. That's
So
what
when you worship,
the
you need a
apostolic
liturgy.
writings, Sandman?
you can't say where. It's in the church.
Sandman, which of the apostolic writings are telling you how to do the prayers?
Which are the
See, this
apostolic?
doesn't work on me because I've read the apostolic writings.
Well, the church
All of them?
has and
All of
maintained. Sure. Well, do you know they do
Have
the
you not
same
read the
liturgy?
entire New Testament, Daniel?
Well, there's more
That's the entirety of the
apostolic
apostolic
writings than just the Bible.
No, there's not. There's not.
Yeah, there is.
That's the writings of the apostles. That's what apostolic means.
Yeah, but there's other people like Athanasius the Great was also
think he was an
considered to be an
apostle?
apostle. Yeah, he was called
You
the
think
13th.
Athanasius the Great was an apostle?
He was,
Well,
he was-
just from a Catholic's perspective, I believe the Pope's letters are still apostolic letters.
Do you believe the Pope is an apostle?
so an apostle is it can be a title given to people, and it's not something that we put out very easily, but some people earn that role. Yeah.
So just for clarity, Zidin, do the Catholic Church hold that the Pope is an apostle?
I'm not, if not an apostle, an successor to the apostles. Yes.
Well, the word apostolic means of the apostles. So in order to give his letters, for instance,
Oh,
the
then I
same authority-
definitely, if that's what it means, then I'd have to probably say yes on that. Then
Okay, I did not know that the Catholic Church esteemed him as an apotle. That's new to me. I didn't know that.
he's definitely of the apostles. That's why, by that definition,
Well, that's like I said. The word
Yeah, when you say
apostolic
of the
means
apostles, that that opens the doors to like everyone that is standing on the rock, basically, which is
Dude, there's
correct.
You guys
only
might be misunderstanding what I'm saying. The letter that John wrote is apostolic because an apostle wrote it. That's what it means to be apostolic.
right. So apostolic is 13 plus Paul, who is the apostle of the Gentiles. So that's the only apostles. There are no more apostles after the 12.
But he just said the other guy was an apostle.
Who?
Daniel just said that the other gentleman was an apostle.
Athanasius the Great is considered to be the 13th apostle.
No. What about Matthias?
And that's for both the Catholics and the Orthodox. That was early
Wait a minute.
church.
Wait a minute. What do you? This is the first time I'm hearing this. You got the 12 apostles. One was Judas Iscariot, who betrayed the Lord. He was
then
he was
Matthias.
replaced by Matthias. Who's the 13th?
The
Well, technically Matthias, but really Paul the apostle is the 13th.
No. So Paul is the 13th. He was the apostle of the Gentiles.
Correct.
Right. What other apostles are you talking about, Daniel?
Athanasius the Great.
I don't know if Athanasius the Great being an apostle. Am I wrong here, or I mean, is there a 14th apostle?
Pretty sure it's the 13th.
How could it be the 13th? 13 is
honor the Gator.
With
Which
Matthias,
apostle was Saint Bartholomew?
Bartholomew
Yeah.
was 12.
Yeah, but what apostle was that? Just his name, Bartholomew?
Yeah, his name was Bartholomew. He was one of the original 12.
Simon the Zealot was one.
That's right.
The Catholics believe that he was skinned alive, which is pretty terrible.
I think that's a pretty common Christian belief, is that he was skinned alive. Yeah.
Saint Athanasius the Great is sometimes referred to as the 13th apostle. This title is primarily used in the Orthodox Church and Eastern churches to honor him as a pillar of orthodoxy and a defender of Christian truth against the heresy of Arianism. So he got this role during the First Ecumenical Council.
But yeah, Tim, I just want to correct myself. No, the Pope's not an apostle.
Yeah, I
Tim is
wasn't
right.
sure
It's
about that.
the-
I
it's the
thought maybe I
13th.
was misunderstanding you on that, because when I say apostolic, the word apostolic literally translates to something that the apostles produced. And so I don't know, maybe you guys use the word different, but in a literal sense, it means like of the apostle. Like if there's a doctrine that an apostle personally preached, that is therefore an apostolic doctrine.
Yeah, we agree on that.
That's what I mean when I say the word apostolic.
So Badger Snake, he's referred to as the 13th apostle. It's an honorary title. So
are all the
we have a bunch of those.
apostles?
So we call Mary Magdalene in the Catholic Church the apostle to the apostles because she told Peter and John and Peter about the good news.
we
of his
say
resurrection.
it's Mother Mary because we believe that Mother Mary was the first one to actually know.
I
Because
think
Mary
we call her the
Magdalene,
Queen of
she
the
seemed to be
Apostles.
she seemed to not understand when she first saw it because she came back like sad. But when Mother Mary was with her, but they don't say that she was sad about it and she wasn't confused. And a lot of the church fathers believe that the reason why they didn't mention her being the first one to know is because then people would see it as less credible because she's the mother of Jesus Christ. So it's like, of course, your mother's going to say he's still alive. You know,
They
like,
said the same thing about Mary Magdalene, though, because a woman's witness was only half of a man's.
either way, it was women first. It was the myrrh bearers.
Yeah.
It was these fine ladies first.
That could have been you, Terry Berry.
You could have been a myrrh bearer.
I totally would bear my savior's myrrh in case he died. Hey, no, I gotta say something. What was it? I was gonna respond to the chat because Dr. Spider got a new desk and a chair and a gas grill. So shout out to Dr. Spider's new desk and chair and gas grill. Amen.
Why is he going to cook for us, or?
I don't think he's gonna cook for us. Would you
Oh,
cook
then
for us, Dr.
we don't need
Spider?
to. No cookout, no shout out. There you go.
He needs that. He needs that
No
Dan
cookout,
come
no
over,
shout-out.
since Dan's so good at gaslighting.
No shout out.
That was funny. Glenn.
Yay! No shout out.
Hey, Badger.
But
Jess.
Meet Jess.
What's up, guys?
I had a question. Would you rather be Jonah or Hosea?
I'd rather be who I am.
I just wanted to correct
Jonah.
Daniel that Athanasius was not the 13th apostle. He possessed a title equal to the apostles, which Mary Magdalene also possessed. Does not mean he is an apostle.
They're not apostles. Anyways, that's
Maybe
my point.
Daniel's just up here speaking tonight, huh?
No, that's why I looked it up on my phone because yesterday I was reading about it and then I wanted to make sure I wasn't misspeaking. But he was referred to as the 13th apostle.
The thing
And
that gets
he
me
got-
is the 13, because it seems like with Paul being the 13th, they would have called him the 14th.
I don't know. It's literally what I read yesterday, and I had to double check to make sure that was right.
That's the
about
part
it.
that's most interesting to me. Is the
Daniel,
number.
one time you told me Saint Paisius had a family, though, and then I told you were wrong, and then you looked at another source and you realized you were.
Well, I don't even remember that time, but either way, that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that I'm wrong right now. You can just
I
look it
would
up.
have to look into that. I've never heard of him being called the 13th apostle.
Well, just type it into Google and Take a look.
Is he not a church
You guys
father?
are supposed to be the church that don't argue. Now quit.
Oh no, we debate too.
Yeah, I mean
that's debatable.
I was doing my stream yesterday on the First Ecumenical Council, and it was mentioned on the OCA's website that he was called the 13th Apostle.
Oh, there you go. The OCA's website. Got it.
Oh snap!
We got. Okay, now
The
we know this.
The OCA didn't exist when he was called the 13th Apostle, guys. This was the First Ecumenical Council gave him this title because of how he did so well to defend against Arianism.
Yeah, that was when the church was just the Roman Catholic Church.
That doesn't mean
when it was just one church.
But that doesn't mean you get called an apostle. You don't.
I'm just saying that he
What
was
name
that
was
was
equal
the
to-
title that they referred to him as is the
What's his name?
Athanasius the Great.
Oh, Athanasius the Great. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me look him up.
Yeah.
That one time Daniel was wrong. He doesn't even remember.
Yeah, I don't even remember saying that St. Pacios had a family. When did I say that?
You said that to me once. My mind was blown when you said that.
Well, you would remember that because you care about that saint a lot.
Hey,
Well,
Jess,
he's
I've
my
been,
patron saint,
telling
so
everyone. Jess, I've been telling everyone since you left. We zealoted up Bruce Wayne about the Theotokos.
Oh my gosh, I need a clip of that.
Yeah, gangster, get on that.
Did you leave because of that, or what? What was the?
No.
Wait,
No,
what
you
I
have to-
missed?
you have to go out
Saint
on a
Athan-
high note, right?
Saint Athanasius. I gotta watch that. But anyway, Saint Athanasius the Great was not one of the apostles. He was a church father. So any church father, okay, especially one with the most importance in the early church fathers of the 4th century. So I don't know who's calling him a saint. Don't make me clip this. No, I'm
But
just
stop.
kidding.
Church fathers can absolutely be saints, Sandman.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
if
So
you
I
Google
don't,
it,
I don't buy it. For me, he's not an apostle.
Yeah,
So,
he's not an apostle. And like if you Google it, you'll see that Matthias is the 13th apostle.
Sure,
And they do often call him the father of orthodoxy because he was a pivotal church father.
And
But,
may we
I
say,
can't find anything in my kind of way of searching for these types of things that says
You mean my way? Just type in Saint Athanasius the Great, 13th apostle, and see what comes up.
Okay, but you could type in anything and Google will find you something that you want to see.
Oh, hey, I do have another question on subject.
This isn't something that is like
More questions?
a controversy out there. Like, is the Earth flat or round?
Well,
This is just a title that they did call him in the early church.
I asked my wife like reads everything, and when I said it to her, she was like, "What?"
All
So she
right,
hadn't
it
heard
surprised me too. That's why I offered it during a conversation. Yeah,
but I understand when you say the 13th. But really, what happened was there was 12. One got eliminated, and the 12th became again. We're 12, and then once
that
again,
was Matthias though, and then Paul was the 13th apostle.
Exactly. But if you want to look at it as the next one who came in and you want to count him into the 12 minus the
Can I speak on?
Yeah.
You just made me think of something there, Sam, man. Yeah, because Judas got eliminated, as you said, and then
Sure.
Peter declared in the Acts of the Apostles that it seems good to them in the Holy Spirit that they fill his bishopric.
Sure.
So doesn't that lead you to believe that anytime one of them died, they needed to have that bishopric filled?
Yep. Well, but only for the 12.
Well, even still, but there would perpetually be 12.
That's it.
What about
And they
the
are.
five?
At the
Like
end of the day.
even up till today, even up till today.
Sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Paul being the 13th. Now, I don't know about this Athanasius. I mean, Athanasius was born in what? 296 AD, it says here?
He
in
was
Alexandria?
Well, who are the other 11 popes?
He was
now?
the 14th. He was at the in 4th century.
Why do we have 12 popes?
Yeah.
But
So
the
how could it
highest
be an
honor, the highest honorific, one of the highest honorific titles is equal to the apostle.
I have a question.
Sure.
This is for the Catholics and the Orthodox. So both of your teams have to elect somebody to answer. Just out of just sheer morbid curiosity, Do you guys believe in continuing New Testament prophets and apostles, or do you feel that those callings ended after the 1st century?
They ended.
Is that the
Yeah,
official
like-
Catholic position?
Yes.
But what about when the Pope speaks ex cathedra?
That's not him being a prophet. The prophecy ended with the apostles.
Yeah, like there's apostolic succession. There's
Revelation,
the passing of the Spirit down, but that doesn't make everyone who's received the Spirit an apostle.
No,
They're just
exactly.
receiving
I'm
the
not trying to be argumentative. I'm just
succession.
curious.
Brother
Yeah.
Pike, hit him with Agrippa and Agatha and all that.
Say it again.
Don't hit it too hard, Brother Pike.
There's prophets after there's prophets after that.
Well, I believe in all 5 ministerial callings continuing. I just didn't know what you guys believe.
All right, gangs. Who's got stream authority here?
I do.
All right, share my screen real quick. I need to prove this.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, ask Grok.
I'm not asking Grok. I'm showing you a book here.
Logan's quicker
Look.
than me. Golly.
So this is Champion of Truth, the life of Saint Athanasius.
Who
You
wrote
can
that?
see,
Who wrote that book?
Michael E. Molly.
Michael E. Mully, and he
Yeah. For his long defense of the divinity of Christ, Athanasius is called the father of orthodoxy and the 13th apostle. During his lifetime, apostle wrote several books.
mistake.
This is a canonized book.
But why
That's
13?
not a. That's a mistake. That's a mistake.
It's not a mistake, guys. It's just something that they called him. It was like a accolade. It's not like literally the same thing as being an apostle, but it's a title that they gave him.
Okay.
Daniel,
Well,
I believe
whoever-
that you read that somewhere. Forget what these guys are saying. I believe you.
Yeah, I was reading it yesterday on a stream, and because we were
disagree.
talking
That
about
book was written in
apostles, I brought it
2005.
up. I didn't just pull this out of nowhere just to like have a
Well,
random.
I for one believe Daniel.
I say
His brother Pike believes me.
if Daniel's right, well, then we have room to call others apostles too, and no one can say a word. Because if you call Athanasius apostle, well, you can call Jack and Jill an apostle too later on.
I don't know about Jill.
They
Well,
would
not
have to do
Jill,
some.
well,
They had to do
Jill,
something
maybe.
really great.
Maybe
You know?
Jack. Yeah.
Yeah. So how many? So when does it end? When does this apostleship? No. That's.
We called him the father of orthodoxy. That's also a pretty big title. Wouldn't you say Jesus Christ is the father of orthodoxy?
I would not argue. or anything.
Yeah. You don't want to argue about the father of orthodoxy. You just want to argue about the thing that I said because you
Daniel,
guys
I
are like,
believe
Dan's
you.
wrong, everybody. And it shows that he actually has something to it.
No.
Hashtag believe
Terry's
Daniel
got
trending.
Terry's got something.
That's okay. I mean,
agree.
but Daniel, do you think that everything in a book that's written about an orthodox subject is going to be completely accurate and correct? Because there's stuff about toll houses in books. There's all kinds of stuff that's not
the original source that I
canonical.
got it from. I got it from the OCA's website. Sandman's like, oh, it's the OCA, so it must be wrong. So I
Well,
showed
I'm
you
not
guys
gonna,
another
I'm not going to
source.
pick on the OCA. I'm just saying
All right, it's
that
a diocese. They edit these things. I'm
What's
pretty
it
sure they
called?
didn't come out of nowhere saying that this was a title that they honored him with.
Awesome.
Wait, you guys. I've been waiting for years. I've been waiting for years to bring this up. I posted it on my channel. So my understanding is that in Nicaea 2, which is accepted by Catholics and Orthodox as infallible church council, it states in its conclusion in Nicaea 2, you can look this up, that those who do not kiss the icons
Yes.
and those who fellowship, if you fellowship with those who don't kiss the icons, let them also be anathema. And they define anathema as separation from God. And I just want to know if that's infallible, why you guys aren't following it. Because you're fellowshipping with me and I do not kiss the icons.
Oh, snap. He got us all.
Oh, snap.
Wait.
Oh, wow.
Who's fellowship with you? Who's fellowship with you?
Hey,
Did I miss something here?
Jamie, I'm fellowshipping with you.
Daniel,
I
I'm
honestly
really
know-
trying
I
to.
don't. It is trying. I am being a little provocative, but
No,
it
no,
does
no.
seem to be very specific to say if you do not acknowledge the kissing the icons as an apostolic tradition that the apostles did, because they're saying it's from the apostles, and they're saying those very strongly in their conclusion in Nicaea 2. It says not only if you don't do that,
Yeah.
in other words, if you're an iconophile, and or if you even fellowship, or I mean, I don't know, I'm not sure if that's the word, but if you hang out essentially with those who would affirm that view, even if you're in a Kana fight and you
Damn, we can't even hang out with non.
So a iconophile means that you love icons. Right. Iconoclast means you want to break them apart.
It means you don't accept as an apostolic tradition, though. Like, I reject that as apostolic tradition. Like,
do you want to destroy the icons?
Terry,
even if they just don't want them, even if they just don't want them in the church, that's like iconoclasm.
Hey, Tammy had a question that I think Daniel will know the answer to.
Oh, cool.
What is the first church council where they like validated icons as being a church tradition? Do you know?
The Seventh Ecumenical Council.
The Seventh Ecumenical Council. Do you know what year that was?
It was the last one.
1781 was it, or 1786? I think so now.
1781. No, it wasn't.
It would be 1781, but
it was the iconoclasm.
When was the
from
Seventh
781?
Sorry,
1781.
761 or
787, guys.
787.
Yeah. So Jamie, are you an iconoclast? Do you think?
Okay, so my position is that no pictures should only be used as a teaching mechanism, or as what's the word? I think you can have pictures. I just don't think you can kiss them or operate.
You think they should be used as a teaching mechanism?
I would strongly keep my family members from thinking they can commune through icons, I guess.
How about a teaching mechanism in an age before the printing press was widespread and you were probably illiterate, statistically speaking, and visuals.
I think thinking you can
visual cues.
I think if
are
you
a lot
think you can
more
commune with
important.
God through an icon, I think you're operating in necromancy on some level.
I mean, you're totally ignoring the actual point that I'm trying to make about the fact that they were used as a tool of education as well.
I'm not denying the use of art in the early church.
People
I know they had it.
but whether they had early art is totally not germane to the fact that icons served one of the purposes you just brought up.
No, art was used that way. That's the
no.
Don't try to outclass
me.
I understand the distinction.
Icons were used that way, Jamie, because icons were the pieces of imagery that were used within the church. Really?
Yeah.
What scholarship disputes that?
Oh, I was listening to Gavin Ortland.
Okay, and what does he say that disputes that?
That they were not used as prototypes.
They were not used as prototypes? Okay, what was used for visual stimuli for people that were illiterate? Art? Okay, and art that was not found within the iconographical tradition?
Okay, so you can't bow down to it, you can't kiss it, or commune with God through a connection with it as a prototype.
Show me all this early biblical art that wasn't
giving you the
iconographic. No, like show me art from the early church that was not iconographic that depicted biblical scenes. I would love to see an example.
I already said, dude, you're coming in hot and you don't know what you're talking about.
No, Jamie, I'm literally just asking you to show me an example of what you're talking about. So could you demonstrate to us that you know what you're talking about, or do you want to just deflect again?
Sure, but you're pretending like there's no distinction between a teaching mechanism and the practice of kissing and communing as a prototype with those icons. That's what
I'm literally asking you to show me one example of
show me one example in the early church before 300 where someone said you could do that.
No, I'm asking you, Jamie. Once again, you're getting all hot and bothered. You're not letting me finish my statement. No, you're getting upset right now is the thing.
Because you're coming in
you need to do what Christian's doing right now and cool yourself off right now. All right, just calm down, Jamie.
I'm going to start my own conversation. I'll see you guys later.
All right, it's okay.
I don't really need the atheist to come in.
No, what a shame. All that I was doing. Well, that's such a shame that you went on a public platform and somebody on that public platform didn't agree with you. That's such a shame, dude. You're such a martyr. Dude, you're such a martyr. Why don't you nail yourself to the cross while you're at it? You want me to grab you some nails?
Actually,
Jamie,
to answer, you said in the 2nd and 5th century, are you aware of the catacombs?
Yeah.
Okay, well, what you asked, you'll find there. Go look at the catacombs. You'll find them on YouTube. You can and you'll see where they depict and what Aiden was saying.
I just want to see these numerous examples of non-iconographical biblical scenes that were just all over the place in the early church, according to Jamie.
They were.
Okay, so how are you defining icon in that regard?
Well, there were frescoes, actually. I would say icons.
I said from the start that there is depictions of biblical scenes and saints in the early church, which is not necessarily has to be argued for whether or not they were treating them how the modern church treats icons. There's many uses of art in Christian history, which include treating them as prototypes, kissing them, bowing down to them, and lighting candles before them.
The early church did that.
I can pull up scholarship if you want.
Well, in the catacombs, they even have altars, which they were performing the Eucharist prayers and everything else. So yeah, they did exist, and they did prostrate to frescoes and depicted on the walls. You can just go on YouTube and you actually will see them. There's people who filmed the catacombs in Rome, and you'll see them. You'll see the altars.
Sandman, I'm an atheist, so I'm actually not allowed to agree with you on that position, even though it's historically accurate. I'm sorry.
It's okay, brother. How you been?
I believe that the church went astray and bowed down before the corpses of the saints. Yeah, that's
right. But your claim was that wasn't the case in the early church.
No, my point is that the apostles wouldn't teach to do that.
Because,
Luke, as it says in the Torah. As it forbids in the Torah.
Do you know Luke in the Bible?
Oh, I know what Sandman's gonna say.
Of course, because Luke was an iconographer. He was the first.
Iconographer
to depict Mother Mary.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the totally non-iconographical scenes that I'm sure Jamie has available for us that he could pull up, those are all done in an iconographical style, of which the traditions are still present to this day in iconographical
We have
art.
plenty of church fathers who fought against the idea of using icons as the modern Orthodox and Catholic Church does today in the early church. Maybe they were wrong.
they were called iconoclasts, and they lost.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't accept the infallible councils that they claim are infallible. I don't think they are infallible.
I mean, if you say that they aren't infallible, then you must ascribe in some way, shape, or form to the idea that iconoclasm is correct.
Yeah, the overwhelming majority of scholarship across the board regarding what was said in Nicaea 2 is that was a 7th century development, accretion. Okay.
Iconoclasm was a 6th century development, so of course it was a reaction to something.
You don't know the scholarship at all.
Yeah, no, I do. I actually know a lot more about iconoclasm than you do. Do you know that there was more than one council that was convened to deal with iconoclasm? Because iconoclasm actually had 2 separate outcroppings. Did you know that?
I knew that.
Oh, you didn't know that, Jamie, because you're actually the one that doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about, do you?
Jamie, did you know that it really came about because emperors wanted to start trading with Muslim emperors, other Muslim nations, and the Muslims are against any kind of depictions of God?
I think Christian
I would actually have to push back a little bit on that, Daniel, just saying that, yes, that is actually something that developed from iconoclasm, was a more fervent trading relationship with Islamic empires, because you are correct. After, I believe it was either Emperor Maurice or one of the ones after Maurice, actually, that started minting coins with Christ on them. And yeah, that prevented them from being traded into the Muslim world. But that was actually a result of iconoclasm. No, the reason why iconoclasm became so popular was because of Islamic success against the Eastern Roman Empire, because the Muslims were dominating on the battlefield for as long as they were and taking so much territory away. And there was this idea in the empire that,
What's your source?
We're losing all of this. We're losing all of this ground and all this territory because
What's
we're
your
losing
source?
all this ground and Oh, do you mind if I finish speaking before you?
I'm just
ask
curious
me
so I
for
can
my
look up your
source?
source.
Okay. Sure. So the source that I have would be the New Roman Empire.
Post
Hold
it
on,
in
let
the
me try and
chat if
find-
you would, since you're so smart.
I will. Hold on. I mean, like, you're condescending to me, and it really makes me think that you're just going to be first up to actually look into that source as soon as I do post it.
No, I will look at it.
Okay. Here, give me one moment here. I just need to find who wrote the New Roman Empire because I want to make sure that I cite the author correctly.
So either way, it was the Muslims' fault.
But in any case, I wasn't finished saying what I was. Jamie was too busy getting triggered because I said something that he didn't like, and he's really desperate to try and, invalidate me. Which is, I mean, fine. I mean, a desperate need for validation at the expense of invalidating others was certainly a habit that I had to get over in the 6th grade too, Jamie, so I get it.
You know what Mother Mary said, Daniel? To
let it
Luke the evangelist.
You just snapped me back to attention just now.
Did I just snap you back to attention there, Christian? What's going on?
He said, "Let it be."
Let it be.
Speaking words of wisdom.
That was funny.
So when Luke painted her and child, she said, "May the grace of him who was born of me be upon this." He was talking about the icon.
Yeah, she also was very adamant, apparently, with Luke. This is what I've been told from tradition, is that she said, "Where's my son?" Because at first they just depicted her, and she said, "Where's my son? I want him in the picture too." And so that became like the most common form of seeing Mother Mary in an icon is to see her with her son.
Yeah, and that icon is the Odigitria, which is the directress. The directress? Yeah. She's directing, like she's showing her hand is pointing at her son that she's holding, like he's the way. There you go. Yeah.
I just posted that sorcery in the chat, Jamie, so you can go look at that if you want, because I'm sure you're gonna get right on that.
New Advent has some good sources, and some.
So, are you saying
Tradition and iconography.
Do you think Paul would? Here's a question: would Paul?
But Jamie, I thought you were looking at the source that I posted in the chat. Wait, I thought you were busy looking at the source that I posted.
Yeah. I want to ask a question because I was interested in engaging Catholics and Orthodox.
Okay. So you actually weren't interested in the source. You actually weren't interested in the source that I posted.
No,
You're just bullshitting.
I will look at it. Thank you. I put my source in. You can check out.
But remember that Luke the evangelist is
pretty important
to iconography, and you're reading him in
he was an apostle, right?
He wasn't an apostle, he was an evangelist.
However, I can't see any significant I don't see any significant rise in iconoclastic thinking prior to the rise of Muhammad and the Islamic empires, because it really wasn't a common motif.
Well, there's plenty of church father quoting
that. The idea that and would church fathers go against that there should be no religious imagery.
You can take the time to look at it if you want. Here's a question, because I wanted to engage the Catholics and Orthodox. This is what I was trying to do. Do you guys think? Do you guys think if Paul would have been okay with them venerating the statue to the unknown God in Mars Hill?
So how long of the video am I supposed to watch, Jamie? Since you asked me to take a look at it,
it's a scholar who's published. So
right. So what? How long in the video am I supposed to watch that? Or
he quotes the stuff in the beginnings. I think. I don't know.
I'm Googling like crazy today, Sandman, because I want to fact check everything now. It looks like Luke, what is in the Orthodox tradition considered an apostle, but one of the 70, not one of the original 12. So
right.
And that's debated by people who are not Orthodox. They say, well, we're not so sure about that because there is not any evidence for it. It's just tradition.
I wish Jamie would be capable of making the argument rather than just having someone else make it for him. That'd be nice. Because typically, like when I have a worldview and a position, I'm capable of like expressing that myself rather than just like, here's what somebody else said about it.
I think it's absurd to think that Paul would have been anti-Torah on bowing down to statues when you consider it. And I'll bring up Mars Hill. Do you guys think that he would have
statues and icons are different, aren't they?
Well, let me finish the point. Like, let's read Acts 15 and Mars Hill and ask if the early church had gone to Mars Hill and kissed the feet and lit candles before the unknown God, would he been cool with that? I doubt it. I mean, when you read how he talks about Torah, that's absurd. And the scholarship is clear that this is an accretion. Now, if you want to, I would argue the sensible thing to do for that practice would be to say it's a development. And that's what the scholarship would say about it.
Did you get Gavin Ortland's permission to say that before you said it, Jamie? Or
he's a scholar that's published through Oxford Press. I mean, what do you want?
I was just asking, like, since his hand is so far up your ass, you know, like, I was just wondering if you got his permission prior.
I give you a source and you're a dickhead about it.
Cribbing all of his positions and worldview. No, you were a dickhead first, Jamie. Go fuck yourself.
Well, you came in hot, and I was
Daniel.
talking to Orthodox.
No, actually, you just didn't know what you're talking about, so I figured I'd correct you really quick. And I asked you.
Your dribble is worthless.
It's drivel, not dribble. That's what you do with a basketball, Jamie.
No, you dribble because you drool.
No, drivel. It's with a V.
I'm aware of the word.
You see, being able to properly articulate your words.
Okay, let's not get sidetracked with that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me
drivel. Your drivel. Your drivel.
Drivel. See, I'm glad I was able to correct you on that.
Yeah. So Luke is not an apostle. He's an evangelist, and he was under and very close to Paul, the apostle. As a matter of fact,
but he was considered to be one of the 70 apostles that was sent out.
Yes, he's one of the 70.
Yeah,
but they're not
Pike an apostle.
So that makes him an apostle of some sort.
I wouldn't call the 70. It says 12 and the 70. There's no 12 and 7, but in the context of the word apostle, I think is what you're going for here. In Acts, I think Paul in Paul's epistle, Luke is referred to as the beloved physician.
Yeah. There's so many titles in the church. I mean, they don't give them out like candy anymore, but you know, for the original OGs out there, they got a lot of titles.
I don't know of any of them, actually, to be honest with you. I just know what we know, and I don't know who they're giving titles to and what titles are doing now and what they're doing these days, but
that's what it's always been. It was always taught that he was one of the 70 apostles in our tradition. Now, Protestants will say, where is that? That's not in the Bible. It never says in the Bible that he was one of the 70, but in our tradition, he was. There's a lot of things like that, though. You know, we say that about like stories in the Bible of like the young child that was said, you need to be like this young one here. And like, it turns out he ended up becoming a saint later and a bishop. The 70 apostles in our tradition. Now, whoa.
Yeah. Except, like I said, just let's not mix up when we say apostles. The 70 are not on the same level as the 12 apostles. The
12 apostles are like, you know,
definitely. See you later, boss.
Different than the 7D apostles.
Don't you guys think that there's no more apostles after?
Because
and as for the what came on before, where just came on, you know, the Saint Athanasius being considered the 13th apostle as just an honorific title, you know,
honorific.
Yeah. So what does apostle actually mean?
You mean Chris
Apostle
Rock?
means those that spread the message, those that spread the gospel.
Apostolos. Okay, that's not apostle though.
I agree with Daniel. It's an honorary title they were giving him because
it's not the same thing. An apostolos is apostle, meaning is someone who teaches, who preaches, but is not an apostle. It's not the same. And if you look at the Greek word, apostolos is a
Didn't
little different.
Daniel already admit that it's not a literal claim?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't even call him an apostle.
Yeah, like
Anyway.
when I say that when he was considered one of the 70, you're supposed to know that that's different than the 12. You know, like
yeah.
He's like one of the 70, like mentioned in the New Testament.
Well,
That makes sense.
Jesus appointed the 70.
Well, don't be too literal.
And he
about it.
sent them, and go to Luke 10:1. After the Lord appointed 70 others and sent them two by two. So yeah. And
That
Luke
was
was one of
before the
them.
Great
So
Commission?
Luke was in there.
Aquila was as well.
Yeah.
That's why my
You
frog
think
is
some
named
of them
Aquila.
apostatized?
Because I was asking for an apostle name for my frog, and Josh Music said Aquila, and he was just like, I don't know if that counts as an apostle though. And I said, well, if you include the 70 apostles, then he does.
Do you think any of the 70 apostatized at any point?
Oh, I hope not.
Like,
Yeah,
is that
and
is
our
that like
church-
before John 5?
There's Dumas. I know he left us because he loved the world.
There's that Judas guy too.
Oh, wasn't you're
Judas
talking
was one
about
of the
who?
12. Yeah, he definitely apostatized.
Barnabas,
apostle?
Silas, Titus.
Is Judas an apostle?
Wait, didn't Judas do exactly what he was supposed
Judas
to
was
do?
named as an apostle in
How
the
did-
scripture, I believe.
But I mean, if he apostatized, that means that. But isn't that what God's will was for him?
Oh, and now
Correct.
you're getting into the predestination stuff. It's a whole different.
I'm not getting into predestination. No. Look, it's a simple
Are
question.
you getting into predestination, Dustin?
Simple question.
Dustin's picking at the
Complex
contradiction
answer.
that's at the fundamental heart
What
of
are
this
you doing,
religion.
I know.
No, I'm not. I'm
God foresees all things. He doesn't make the choices for us.
fundamental misunderstandings of this religion.
God knows everything you're gonna do, therefore you don't have any real choice in the matter, but you're still gonna be punished if you
That's
do
a
the thing
fallacy.
he already knows you're gonna do.
We've shown you how that's a fallacy in the
You know darn well that you're responsible for the actions that you do, and you would have it no other way. Everyone should be responsible for their own actions.
I could only be responsible for my actions if there is not an entity that exists in the universe that knows for absolute certainty everything I'm going to do before I already
what
do
if he
it,
knows
and has the
everything?
power. And knowledge in itself is not enough. But having the power to be able to affect that outcome at any moment is what also is required for that.
Well, we have a
to be
God
the
that
case.
respects choice.
He respects choice, but he also respects choice. Not necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily say arbitrarily, because he does seem to have specific categories whereby he will violate that. But there certainly is precedent to be found within the scripture where he does violate this free will, so to speak, and does directly contravene in the affairs of mankind. I mean,
Aiden,
prophecy
I hate you
wouldn't
for
be
being
possible.
logical.
Wait.
Prophecy wouldn't be possible without that idea.
Well, you could say God only does that when he deems them judged to be judged.
He deems them to be judged by his
To-
will,
to-
right?
Well, I mean, like if God overpowers their free will, like it talks about, there's many verses you could appeal to, like God gave them over to the reprobate mind, like essentially they quenched the Holy Spirit, and so that there's a point of no return where God gives them over to their desire, and he doesn't keep giving them chances.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Jamie, but it's just like saying, when Jesus says, I knocked on the door, but you didn't open. Like, so he knocks, he can nudge you. That doesn't mean he takes away your free will. He can nudge you in a direction or a sign, give you a sign or something. This is also where I said that if,
I think Jonah might disagree with you.
I knocked, but you didn't open. I was hungry, you didn't feed me. So he can put you in scenarios, but nudge you in scenarios, not make
Try
you do
being
it.
thrown over a boat, swallowed up by a fish, and spit out right where God wants you. Is that a nudge?
And
Or
is that a nudge or is that a divine intervention?
I mean, you're saying that God will respect your will, right? But not in Jonah's case, though, right?
Well, let me ask you, if Jonah was drowning,
Hold on. Gigi's trying to say something.
Sorry everybody.
Uh-oh.
It's getting late where I'm at.
All right, buddy.
Can we still talk?
Much love,
backstage
Gigi.
after the show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Later, buddy.
Much love.
Much love.
Yeah, you're always welcome to be in the background, in the back.
Have a good one. Oh, all right. Have a good one, guys. Take care then.
Even
I'm gonna
much
stay
love.
backstage. I'm gonna stay backstage, and I'm probably gonna still talk.
Lots of love.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Sorry about that.
Later, bro.
Backstage party.
Jamie's like, what?